And we are live. Welcome everyone to the 2021 Latinx Comic Arts Festival. We are in day 2. The Latinx Comic Arts Festival is the California Central Valley's international celebration of Latinx comic arts creators. We highlight Latinx cartoonists, writers, animators, artists, and comic arts educators. I'm Dr. Theresa Rojas, the festival founder and director. I'm also a professor of English and a professor of ethnic studies at Modesto Junior College, where the physical festival is held. So from the sands of Modesto, we bring you the Latinx Comic Arts Festival. Some of you will get that. We have an amazing and full day starting now, and we're going until 5 p.m. So we have 6 live panels streaming directly to YouTube. And for our YouTube audience, you may comment in the chat. My colleague, Luke Martinez, who's one of our Lcaf advisory members, will be monitoring the chat and sharing questions and comments with panelists. And Luke is releasing a new mini comic today called Abuelita. He'll put his information in the chat for you. So we start with our families, friends, culture, kids' stories from our Roots panel. And we are featuring Cathy Camper, Isabel Quintero, Paul Meyer, and Carlos Meyer. And I'm very happy to moderate this panel today and introduce everyone to you. So when creating books for kids of any age, where do ideas come from? And how do we as adults come up with ideas that will interest and appeal to the kids? How does one work around gatekeepers to make sure that kids get books that reflect kids' worlds? Panelists share how family, friends, parenting, and the cultures these authors grew up in inspired their books for kids, and how they, as creators, have worked to create books that are both windows and mirrors of children's worlds. So I'm very happy to introduce to you first Cathy Camper, who is the author of the award-winning Lowriders in Space graphic novel series, 10 Ways to Hear Snow, Bugs Before Time, and the forthcoming Arab All Year Round, coming out in 2022. She also writes zines, including Sugar Needle, and is a founding member of the Portland Women of Color Zine Collective. An Arab American and graduate of Vona Voices Writing, Cathy is a librarian and lives in Portland, Oregon. She also makes these incredibly cool mini calendars every year, and I'm very happy to be the owner of a couple of these. Welcome, Cathy. Isabel Quintero is an award-winning author and the daughter of Mexican immigrants. Her debut novel, Gabi, A Girl in Pieces, received the Morris Award for debut YA. Her other books for young people include Ugly Cat and Pablo and the Missing Brother, Photographic, the life of Graciela Iturbide. Her most recent book, My Papi Has a Motorcycle, received the Tomas Rivera Award and a Pura Belpre honor. Isabel lives and writes in the Inland Empire of Southern California. I think I mutilated Graciela's last name. Would you say that for us, please, Isabel?
Graciela Iturbide.
Say that again?
Iturbide.
Iturbide. So Graciela Iturbide, and your sound's a little bit quiet. So next is Paul Meyer. Paul was born the youngest of 9 children and raised in the outskirts of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Though growing up poor, he never felt poor because he was too busy building tree houses in the bosque and playing and swimming in the Rio Grande to pay attention to any economic equalities. He hopes to capture a sense of childlike innocence and rural ambiance in his storytelling. Paul left Albuquerque after high school and has been working in Hollywood ever since. In addition to stints as an actor, writer, and director, he recently penned the cult hit comic book Sod, a comedy horror about a small town being overrun by carnivorous grass. His latest project, a graphic novel entitled Under the Cottonwood Tree, has been gaining notoriety with 6 National Book Awards, adopted as part of college curricula. I'm teaching it in my class right now, and as an anchor text for numerous elementary schools. As a proud Chicano, he strongly desires to shine a light on his people and culture. To quote the poet laureate of New Mexico, Levi Romero, quote, "We are the orphaned ones whom Spain abandoned, Mexico did not adopt, and the US never wanted," end quote. In spite of this, or perhaps because of this, New Mexico is truly a land of enchantment. And with these cuentos, Paul hopes to show an audience just how enchanting it can be. Welcome, Paul.
Hi.
And then our final panelist, Carlos Meyer, draws on his upbringing in Alameda, New Mexico, and hailing from a family of 9 children. Carlos hopes to bring a sense of family and tradition to his writing, while co-author Paul Meyer, who you heard of just a second ago, spent many years in Hollywood after high school. Carlos remained home in New Mexico, earning a degree in journalism while working at his grandfather's ranch in northern New Mexico. Having raised a family and retired now, he spends his time focusing on his writing. With Under the Cottonwood Tree, the authors hope to shine a light on the culture and people of New Mexico. Carlos is currently working on a children's picture book titled Marisol's Monsters, with illustrations by his daughter, Marisol. Welcome, Carlos. Fantastic, fantastic. I'm very happy to have you all here, and we're going to have a lively chat. We're warming up for this awesome festival. And I want to start, first of all, with this idea of the development of kids' stories from our roots, right? Since we're all situated in our individual upbringing and influence. And I'd like to start with Cathy. So how do you see this idea of the development of kids' stories really coming from your own upbringing?
Well, I'm not Latina, and I partnered with Raul Gonzalez to do the Lowriders in Space, and we based it a lot on his background, and he set the book near El Paso and Juarez, and that said, it's also a fantasy. It's made up, so I think that in a comic, that's one of the best things you can do is develop, you know, your own location, and the location can be as strong as a character in the story. So for people that know that part of the country, there are things like he put a fountain that's in El Paso is in the book. So there are landmarks that you might see, but there's crazy things in there too that don't really exist. But so we wrote 3 books together, and I worked really hard to kind of not only to enhance his story, but to also ask lots of other people. So I had a lot of Latinx readers look at it, and it became a fascinating process because people from California would bring a different lowriders culture than those from Texas. So it kind of amassed its own culture just as we went along. But in the most recent book, which hasn't come out, I realized that I was missing from the story. And at the same time, I was also reading about how activists in Southern California, right when Trump got elected, remember how he put through the Muslim ban, and then he turned to Latinx people and separated families. And there was an activist that was Muslim that was very smart, and she started bringing taco trucks to the mosques down in Southern California and doing talks saying we're more alike than we are separate. And some of the things she said fascinated me, that like the last names, Gonzalez, Hernandez, that EZ ending comes from Arab culture in Spain, the Moorish culture. And I started collecting these things and finding that my culture overlapped with Latinx culture going back. And there's many times when Arabs came to the Americas, not like on the Mayflower, but to Veracruz in Mexico and to the Southwest, because the climate's very similar to the Middle East. So I was doing all this research, and I thought the next lowrider book should be my story and Raul's story. So in the forthcoming book, which comes out in spring, it's called Lowriders to the Rescue. It talks about all those overlaps, and it features an Arab family that are monarch butterflies. So it talks about migration of people and migration of creatures that could go extinct. And we also, both Raul and I felt that climate change is going to be huge in the future. So the book talks about that. So I am excited to also say that I think more and more to the future, we're going to start discovering how we overlap as people, because as they do DNA tests and more things are discovered, we're finding out that nothing we thought was true is necessarily who we are or how we're related. So I guess I'll shut up so somebody else can talk.
Thanks so much for that, Cathy. How about Isabel? And I'm particularly interested in if there are certain of your books that sort of resonate with your upbringing more than others.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for that, Cathy. So yes. So for example, my papi has a motorcycle. If you open the front, there's an actual map of where I grew up. So
love
Zeke
it.
was able, so Zeke was able to put that. So that's the setting in the book. So it's Corona, California, which is down here in the Inland Empire. That's where I grew up. And so the book itself is about a little girl riding on the back of her papi's motorcycle and getting to know her neighborhood, right? And so this book is based on memory. And so it's very grounded in my childhood, the places that I'd go with my abuelitos, with my parents, and places that are no longer there, whether it be because of gentrification or just community change, like they're gone, right? And so that book, I think most of my books that are fiction, so Ugly Cat and Pablo, based in the neighborhood of my grandparents. So it's called, in the book, it's the Mariposa Valley neighborhood, but it's really where I grew up. It's that neighborhood that I imagine again in Corona, that city. And Gabby, A Girl in Pieces, my first book, is it takes place in an imaginary city, but it's the Inland Empire. So it's like two cities put together. And so I find that when I write, a lot of what I write is based on memories from childhood, is grounded in those experiences of when I was a kid to a teenager, right? And like where I was, I grew up, it was a weird thing. So I went to school in Corona, but I lived in Riverside. And so I was kind of in the middle of the two cities, and constantly in the middle of two cities, because my abuelitos lived in Corona. They were the ones who babysat me, and my parents worked a lot. And so we went to school there, and then we drove home to Riverside. And so there was really no, when you're a kid, your friends are usually who you meet at school, and you get to hang out with them after school. There wasn't really that much of that for me because I had to go home to another city, right? So place becomes really important to me in my books, because it's kind of what shapes you a lot of times, and at least what shaped me. And so yeah, a lot of my books, it just takes place down here. And I think more like directly would be My Papi Has a Motorcycle, to answer your question, but Gabby, A Girl in Pieces is definitely, I think, because it's a novel, it explores the landscape a little bit more. And some of the stuff that I'm working on right now is very, very IE, very here of where I grew up. It's a place that a lot of people talk badly about. And so in my work, I try to, I know you living in Modesto, you probably get your share of people just looking down on where you live because it's not LA and it's not San Francisco, right?
Right.
So in my work, I kind of try to flip that around and show that people live here and we have a good time. And,
I think it's fantastic that you mentioned that, because we do get a lot of that in Modesto. And when I started here, people would say, why are you here? Because I'm from San Francisco. And I said, I'm supposed to be here. And actually, Modesto is this phenomenal place full of art and just really down to earth people. And I hear that coming from what you're saying, and how it is developing in some of these stories, that creating these stories is really a nice way to highlight those things, right? Having that map in the book is a shout out to where you're from, and the development, the nuggets of ideas that come from where you're situated.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that, Isabel. How about Paul? Particularly as it relates to your book Under the Cottonwood Tree, that is co-written with your brother Carlos.
Sure. I think with it all begins with where you're from, right? So the beginning of our story, well, the machinations of it it's based on a dream that I had when I was 10 years old. We used to have cattle in the backyard. Carlos would raise these calves, and we were low budget employment for him. So we wrestle these calves around during the day, and at night I'd have dreams about these calves. And one day I had a dream about a talking calf. I told that to Carlos, and he made a children's picture book back in 1982.
Wow.
And these are all the family there. And it literally is just a reenactment of my entire dream. But that is all about childhood next to the Rio Grande, right? Because this is where we played, and this is where we built tree houses. So I think your imagination runs with that, and that's where the roots of the story is. Later on, it expanded into Under the Cottonwood Tree, the graphic novel. But really with this, what we're trying to do is we're trying to capture a culture and a time and place that really doesn't exist anymore, and that's the people of northern New Mexico. My mother grew up in a village called Anton Chico, and it was next to the Pecos River. We're talking a few hundred people, and there's sprinkled up north in New Mexico are these little villages. Some of them still are around, like Espanola, and then there's others that just don't exist anymore. They're ghost towns, and it's kind of sad. So with Under the Cottonwood Tree, we try to take our family adventures that we had with our six boys and 3 girls, and then transported that to northern New Mexico and have an adventure with one particular family, the Luceros, which is my mom's last name. So we're trying to capture 2 things: our childhood adventures, and then these little towns that some exist and some don't anymore. Carlos, would you agree?
Sure. I guess this is time for me to chime in.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And I apologize because I'm sitting out here in the North Valley of Albuquerque. Here, if you're from Albuquerque, you call yourself a boqueño. Yo soy puro boqueño. Like if you're from Los Angeles, yo Angelino Bramo boqueño. So and the sun is, I'm in the backyard, my adobe wall, my chili vista, and a picture of Paul. And here in the North Valley, the sun hits me. So if I look kind of awkward, that's because blame it on the sun.
You're great.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is you talk about our writing our stories from our childhood. I want to paint a picture. Okay, the picture is going to go back to, our backstory is the Rio Grande River. You know, the Rio Grande River starts in Colorado, and then it comes to New Mexico, and it drops off there in Texas. Our area is the upper Rio Grande River Valley. In Colorado and New Mexico is when Spain came and they settled that whole region. That's where our ancestors come from. My mom there's little villages, San Juan, Villanueva, throughout Colorado and New Mexico. Like Paul said, our mom is from Anton Chico. That's kind of close to Colorado, but a tiny village, and all they spoke was Spanish. My mom's first language was Spanish, but it was a kind of different Spanish. She learned English when she was in the 2nd grade, but she had never been more further south than where she lived from. So we moved to the community of Alameda. It's right on the outskirts. And this is where we came in. What I did is I was going to University of New Mexico Highlands University, getting a degree in journalism. And I would, on the summers, I would come home and I would, and you know, we needed to make a living. I would raise cattle. And so I would go buy cattle, and it was an agricultural area. I'd raise them and they would get loose, and I'd build cows. And so I said, man, how am I going to keep track of all these cows? So I said, well, I'll just get some cheap labor to watch over the cattle for me and make sure they don't get out when I'm not there. And I had the best cheap labor in the world for my younger brothers, Sebastian and Paul. In fact, to this day,
You never paid me.
Well, I was going to be see, I have a bunch of piñons here, Paul. I was going to give you some piñons last time.
Finally settle the debt.
Well, I still haven't paid him though. So I didn't. But the only thing about piñons here in New Mexico, there's piñon cheese everywhere, is you have to pick them. And that's the hard part. So I'll get to you, Paul.
Okay. Hey,
But anyway, while I was at the New Mexico Highlands University, I needed a material to write stuff because I had a degree in mass communication. And so I got together with my older brother, Julio, and we wrote a little story called The Cat, Caterpillar, and Joey. In fact, they're right there. And so I wrote it, and we started shopping it around as, this is like 20, 30 years, shopping around to all the publishing houses in New York. And nobody was picking up Hispanic literature. Of course, there's Rudolph Anaya, you know, he's known, and
Bless me, Ultima.
yeah, Bless me, Ultima. In fact, he does live very far from where we're from. We decided, well, we'll go to his publishing company, the Berkeley, out of in fact, I have the book here. Keep the Soul, out of Berkeley, California. Your neck of the woods.
Yep.
Yeah. So they finally published the story for us. And so from there, I decided, well, I'm going to write a screenplay. So I wrote a screenplay, and then I brought Paul in, and we polished it back and forth. And so that's where our story derived. We have tons of other stories from our upbringing in the works. And I wanted to mention something, Cathy. Have you been to New Mexico?
No, I had this wonderful trip planned. Paul knows I was going to go to a book
the Hispanic
festival
Culture
there,
Center.
and
Yes.
it was this time last year, and
Yes.
and everything closed down, and it broke my heart because
Ooh.
it's one place I've been to, Arizona, and I was like, this is the time I'm going to go and explore New Mexico, and everything fell apart. So
I just wanted to mention something, because once you get off your airplane and go into the big mezzanine at the Albuquerque International Airport, their number one permanent display is New Mexico lowriders. It's right there.
Yeah.
well, and I wanted to go to Española.
Española,
and,
that's a lowrider capital of the world.
I know. I had all
You guys in
these
California think
plans,
you are, but
and
no, it's
it
New
was,
Mexico.
like everybody said, it was like watching your dreams collapse,
Yes.
kind of.
Yes. And Valerie,
I
Valerie
wanted-
Martinez.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in and make a comment about one of the things that really bothered me in all my books, in Lowriders, and then 10 Ways to Hear Snow is a picture book I wrote. Let's see. This came out last fall, and it's about an Arab American girl that goes to make stuffed grape leaves with her grandmother. But is that I discovered that there's a regionalism, which is New Yorkism. And since most of the publishers are based in New York, they see everything through that lens. And New Yorkers think they're very sophisticated, but they're often provincial to their own New York experience. So like when Isabel was talking about her neighborhood, or you're talking about where you grew up, they don't recognize these places. They don't see them as cultural strongholds. So like with my picture book, even though I had non-white editor and illustrator, they didn't set it in the Midwest where I grew up, but also Dearborn, Michigan is where there's a huge population of Arabs. and you know, but when I looked at the pictures, it was like, it's New York.
Mm.
And I've also seen living on the West Coast, even the West Coast, looking in children's picture books, it doesn't show up the way that the East Coast does. And so I think that there's not only racial prejudice, but there's regionalism, like all of the places we live don't count as much as New York. And as a librarian, I also found this was a big oversight in Black books for kids, where we would literally open book after book and they were set in a brownstone in New York. And it ignored, you know, the culture of places like St. Louis or Chicago. So I'm really excited to hear all of you talking about, you know, how we're representing our neighborhoods and our cultures that aren't the ones that Hollywood promotes again and again, or that New York publishers do.
Yeah.
So I want to ask, starting with Isabel, how do you think writing for kids is different from writing for adults?
I think that the main difference is, I mean, how can I explain it? I think a lot of people have this misunderstanding that writing for kids is easy. Like, I'm going to start there, right? That writing for kids is easy. It's not. Like, kids are smart. I think a lot of people who feel that way, that writing for kids is easy, have an idea that kids are dumb, that kids don't know better, that kids can't see through BS, right? And have an imagined sense of what a picture book or a middle grade book, a chapter book should read like for kids, right? I've looked at books before that people have asked me to look at, and I see the language and I'm like, you're talking down to kids in this book, right? Like, you don't really have a sense of what kids, of who kids are. You don't respect them. And I think the most important thing, whether writing for adults or for kids, is respecting your audience, right? And I think especially that's true for writing for kids. I think one of the tricky parts about writing for kids is, like, I'm not a kid anymore, right? Like, I haven't been a kid for quite a bit of time. And so I have to constantly, like, immerse myself in, like, Kids Lit and, like, be around. Now I have a kid, so, you know, like, I'm going to have more insight because he's going to be living with me. But, you know, having to talk, you know, I have a consultant, right? Like a live-in consultant. But I think, you know, I have to, you know, talk, like, for Gabby, A Girl in Pieces, right? Like, I wasn't a teenager when I wrote that, but so I had beta readers that were teenagers read it, right? Like, and I talked to my friends who had teens, and I talked to my nieces and nephews who were teens at the time. So I think you just have to be a little bit more aware of who your audience is, like who they really are, not what you imagine them to be, right? When it comes to language and concepts that you're trying to explain, or if you have a message or things like that that you want to get across, right? Obviously, if I want to write a picture book about, like, My Puppy Has a Motorcycle is a book about gentrification. It's a book about a relationship with a little girl and her father. It's about community. It's about immigration. Obviously, I'm not going to use academic English when I'm writing that, right? Like, that's not what I'm going to do, because that's not my audience. I think the most important thing is, like, what are you trying to get across, and how can you get it across respectfully? And what is your story that you're trying to tell, right? Because more than, I feel like, now I'm going on a soapbox about messages, sorry, but, like, and that's the other thing that I think a lot of people who try to write for kids, like, they feel like they have to have a message or teach kids something in a book. Just write a story. Like, that's all you gotta do. Like, write a good story. Because kids, like I said, they can smell that. Like, they read it and they're like, oh, this person's trying to teach me about sharing. I don't want to read that stupid book, right? Like, or this person's trying to teach me about, you know, being nice. Like, I don't want to read that. Like, no, nobody wants to read that. But if you write, like, an adventure story or a fantasy or something that kids can really sink their teeth into, that can really, they can get lost in, well, now you've got a captive audience. But that's true, I think, also for adults, right? Like, you write a good story, people are going to read it, and you just got to respect your audience, write a good story. There you go. Go write a book.
I have a question, Isabel, because you've written for different ages of kids. And I think that there's something to the fact that people, there's ages that different writers sometimes can write for and can't write for. Like, just because you write for kids doesn't mean that everybody could write picture books, you know, middle grade,
100%.
teen. But then, like, you've done that, you know, in multiple voices. And I wonder if you have any thoughts about that.
Yeah, and you just heard my son getting a raspberry. That's what that noise was. So just that's what's happening in the background.
We're live with that sound effect.
Yeah. And Cathy, can you repeat that? Like, how do I write for the different ages?
I just, you know, it's always fascinated me. Like, I think when people write for children, that we retain a connection for certain voices to kids. And, you know, like when you see a celebrity go, I'm going to write a kid's book, I'm like, well, you can do that, but I don't know if you actually have that connection, you know. So like, you have the power to sell it. And like, you've written for teens and picture books, but some people say, you know, I have friends that just write YA and they're like, there's no way I could write a picture book, or vice versa, you know. And I think it's interesting where our it's almost like there's something in us that can connect or remember at just specific ages, where you would never have that really in an adult book, I don't think, you know.
Yeah,
like,
no, that's I think that's true. Although I would argue that in an adult book, right, like being in your early 20s is very different than being in like my late 30s, right? Like, at one more year in my 30s, and
yeah, that's
a
true.
very different life than like being 25 or 22, right? So I think it changes, but like, you remember, like, I think if you're a writer or creative person, or just in general, like I envy people who actually keep journals. I've tried too many times and I can't
either.
keep journals. But I, you know, and that's the question I get, like, how do you write for different audiences? And again, I think it's about respecting the audience and like, I just love telling stories. And for me, it's like, okay, how can I tell a story this way? It's like with the graphic novel with Graciela Iturbide. Like, I'd never written a graphic novel before. You know, this is photographic, the life of Graciela Iturbide. I'd never written a graphic novel before, but I love telling stories. And this was an amazing story that I was asked to tell. So I'm going to learn how to do that, right? And so now I have another tool to work with. But yeah, that's, you know.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Isabel and Cathy. And I want to ask Paul sort of a version of that question, but I want to say first, I'm teaching Introduction to Children's Literature this semester. So this is very apropos for me. And one of the interesting things about that is that students initially think that it's an easy course, right? Oh, we get to read picture books, we're going to read, you know, short books. And then when they see what the workload looks like, they're like, hey, wait a minute. But then they realize it's a lot of fun, of course, reading children's literature. And when you get into the analytics of it and the looking at the rhetoric of kids lit, not everyone is successful. They might get published, but it's not necessarily a successful book. And I have my 3 little guinea pigs who are my my 2 nieces and my nephew, who are 3, 5, and 8. And they were so valuable to me in the months leading up to teaching this class, because I started reading lots to them, and I noticed the different ways that they react to different books. There are certain books, I will not name them, where they're just like, you know, they don't choose to read them after the first time. And then if I decide, well, let's try this book again, they're just like, why? One of my nephew's favorites is he loves Rodi Montijo's the Amazing Gum Girl books. He always wants me to read that, and it's a problem because they're long. So I'm like, you know what? We'll read the first half. Or what I've done is I've started to sort of skip through it. And he's like, I don't remember the story going this way. I'm like, oh, it's a different version every time. Don't worry about it. But the other one that they all of them love is Green Eggs and Ham. So The Cat in the Hat, they love the rhythm of it. They memorize little bits of it. My 8-year-old niece can now read the whole thing, and she's working on sort of doing different voices for it. But I think that's so interesting that there are these different levels of successful writing of children's book, and you really have to pay attention to that sort of composition and whether or not it's going to be successful with that younger audience, right? So I wanted to point to Paul and ask a similar question, but since you have the experience of being, in Hollywood, and how that might be different and how that might lead to the way that Under the Cottonwood Tree, I'm just going to keep pointing to that one because I'm teaching that one and I want to know as much as possible how that leads to the construction of that book.
Well, it's funny. I want to compliment Isabel for saying with your books, you're capturing a time and place in Inland Empire, and we're trying to do that with New Mexico. And you said, tell a good story, and then the children will gravitate towards it. Don't try to preach to them. So I think we tried to tell a good story, but to ask about how Hollywood worked into it. So after Carlos made it into a screenplay, because when he was studying in Highlands University in Las Vegas, New Mexico, he sent it over to me. And with my experience, I was working on these non-union, low-budget movies. One movie I worked on, I was playing a cop, and I kept getting tossed into the dirt because the bad guy shot me, and then he threw me into actually somewhere in the Inland Empire. I remember driving out for miles, and there we were, and I kept getting tossed into this pit of dirt, and I have to do it again. And then afterwards, I remember driving home, and I had all these dust mites all over me. Like, I didn't know I was going to get these dust mites. I had blood squibs because when he shoot you, I'm like, I look down, I pull over to the side of the freeway, and I go, what the heck, man? Why am I putting up with these low budget movie shoots where I'm getting because it scars your skin when you those explode, and then I'm scratching myself all over with these dust mites. And so I sat there and I go, wait, what's the difference between this guy and his movie and then my stories? I need to make my own stories. Why am I telling this guy's story? Because acting is one little part of the story. Well, let me tell the full story. And then coincidentally, Carlos had sent me a version of his script, and I go, well, how about this? So we fleshed out, we worked on it, and we got feedback. Professor Richard Walters at UCLA hit the screenwriting program there. I was taking classes with him. He's awesome. We did we pitched it to different companies. They gave us feedback. So it progressed and get better and better and better. And then eventually I'm like, I can't wait for these people to make this for us. I'm going to make it. And that's when I found Margaret Hardy. And she was the cameraman. She was the voice actor. She was the actual actors. And all I was doing is directing her. But she was the whole film. I mean, it's all on her shoulders, what she did for Under the Cotton Tree and how she brought it to life. I showed her pictures of, and she's a girl from St. Louis. And I said, here is a sunset in New Mexico. And that was her color palette. And she did a fabulous job. So is that answering the question? I guess that's where Hollywood chimed in with Under the Cottonwood Tree and put its 2 cents on it, I guess.
Absolutely. And I want to give Carlos a chance, but I want to add a layer of complexity to this, and starting with Carlos. And I want to make sure we get to this question, because believe it or not, we are running out of time quickly. And I want to also get to a couple of the audience questions at least. And that is just this idea of developing your story when you have to deal with gatekeepers. So how does one work with gatekeepers to make sure that your stories reflect children's stories, right? The kids' stories, but also what you're trying to bring in to the story that you feel is really important. Carlos?
Well, we wanted to keep our story authentic. So we didn't want anybody to manipulate it in any way. So that's why we went the route we went, and we kept it. And
Yeah, because we could have been over edited by
yes,
someone.
we could have. If there was a certain gatekeeper said, no, I want you to change this. I want to change that. So no, we want, and that might answer one of. I'm looking at Cayetano. That might answer his question because he's asking a question about that. But yeah, we wanted to keep it authentic, and we wanted to capture a place and a time. Kind of, yeah.
Like I'm sorry, like Cathy was saying, it's regional centric, and if someone is telling someone in New York is maybe talking to us, and they're like, I don't know what
Yes.
a la maquinas mean. I'm like, well, we do, so we're making it authentic.
Yes.
And to answer Randy Barron's question, a lot of times we consulted this book. We consulted this book for the regional Spanish, and we consulted Nazario Garcia. He's awesome. Yes. And people like my dad, and he's 85, and we'd say, did you say this word when you were a kid? And he'd say, oh yeah, the nuns would get upset at me if I said that word. It would be like little Spanish swear words.
I wanted to chime in here because, in fact, Randy Barron, in fact, I want to give a shout out to Randy and his wife, Kathleen, because I lived in Las Vegas forever and ever, and I remember it. Hey, Randy. So anyway, he's asking about the dialect. Here's an example of the New Mexico dialect. There's a word out there called sapo. And everybody knows sapo means toad. It's a toad. Here, growing up as a kid in New Mexico, I always thought the word sapo meant lucky. And it was because I'd be playing basketball, I shoot a shot, I'd make the shot, and he sapoed out. I didn't know it meant toad. And so somebody said, so for some reason, the word sapo derived in the dialect of northern New Mexico meant something different than what it actually means. So but we have a lot of different dialect in northern Mexico, southern Colorado, that's different from any other region of Spanish throughout the world.
Yep.
Great. And I want to give Cathy a chance to answer the gatekeeper question. So how do you navigate that?
Well, I'm a librarian, so that profession has given me some insight into how to, and I think a lot of it is you have to game the publishing companies or the, film Hollywood, and also going into publishing, realizing that as soon as you get a publishing deal, it's not just your book, it's also theirs, or the same as selling a Hollywood script. And that means other people have investments in it. And sometimes people have more knowledge than you. So I would figure out ways like if I'm writing a kid's book and you want schools and libraries to buy it, figure out what they need. Like write your book to the age level of kids where they also study things. So for example, the science in Lowriders is all science that connects with 4th and 5th grade, where the book is set, so that teachers can justify buying a comic book and putting it in the curriculum. You got to get over those hurdles, because they can go, wow, we're teaching about outer space and kids will love this. So it also had to do with the reason I included a glossary in the Lowrider books, because I knew that the glossary aspect would attract teachers that, and I included things, not just Spanish English translation, but science terms and, all kinds of things that kids have questions about. So I think part of it is, trying to make the package a good package for the adults who control things, and then that way it'll reach the kids, hopefully. But it can be really frustrating, because the things you value most might be the things that they don't even see. So you also have to be willing to fight for it and to stand up for the things that that kids need to get.
Can I say something about what Paul and Carlos were saying about language, right? Like being important and how each region has its own, Spanish or Spanglish or, different things that we would say in Southern California, perhaps we don't say in Albuquerque, right? Or in Texas, right? So when I was writing photographic, and I wanted to show this page, right? They have translations. Oh my gosh, where was it? There were some things, and initially we had fought, and I got to keep que onda, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I got to keep que onda right there, which would be something that somebody says, right?
Sure,
Like a Chicano, que onda. But when it was being translated, a lot of the Chicanoisms, especially in that section, and that section focused on a series that Graciela Iturbide did on White Fence, which is an area in LA, but also like a gang in LA. So it would be a lot of like slang and from a certain time, from California. But when it was translated, the people doing the translating were like from Spain.
Oh, yeah.
And so those slang words and that Spanish was now seen as like, no, that's not real. Like we need to fix it. Right?
Probably because it's not proper, right? It's
not proper.
Yeah.
And there's no such thing. And I know I'm going to make people angry when I say this, but there's no such thing as proper Spanish or proper English, right? Like there is no real language is language, and it changes and it evolves and it's not stagnant, and it does what it needs to do for people to understand each other.
Sure.
And so, so when editors like take those things, whether it's moving a story from the Midwest to New York to fit what they need, or changing language because they think it's not proper, it really takes away from the story and takes away from us, I think, in a way.
Yeah.
Well, and also like we ran into that with lowriders. It's like we're trying to reach a certain culture and reflect that. And, I felt like we, both Spanish and English speakers, criticized it for being, like low Spanish or slang instead of proper Spanish. And I'm like, proper Spanish would ruin the whole book.
No kidding.
It's not what we're aiming for. So I was sort of surprised that like on Goodreads, we would get complaints from sort of teacherly people like, why I would never give this this book to a kid in school. And yet the whole point of the book was for kids to see themselves.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And that just breaks my heart to hear that sort of thing. And unfortunately, we are just about at the end of our time.
Oh, okay.
I cannot believe how fast this went. And this panel is so self-propelling. I feel like I did virtually nothing. But I want to give you all a chance to two things, to give us your brief final thought and then tell us where we can find your work. Let's start with Paul.
I want to give a shout out really quick to a school in Santa Fe called E.J. Martinez Santa Fe, and they are doing an expedition called Magic in the Mountains, Healing Arts of New Mexico. And the kids are reading Bless Me Ultima right along with Under the Cottonwood Tree. So I just want to say thank you, E.J. Martinez, because that is awesome that it's being taught in that school. And of course, in Modesto, thank you so much for being taught there, because it's an older group of kids that are getting to learn that. So I'm just, thank you so much. Thank you, Cathy. Thank you, Isabel. Thank you, Carlos. You still owe me money. And you can grab the book at utcbook.com or underthecottonwoodtree.com. And again, we didn't have any editors. Actually, a shout out to Aaron Taylor, our one of our editors. Well, he worked with us in the language as well as Nasaria Garcia. But I was gonna say, there were no gatekeepers. We opened the gates up for ourselves. So if you want to go to the book, to the website, I'm running too long. Thanks.
I want to say thank you to Paul for doing something extraordinary that I have mentioned in other spaces, and that is to make this book available. So you can buy a hard copy, you can buy not a hard copy, you can buy the hardback, you can buy a paperback, but you can also buy the PDF. And that makes it so much more accessible for my students who sometimes they don't have the funds to buy the books at the beginning of the semester. So they have to wait a little bit, or sometimes they're just students and they procrastinate. And so it's very nice for them to be able to access it right away, right before they have to read it. So thank you so much for that.
I hope they like it.
Carlos, what would you like to end with?
I would just like to end that I appreciate this Zoom because I get to meet people that Paul talks about. Paul talks about yourself, Ms. Rojas and Isabel, and now I get to meet you guys here in New Mexico. One of these days, I want to go travel around and meet you guys. And
Got to bring you to Modesto.
I'll go to Modesto. We have an uncle that lives a little further north.
Santa Rosa.
The Santa Rosa, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I like Isabel. If I had an opportunity to pick her brain, because I'm working, my daughter and I are working on it's called Marisol's Monsters, and it's capturing a love story between Marisol and her monsters. But that's what we're working on, and that's because I saw her books. And Cathy, I was looking forward to meeting you at the Hispanic Culture Center, but then COVID just. Now I was gonna take you to Española and say, hey, let's go, vamos para la Española.
Can we make a rain date? I mean, I know it never rains in New Mexico,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
it is one of my lifetime goals to go there. So
yes, we can.
I
Travel around
also,
North New
I
Mexico.
might have to come take care of cows because we use piñons in Arab food all the time.
Oh, okay, awesome.
But they're very expensive up north.
Well,
So
we'll take a tour up north. We'll even stop at Tecolote and say hi to Randy there. No,
that's perfect.
Cathy, your final thoughts?
Yeah, I'm really touched that everybody showed up, and I'm so grateful to have been invited into the Latinx community. I sometimes when I think of what Lowriders in Space did, it made me these wonderful lifelong friends and talented friends too. And I'll say that the next Lowriders comes out in spring 22. It got pushed forward because of COVID. It's called Lowriders to the Rescue. And then I also have a picture book, Arab all year long, that's just about things that kids in the Arab diaspora do. So hopefully next spring I'll be out at some book festivals and traveling again, and we can all hang out in in the sands of Modesto.
The sands of Modesto. Isabel, your final thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to say, Cathy, I have been to the Hispanic Cultural Center, so
You got
it was a very short visit, because they were about to close, and so I had to do like a quick run through. But New Mexico, very beautiful. Albuquerque, very beautiful. I just want to say thank you for having me, and it was a great conversation with everyone. And I just want to reiterate, to, if you're a writer out there, illustrator, to tell your story, that your story, right? Don't try to make it something that you think that someone else is going to make, or that'll make you popular, or something that's trendy, right? Like, do your story, stay true to yourself. I don't know, I think the is authentic sometimes is a weird word for me, but I think be honest, right? Be honest with your work. And I do have some work coming out. I have next year, I believe. I sold a trilogy of middle grade books, Martinez Paranormal Services, and they're about a little girl named Penelope Martinez, whose parents are paranormal researchers, and she would like to go on ghost hunts with them, but she's too young, so she tries to find her own ghosts to prove to her parents that she can indeed go with them, and she finds a lot more than she bargained for. And it's there are stories based on Mexican folklore stories that I heard growing up around the table from my parents, from my grandparents, from friends and family. And so I really asked myself, what if all of these stories were true? What if all of these monsters, all of these creatures were real? And that's what that series is about.
Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. I cannot wait to, first of all, to have our discussion with Paul and with Carlos and about Under the Cottonwood Tree, but also to read more of your work that's coming out. And thank you for being here. Thank you so much. I'm going to say goodbye. We're going to bring in our next panel, Latina Superhero, The Rise of Latina Superheroes, Have an awesome day. I hope you'll have a chance to watch the rest of the program.
Cool, for sure.
Thank
Thanks, guys.
you. Bye-bye.
Thank
Sure.
you. Bye.
Dr. Rojas, that went pretty good.
That was fantastic.
That was great. Do you want me to let in the next people?
Yes, please. We're going to go ahead and let our next group of folks in and welcome everyone. We have a few minutes, just a few minutes in between. We are live on YouTube right now, so folks are watching the offboarding and the onboarding process, and we have a few minutes to just get situated and get everybody here. I'm very excited to meet some new faces. Nelly, Amanda, Kayden, it's great to see you. Maxi, great to see you as well. And of course, Barbara. Barbara's a member of our advisory, so it's just lovely to see everyone. Folks are excited about this upcoming panel. I cannot wait. So as a reminder, in case you haven't been following along quite yet, we have our chat is live on YouTube. We will poll from there, poll questions. Of course, some folks are following along at home on YouTube. So if you want to answer questions as you see them, but we will pull them for you and put them in the chat here. And we'll also try to create links to things that you mentioned. We'll share your social on the YouTube as well. If you need to share anything, you have permission to screen share. So you have the total illusion of power going on here. And I will announce the panel. We've got 4 minutes till we begin the panel. And where's everyone chiming in from? Where's everyone broadcasting from?
I'm from Los Angeles, from East LA.
Awesome. Others?
You know where I am, Theresa.
But the rest of the world doesn't know.
That's true. I'm in North Hollywood, California.
North Hollywood, great. How about Nelly? Oh, you're muted. You're muted. We can't hear you. You'd think we'd know by now. I taught like 3 or 4 minutes of class the other day muted, and I went, why isn't anyone reacting? Oh,
No, I was just playing with you all.
yeah, just kidding.
Just kidding. I'm live from Austin, Texas.
Awesome. Texas
Hey.
in the house. How about Amanda?
I'm in Laguna Beach, California.
Fabulous. And Maxi?
I'm actually in Norwalk, California.
Awesome. Lots of California folks, Texas. We are well represented at this festival geographically. Does anyone have any questions for me before we get started? We've got a couple minutes. No questions?
Just one question for you really quickly.
Yeah.
You know, if there's something that we would like to see, is there somebody else that can pull up like some stats or info, just like in other, you know, YouTube podcasts and things like that?
So if you
I can probably run
something,
things down.
yeah, so you can mention something. Luke will put that into the chat. He can look that up for you.
Yeah,
and
great.
then any one of you, I will pop out. So once I do the announcement, I'm going to hand over the moderating, and I'll pop out. You won't see me, but I will still be here.
Okay.
I'm here for
We may
you.
need.
I'm here for you. So you just let me know if you need something. Yeah, and you have permissions that, like I said, to screen share. So we are going to get ready. We are just less than a minute away. And let me make sure. Okay. And Amanda, how do you say your middle name?
Julina.
Julina. Great. All right. We are ready. All right, everyone, welcome back to the Latinx Comic Arts Festival. We are here streaming live directly to YouTube. We are in day 2 of the festival. I'm Dr. Theresa Rojas, and I am a professor of English and professor of ethnic studies at Modesto Junior College, where the physical festival takes place. The Latinx Comic Arts Festival is a celebration of Latinx comic arts creators. And I am super excited to have this panel as our 12 o'clock panel, Rise of the Latina Superhero. The public has spoken. In the expanding universe of superheroes, Latina superheroes are on the minds of all. This panel discusses potential futures and implications of the rise of the Latina superheroes, addressing such questions as, where are they? How will they look? What are their powers? And most importantly, when will they be here? So the time is now, and I want to welcome our panelists, Nelly Castillo, Kayden Phoenix, Amanda Julina Gonzalez, Barbra Dillon, and Maxi Rodriguez. You have the reins, Nelly.
Thank you so much, Theresa. I mean, I'm so proud, you know, of it. It's, I think, my third time. And as I dive into these conversations and the comic world, I just get even more excited. So I hope you guys are excited too.
Welcome.
We're expecting questions from the audience. And let me introduce this fantastic, badass panel. Hi, ladies. Let's start here. Let me get to my notes. Here we go. So raise your hands just so people can say, hey. Kayden Phoenix is the founder of Phoenix Studios and creator and writer of Latina superhero series, A La Brava. She aims to create a superhero mindset in every marginalized individual, regardless of age, demographic, socioeconomic class, etc. So, hi.
Hi, thank you so much.
Thank you, Kayden, for inviting me. Next, we have Miss Amanda Julina Gonzalez. She's the illustrator of Jalisco, Latina Superhero, an animator and voiceover artist originally from New Mexico. Beyond her comic world with Jalisco and Ruca, she has worked on several indie projects, including Magical Girl Friendship Squad, The Boarding House Reach, and she was recently hired onto development team at Wicked Saints Studio. Hi, Amanda. Next, we have Maxi Rodriguez, which, by the way, personal note, I trip because my daughter's name is Maxine and I call her Maxi. Maxi Rodriguez is a plus-size Latina who is professional self-published cartoonist, currently residing in the small town of Norwalk, California. Shout out. Her works include Chronicles of a Chubby Bunny, Plus Size Girl Magic, Brown Girl Awkwardness, and Chibi Bunny's Rules of Boundaries. Maxi currently has 2 degrees, a BA in graphic design from CSU Dominguez Hills, and a MFA in comics from California College of the Arts. My Spanish gets in the way sometimes. When not working on comics or art, she's either being smothered by her 3 dogs or trying to revise Chubby Bunny's in, bunny suit that we're going to be talking about pretty soon. Hi. Next, we have Barbra Dillon, who is the co-founder and editor-in-chief of Fanbase Press, an Eisner Award-nominated publishing company that seeks to produce new and distinctive works that give voice to the themes, ideals, and people that make geekdom so exceptional. She's also a director of marketing operations for Gemelli Biotech, as well as voiceover actress with credits including The Katniss Chronicles and Pendant Audio's Phantom Canyon for the role of Clara. Hi.
Hey, Nelly, great to chat with you.
Great to see you guys. So again, we're here at it. The rise of the Latina superhero. Where are they? What do they look like, right? And I'm assuming, and I'm going to take the role of the people who are getting to know about the Latina superhero and who want to dive themselves into this world, right? And also want to support. So perhaps, Kayden, can you tell us a little bit about the rise of the Latina superhero at this time?
I will speak in regards to in my universe. I have 5 Latino superheroes. The third one comes out next month out of the 5 because they believe they are in their own universe, their team. So Jalisco came out first. She's my she fights femicide. She's from Mexico. The blades come out of her dress. So that is her superhero skill, not necessarily power, but that is her skill. She's highly skilled. And then I have my next one, sorry, is Santa. She has divine strength. She's from the border town of Texas. We call it Wexo. And same thing, she has divine strength. That one came out last year. And then the new one that's coming out is Loquita. She's my supernatural crime fighter. And so that one's really fun. She's my youngest. She sees the supernatural, and she also has powers where she touches somebody else and they can also see it as well, the supernatural. So ghosts, demons, ghouls, literally everything within that world. And she's a fighter. She's also a brawler, just like Santa.
So Kayden, how in your experience, which was the first character that you came up with?
With Jalisco, yeah. Jalisco.
Why was that?
It was really easy. I was thinking about all 5 at the same time, honestly. And so the first one that I thought it was pretty much Jalisco because it's my mom, right? Like you think of who's your superhero growing up, you know, for me, it was my mom. What did my mom do? She danced folklorico. So I just made a superhero that danced folklorico. And that was like, okay, that was like the very easy, like, okay, now what is her skill or power? I was like, okay, she danced folklorico, and like that is just aesthetically pleasing in itself. So why don't we just add blades to the end of it? So it's just like same thing. It's just a little bit more macabre now, but it's very pretty to see. In my head, it's very, very pretty to see. And then she can go like that and they shoot out as well. So that was my easiest one because it was based on my mom, right? You always look in your past.
Yeah. So it was an impression that your mom made on her artistic endeavors as well, right? Because she was a ballet folklorico dancer. And for people that may not be very familiar with our culture, we use these big skirts, right? That they flop into the wind and it's just stunning.
Like
yeah.
Exactly. That's my little custom doll that my friend made me because I'm Barbie obsessed. But there's no blades on this one, but it's very pretty, and it's actually just extra costume that she made for me. So I use it as my reference.
Perfect. So I'd like to, and just like kind of segueing into like the look, right? Because Kayden was inspired by her mom, the beautiful dress, I haven't had a chance and, I don't know physically how your mom looked, right? But the internal fight that sometimes Latinas we have is that body image and look of a Latina. What does a Latina look like? Does that look like Jennifer Lopez all the time? Right? So, so Maxi, since your comic is so body inclusive, right? I want you to talk about your experience on representing that character and kind of like tapping into all those different types of Latinas out there, Latinx people as well.
So basically my character, Chubby Bunny, she's actually the creation of the main character, Artist. And Artist is the one who actually is going through depression, anxiety, and she just recently developed imposter syndrome. And, we think of mental health, we think of, all that. And unfortunately in the story, she gets bullied by them. They take physical manifestations. They bully her. They tell her she's worthless. They make fun of her weight. They make fun of her skills because all she wants to do is draw and just be herself. Like even though she has a boyfriend, Handsome Stallion, he tells her you're beautiful, you're talented, but because of those bullies, to her, it's not enough. So here comes Chubby Bunny, which is this superhero she created herself. And it's actually the voice in her head that just tells her, screw them. You're awesome. You're talented. You're beautiful. And oftentimes I actually draw her. I'm going to try to keep my language child friendly, whooping their butts. She'll zap them. She'll dress up as different superheroes that Artist likes, like Wonder Woman, She-Ra, who else? Red Sonja. I've actually drawn her like that. And when she dresses up like them, she'll take on their powers. But sometimes she'll have her own costume. and she'll just beat the heck out of them. And I guess it just represents how, like, mental health, when you go through that kind of stuff, you tend to have self-doubt of yourself. But then there's that inner voice, which Chubby Bunny represents, that tells you, no, you're awesome.
Yeah, that's amazing. And thank you very much for sharing your work with me. I have to say that if you can tell us a little bit about those two mental health issues that you gave body and voice to.
So the three bullies, I'm gonna call them the three bullies, is depression, anxiety, and imposter syndrome. So at first it started with depression and anxiety, how they're telling her she's worthless. They always make her feel bad about herself. And majority of the time, because she just feels so bad, she'll just wrap herself up in a blanket and just be like, fine, I'm never coming out. I'm staying here forever. And then later on, when she started getting more popular, I added imposter syndrome. That's telling her, oh, you're worthless, you're a fraud, you're not a real artist. Oh, yeah, that fat bunny you draw, she's not even that cool. And it's actually based on my life experiences. Because I'm dealing with depression, anxiety. And when I got my MFA in comics, I developed imposter syndrome, and I'm like, ah. So Chubby Bunny's kind of just like that voice inside of me that tells me, no, you're cool. Keep at it. Keep going. Don't listen to them. And as for you guys, if y'all don't shut up when I use this sword and possibly this club.
No, amazing. And it's so cute. Your characters are so cute. It's just adorable. And in a very nice way also to tackle something that, unfortunately, because of the times that we're living, and I don't want to say the COVID, but a lot of people are dealing with that. So perhaps, what you're telling us is like, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's a way for you to direct that artistic need, right? And transforming it into, well, something so positive and something that people can relate to. So that's awesome. And I want to also tap into Barbara's opinion about, how important it is for the general public, or how do you reach that mainstream media? Like here we have Kayden, we have Amanda, we have Maxi. So through your work and fan-based press and also Quince, tell us how you can just channel into more eyes, because for me personally, as a co-founder of Vendetta, I wish I had been more exposed to these creators prior to. I would have invested my money differently.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No,
yeah,
that's a great question, Nelly. And I think, and funny enough, it brings me back to one of your initial questions, which was, where are the Latina superheroes? And the funny thing is, they're there. They've been there. As you can see from all of the amazing creators on this panel, there are new characters being created all the time. And although we do see examples of mainstream Latina characters or Latina superheroes. You get America Chavez with Marvel Comics. Coming up on the Disney Channel is going to be a TV series called Ultraviolet and Blue Demon, which is going to be, I think, the first TV Latina superhero. But they're definitely there. It's just that often the case is that, like the creators on this panel, the iterations of Latina superheroes are from independent creators. So oftentimes independent creators, maybe folks who either may be doing this full time if they're lucky, but often are balancing other jobs in order to facilitate and pay for their ability to get their creations into the world. So they don't always have access to really big media outlets. They don't have access to large viewership. So they're often pounding the pavement to get the word out. But it's through wonderful events like the Latinx Comics Arts Festival and through different independent review sites that folks can really get the word out. Another way is through submitting to awards. Quince, which is the book published by Fanbase Press about a young Latina who gets superpowers on her quinceañera, but she only has them for the year she's 15. We were very fortunate to submit to a number of awards like the Eisner Awards. We actually just found out that we were a finalist for the 2020 Forward Review Book Awards. So we're super excited about that. But that's a really great opportunity to get your creations out there to folks that you might not otherwise have access to. And a lot of times that may be libraries, that may be schools. And so you're reaching different demographics, which is really important because we need to provide access to not only great creations like Jalisco and to Chubby Bunny and other characters like that, but we need to be able to provide a link or break down barriers to the wonderful creators that you're seeing on this panel as well.
Thank you. It makes sense. There may be some similarities with the film industry, right? Festivals could potentially be a route for people to find you. I do feel that now, I might be wrong, but you guys tell me, in the social media world, where you can easily hashtag Latina comic, right? Latinx comic creator. I just, it's, and I'm to blame for the same fault. How is it that we just don't support them a bit more? So can anybody chime into this? Is there still lack of support into the Latinx and Latina comic world?
I would definitely be interested to hear what Kayden says, especially because I know that she's very social media savvy. But I think that there's just a lot of times there are algorithms with different platforms that prevent you from being able to reach a larger audience. You know, you may have amassed a great number of Facebook followers for if you have like say a Quince or a Jalisco page, but because of the algorithms, it kind of works against you, and not everyone that likes your page is seeing your posts. So sometimes it's really hard as well to get people to take a chance on new creations that they're not familiar with. You know, they may know an America Chavez or they may know a Supergirl, but they may not know Lupe from Quince or Jalisco. You know, it's just a bit of a barrier.
Also, it's like business-wise, it's frequency and reach, right? So my reach, my post gets 1,000 people, right? Whereas Marvel's post gets 5 million people. Huge difference, right? And it's just one single post. And like hashtags, yes, they do work to an extent, but I can't hashtag Marvel. You know, I hashtag like you said, those are great hashtags, but who's looking at those hashtags, right? The people within the like minds, like our like minds, great. But it is frequency. So how many times they see it in the reach. So I'm not in every comic book store within the whole United States, within the whole world. Absolutely not. But Marvel is, DC is, right? And that's the difference. You know, we do the best we can within our parameter, within our little microcosm. Absolutely. And then, like you said, it's eyes. So like Fanbase Press does really good reviews. They shout out crowdfunding. They do really great stuff because that's new eyes. You know, when somebody repost my Kickstarter, that same thing, or my website, right? It's new eyes because that's reach, right? Because that's their circles as well. So, same thing. We are working in regards to the bigger people. We are being looked at slowly but surely. Like I can say that. We do have a lot to go, but like Superman came like in the 30s, right? Or Batman was in the 1930s. Like I started 2 years ago. And so that's also the big difference. That same thing. That's eyes, right? That's the reach and the frequency. So there's lots of factors. I do know it is getting better from my experience, or my personal experience.
Okay, great. We have a couple. Thank you so much, Kayden. I think it is definitely eye-opening. I'm a little bit anxious. I'm like, where's Marvel? Where's DC? Like, come on, you guys. There's a bunch of executives that could use some of their time and take a look at this panel, and just let's just start the conversation. It doesn't take. We've seen other things that have zero quality being developed. So I'm just wondering, there's a huge disconnect, and we've talked about this before. I think Black Panther, for me personally, and because I come from Mexico, where we are a little bit mixed with Afro-Mexican, so to me, it's the visibility. It's a visibility. And then after the visibility, there comes the, you know, more of an understanding and acceptance of the culture. Because to be honest, some people might hear the name Lupe and they're like, oh, that's a woman's name, but it can be a man's name. So, you know, it's just kind of like telling people, show you, here it is, you know, it definitely, I think there could be something that we could follow in that regard, but that's another conversation. I wanted to tap into that, but I also want to throw it in there. And Amanda, when we talk about the familiarity of the regular superheroes, right? So when you say a female superhero to the general audience, what do you guys think? Maybe they think Wonder Woman, right? Supergirl. So in your opinion, Amanda, what do you think, what do you play with when you're kind of like adding artistically to a character that Kayden created or wants to develop?
Yeah, this is something I think about a lot as an artist, of course. And I think kind of what it always boils down to for me, something I think a lot about is that authenticity comes from specificity. So like Kayden saying that Jalisco comes from her experiences watching her mom dance. I really connected when Kayden first reached out to me because I also feel very kindred in that I watched my sister dance and I watched my grandmother dance, and that's where I get that from as well. So it just felt so wonderful to see that and to jump on it and be like, I can add, you know, my memories to this and add something that feels, you know, authentic to me. Because I grew up in New Mexico watching both Folklorico and Flamenco, which is close to me too. And so it's really lovely having kind of that sort of ability to insert yourself. And I think that that's part of it is so important, is as creators, we take what's familiar to us. And I think it's important for us to feel comfortable saying, this is my experience, and it doesn't have to be for everyone, because that's the point. If you're trying to appeal to a diverse audience by saying, oh, all Latinx people are like this, it's not going to do well. It's not going to reach, and it's not going to feel authentic, and it's not going to feel real. So when designing characters and coming up with their superpowers and coming up with what feels, you know, authentic, it's kind of reaching into what of those characters you feel familiar with and what you can add from your own experiences that I think really gives it, you know, a really solid foundation of saying like, this is a character, but this is a real person that I'm creating, and I'm adding myself to that.
And just to throw in another question to you, Amanda. Do you try to please yourself when you're like, oh, this is exactly what I love, and then you go back to Kayden and you guys have to kind of like creatively wrestle a little bit? I'm just trying to figure out how it works.
Our creative process is fun. I love working with Kayden because we both have strong opinions on things, and we both listen to each other and we just hash it out, and we'll sit there with like pencil and paper and be like, oh, it could be this, oh, it could be this. I mean, it's just such a fun process because we both have, I think, especially we have different experiences because I'm from New Mexico and, you know, Kayden's from East LA and Boyle Heights. So it's definitely like kind of in the same sense, like you always hear, oh, Mexican food changes every 50 miles or something. It's like in the same way where we have similar experiences, but different. So even just in terms of like, gosh, I'm always happy to add like, maybe just even in the sense of dance, like I love to add things like maybe a little flamenco flair, and that's very Spanish, but for New Mexico, that's like, it's so ingrained, you can't really pull them apart. Whereas, you know, that's a different experience in East LA. So it's really just finding a balance of what that means to both of us. And it's just such a fun process going between it because I feel like I've learned so much from working with Kayden, and I think that, you know, I help broaden her perspective sometimes too. And we just kind of have been embarking on a journey of like, what does Latina mean? And the answer is it can be so many things.
I think I'm just gonna throw in my my 2 cents. I'm from Veracruz, Mexico, so the Spaniards arrived to Mexico and colonized Mexico through Veracruz. So Veracruz is Veracruz, Mexico, and we sometimes eat the S, we say Veracruz. We have a population of Afro, citizens. So we even have a town called Yanga, which is mostly a Black community. So then, and adding to the richness, we see the influence on our own folkloric outfit of the Spanish outfit, right? And some of the elements of the African culture as well. Even like the way we consume our music. Like, for example, there's a salsa festival in Veracruz. So I personally, for me, sometimes I even feel a little bit more, kind of like comfortable with Cuban, Puerto Ricans because of the amount of salsa, tropical music that we listen in Veracruz. And in fact, we have a reggaeton radio station. So it's so rich. I guess my conclusion from hearing you guys, it's not, Latinos are not a monolith, right? And we also have to kind of like forgive ourselves in so many things. For example, I used to want to have straight hair, just like you, Kayden, and Maxi, and Amanda, and I used to straighten my hair, and finally now I'm embracing my curls. It's like, okay, this is my Afro hair, so I'm just gonna be, myself. But for me to be able to compete as an actress or a host in the general market, let's say, I had to look a little bit more Mexican. Does that make sense? So it's a process it's a fight that we also have within ourselves, I have to say. So
just to add on to that, that's so interesting because I actually ran into, this is something I've been thinking a lot about because, we talk about representation and we talk about seeing ourselves in the media and how important that is. I'm a voice actress and I got tagged in a casting call the other day and I looked at it and it was asking for people who are of minority descent, and they had a couple different listed, and they had, they said Hispanic descent, and that was why I was tagged. And I looked at it and it said, do not audition for this with an American accent. And it made me, I paused and I thought, well, I'm Hispanic, but I'm Mexican American. So the question is always, where do you fit? And kind of when I was looking at that and I talked to a few friends about it, sort of, I think what I concluded from that was that sometimes it feels like you have to sound like what people think Mexicans sound like, or Cubans sound like, or, Puerto Ricans sound like. And I think that that's something that we also run into a lot as Latinas trying to make our way and navigate through the media. And so the fact that you said that, I was like, I literally just ran into that.
I'm a fighter, which is why Amanda and I always fight. I'm much more on the political, I will fight side. And she's like, no, calm down. This is children's YA. And also that we go in that sense. So I don't buy into the whole, you should do what our colonizers are telling us to do. I like your curly hair, keep it curly. If you want to, but if you want to straighten it, cool, straighten it, good for you. But same thing like that, like that's just racism. They should have just said immigrants, to be honest with you, as opposed to Hispanic, oh, but you have to have an accent, like, whatever. But that's me, obviously, because we're Chicanas, like, so we obviously are from here, and a lot of people are from here. Most of us are from here. So that's me on my, I'm very hardcore fighter. I don't buy into that stuff. If somebody wants to do it, cool. If you don't, that's fine too.
Great. Let me go through a couple of questions, guys, because I see all these questions here. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Okay, so we have the websites, and they're talking about Jessica Cruz, Green Lantern. Can somebody tell us about her?
So this is another Latina character who, and correct me if I'm wrong, but has been cast and will be appearing in one of the DC universe shows coming up, I think next year, but I think the casting just happened earlier this year.
So would it be I don't know if you guys know, but maybe we can get the gist on it and the little gossipy side on it. But did they cast that role kind of like in a general market setting, or was it more in a Latinx culturally based setting? I'm just asking out there. Let's see if we get an answer. Let me go through these questions. So Christine asks, for us as fans, is there some kind of formal process of asking for these books for our libraries?
So you can actually ask for it in the books. I've tried pitching my book to libraries, and you can actually do that as well. So if you have a library card and you go online, you put in your library card. So obviously I'm LA, and they took it. But you can literally say request a book, and most of them ask for your address and the library card sometimes as well, like your number. And then you can put in the UPC code or like the barcode, and obviously the name of the title as well. So yes, you absolutely can, and please do on all of them.
Okay, and what about online libraries?
Absolutely. There's actually, so anyone, just like Kayden said, anyone with a library card all across the US and soon to be internationally has access to Hoopla Digital, which is what libraries all across the country use for their digital content. And that's not just comics, but books, audio content, video, etc. So if you are looking to get new content, obviously we're all quarantining right now. So if you would like to do so digitally, you can just go through your library's website and look for Hoopla and access everything there. And actually all of Fanbase Press's books, including Quince in both English and Spanish, are available via Hoopla as well.
Got it. Usually, what would be the cost of a physical copy of a comic book, would you say, from your creations?
That can range quite a bit. For our digital comics, we like to keep them rather low. If it's a single issue, it can be 99 cents. For some of our print books, Quince is a 15-issue series. So we collect all 15 issues into one softcover trade paperback. That's $19.99 physically. We also just put out the oversized hardcover, which you can actually see right here behind me. This is, I'll pull it out for visual aid. This is actually $39.99 because it's a, yeah, so this is a huge hardcover, oversized, bigger than the original book. But what's wonderful about it is it's the entire series in English and in Spanish. So you just flip it over and you get both versions of the series. But Kayden and Amanda and Maxi can tell you, all different creators charge all different things. And I think the biggest thing is that we try to do so in a way that's thoughtful to the user experience and the customer experience so that it can be more accessible financially to everyone that wants it.
Barbara, while you have Quince on your hands, tell us a little bit about her. And your involvement, your work into this piece.
Sure, absolutely. So Quince was brought to us by Sebastian Kadlicek, who we had worked with previously on a series called Penguins versus Possums. But this is based on his family and his heritage. He had gone to countless quinceañeras with his nieces and was seeing them very excitedly on a very, stressful day going through your quinceañera. But he wanted to provide his nieces with a superhero that looked like them, both outside of the mask as well as under the mask. So thus Quince was born. And as I said earlier, it's about Lupe, who gets superpowers at her quinceañera, but only for the year she's 15. And what's wonderful about it is, very much like Maxi was saying, I think it's important that all of the creative team, and especially artist Emma Steinkeller, were very mindful of portraying Latinx characters as the myriad of individuals and wonderful individuals that they are. Like Amanda was saying, specificity is often going to be authenticity in your characters. So even within the same family, you'll have different skin tones, you'll have different body types. And it's important that we show positive examples of this for readers so that they can see themselves in it. I think sometimes the hard thing is that when we only have a Marvel or a DC and they're the only people bringing, one single character to life, that one single character can't be the Latinx experience for all Latinx individuals throughout the world, which is why we need more characters and more creations by all of the talented people on this panel to get out there so that we're getting the diversity and the celebration of individuality as well.
So it's like the richness of diversity within diversity, right? You can just not think of like, oh my God, Latina is just like, and she's a great actress and comedian, Sofia Vergara, and she has to speak like this. And good morning, I see the value on like, and the comedic contribution, right? But you have to look at the nuances and also see like, okay, wait a minute. We have to keep on creating characters ourselves and just so they can represent more people, right? Okay, let me go through these questions. Hold on, you guys, we're just getting on it. So there's a comment here, Latinx people are 20% of the population. I'm thinking this is US.
US.
And between 2010 and 2020, 50% of American population is going to be Latinx. That is just huge. Gary and CG from the chat wants to ask Amanda, who are your influences, Amanda? I think you tapped into that.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, influences personally. Something really funny happened as soon as I left New Mexico, which was I didn't really have an artistic voice. And as soon as I got to California to go to school to study animation, suddenly all of my stories started being about New Mexico. And I really found my artistic voice through that. So inspirationally, I think that I get a lot of, I tend to go back to my roots. I tend to go back to my family, my sister, my grandmother, my parents. So on the one hand, that is a really big thing. And then I think also, artistically, there are just so many amazing creators. And I think I recently just watched a show called City of Ghosts. It's on Netflix. It just dropped a few days ago. And the creator, Elizabeth Ito, she is, she's a showrunner who's an Asian woman. And being like already seeing more female showrunners is amazing. And she made essentially a love letter to LA that it's soft. It keeps getting described as this soft show, and it shows that it doesn't have to be hard or intense. Like she has all this representation, and she has Latinx characters, and she has Native American characters, and she has Asian characters from all over. And so that's kind of like it was so inspiring to me. I watched it like 3 times in a row. So I guess that's something I'm thinking of right now, just is like right on my brain. Just people like amazing female showrunners. And then, you've got like Noelle Stevenson, you got Rebecca Sugar. Those are all always like, I'm always thinking about them.
What's the name of the show again?
City of Ghosts. It's on Netflix, and I think it was just absolutely wonderful. I'd really recommend giving it a go. And the fact that it was made by a female showrunner who really wanted to represent people, like she cast people who had the accents already, and I think that that's also amazing, because what it comes down to at the end of the day is that the identity of a person is not the joke. That can never be the joke. And I think that that's such an amazing way to kind of progress how diversity can look on the screen.
That is great. Let me go through another question. Thank you, Amanda, for that. So let's see. So Luke is commenting right now. This is pretty much exactly what Gloria Ansaldúa describes in her works. I'm not familiar with her work. Can anybody chime into her work? Anybody who has seen her work? No, I will do my research.
She's a writer.
She's a writer. Okay. Thank you. Kathleen Marisol Sweeney asks, question, building on Kayden's discussion of costuming earlier, I would love to hear more about how costuming Latina superheroes can push back against the stereotypes about Latinas produced by mainstream.
Is that me or Amanda? Either one is good. But so Jalisco, same thing. That was a Flocorico dress. And my mom had the black dress, which is Jalisco's dress. My mom also had the pink dress, which is the dress she started off with in Jalisco at the beginning. So I did base it on those dresses. Of course, Jalisco, there's variations just within the trajes. Like some of them have little stars on the skirt. Some of them don't. Same thing. There's little additions. And so side note, I was going to tell Nelly, I was actually originally going to do Veracruz because they have a prettier dress. because it's white with the apron, right? And they have las brujas, right? They have really cool dances, like, you know, with the candle, with the candle on the head. Like literally, it was fun. My grandma's from Jalisco, so obviously I had to, not I was forced, but I did choose Jalisco at the end of the day because my grandma is the Jalisco. And so that was my deciding factor. I went to the family stuff. So I just made it modern, honestly, because like we're not stuck in the past. We don't like, we have those stereotypes that we have to do this and we have to have this look and left and right, or like have this accent. And like, we literally don't. I talk like a Valley girl. I do not talk like a Latina. I literally Valley. And that's fine because I'm East LA, but whatever, I'm just Valley. And so I have no problems or qualms with being like, okay, we're different, we're modern, you know, we don't live in the past, we're not like rancheras, even though there are some, you know. So if you have the power to change, why wouldn't you change, you know? And that's always kind of the back of my mind, like Santa has a white hoodie. Why? Because kids wear hoodies. I wear hoodies all the time, you know, like it doesn't matter if you're Latino or not. It's just literally that is what you wear. We're American at the end of the day. You know, that's our nationality. That's what we're raised with. That's our Latinidad at the same time. Loquita was
to hop in on that too. Working on Ruga with Kayden. That's the comic book I'm working on personally. Ruga's from East LA, and Kayden found all of these really amazing like Instagrams and different websites where people gather old pictures of Latinas and Latinos from back in the day, taking, their high school pictures together. And it was interesting to me because I recognized some of that style and some of that look. The page is called like Veranas and Rugas, and I absolutely love looking through that for inspiration. And it was great for me to see because like it reminded me of like growing up watching my cousins, because I was growing up when I grew up in New Mexico, I was very I was like one of the only Latina kids around. But seeing like, oh, this kind of reminds me of how my cousins used to dress. And I used to think it was so cool. So like being able to kind of like do our research and add what feels modern and good and relatable, but also being like, people used to dress like this, and it looks so cool being able to add that and not making it a stereotype, but being like, really pulling from these references and just trying to make it feel real,
Absolutely. Look, I'm wearing my Chiapaneca embroidered blouse, proudly represent. My mom gets them all the time. Yeah, and sometimes I will wear my jarocha skirt, when I used to live in LA and just walk on Melrose, and people will be like, oh, it's a jarocha skirt. Yes, better believe it. It's nice and big and flowy. So we have about 10 minutes left. Maxi, tell us about Chubby Bunny, because I laughed so hard. I wanted to wear that bunny outfit. My husband will be proud of me. I don't know how we get it. Let me know. Can I buy it from you?
Well, going off with the costuming of Latina superhero, from my experience, Chubby Bunny isn't afraid to show her curves, aka her lonjas. So in the story, she can wear the most revealing outfit. She can wear the most conservative outfit, and she'll still look in the mirror and be like, man, I look good. Like, she gives no
F.
Yeah, she does not give a anything. I've drawn her as Wonder Woman, the new the DC movie version. I've drawn her as Red Sonja. I've even drawn her as Star Sapphire in the past, even as Green Lantern, because Green Lantern is my favorite superhero of all time. And it'll show her lonjas, and that's something I'm trying to get out, because as plus size women, we're told, why are you wearing that? That don't look good. And because of your shape. And I've had that experience where I try to dress nicely and someone will just tell me, that thing makes you look fatter than you already are. And depending on my mood, I'll either be like, fine, I'll go change, or the other part of me will be like, you, that's how I want.
Sometimes I have to add, sorry to interrupt you, Maxi, even in our own community, you're like, what the hell? Like, excuse me, like, are we supposed to support each other here, as women and fellow Latinx? people. So I think it's great the way you portray your character and how loving she is to herself. But also what I like particularly was how cute the relationship she has with her boyfriend.
Oh yeah. So Handsome Stallion, actually, the thing with him is he's this like super hunky, tall, muscular dude who did football and wrestling in high school. But behind closed doors, he's super feminine. He's super cute. His favorite color is pink. He likes facials, pedicures, manicures. He loves to cook. He's actually a great cook. And, it kind of, contrasts, you know, what a typical Latino or Latinx man should be. And he's actually based on my boyfriend. My boyfriend is, exactly how Handsome Stallion is. And I remember when I was creating the story, I asked him, would it be okay if he's exactly like you, or should I, change a few things? He's like, no, exactly how I am. The people must know that just because I'm a man doesn't mean I have no right to enjoy all this good feminine stuff. I'm like, very well, we will do that.
Oh, thank you, Maxi, for doing that, because that was just so cute and so empowering. And, I related because my husband and I, we're in a little, romance right now, I have to say. So we have a question for Maxi. Who have been your manga anime inspirations?
Ooh, how do you guys know I'm an otaku?
They know. We've been up all your Instagram, checking every photo. Oh yeah, girl.
Okay, so kind of an old school anime manga fan. So for all of you watching, my favorite animes are Fushigi Yuji, Yu Yu Hakusho, Sailor Moon. Yes, I love Sailor Moon. I've loved her since I was a child. Cells at Work. There's like so many, so I won't name all of them. For manga, it's Hanakimi, Boys Over Flowers. And I'm trying to remember which other ones, because I have like a huge also Seri Celestial Legend. That is my all-time favorite manga. I have the entire collection, and I have an entire bookshelf dedicated to a bunch of comics and mangas.
You have to post a ranking on Instagram so people know. You know what I'm saying? And we can see. Ladies, I think we're gonna start closing off this chat. It's been incredible, eye-opening. I'm learning so much from you guys. You guys are my teachers, so I appreciate that from you. And let's just close up with some comments. And what actionable ways can people and fans support you? And please leave your Instagram as well. And let's close it off. Kayden?
Well, thank you just for being here and even supporting the panel. Like, that's the whole thing, and that's also why I'm saying, like, it's changing. Like, Jalisco came out and like we got Long Beach panel, we got LA Comic Con, like we got Pasadena WonderCon, and now we have this one too. And so like it's moving, and I don't know if they existed before, but I'm sure they did. But now it's like everyone is kind of jumping on board, and like that's the whole thing. It's like your support just in that and in itself helps. Your repost of everybody else's stuff also helps. To find myself, my superheroes is Instagram is at Latina Superheroes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So then I'm going to do another repost once we wrap the YouTube video. And I added a little promotion on Instagram. So I'm going to be checking on Instagram and see how much they promote us. Amanda, how would you like to close this off?
Well, thanks so much for supporting us, like Kayden said, and keep an eye out for the rest of the Latina superhero universe. I'm working on Ruka, which is coming in the summer, and you can find me on Instagram and Twitter. All of my ads is Amanda Julina, Julina. Thank you.
Barbara?
Sure. So you can find Fanbase Press at fanbasepress.com. You can also find Quince through fanbasepress.com, or it has its own website. Just go to quincecomic.com. That's QUINCE comic.com. And Fanbase Press is on Instagram, as am I. You can find them at Fanbase Press, and we're on all of the other social media channels as well.
Thank you so much. Maxi, what would you like to say? Anything about your boyfriend again? Because I'm dying to know more.
So Handsome Sound is not here. But if I also do publish on Webtoons, so you guys are free to, you know, look up my Webtoons. I have a link to my Instagram and my website, I hope. But to all my people out there, I know this is a panel on the rise of the Latina superhero, but just know we're all our own superheroes. We all can like conquest all this negativity and all this stuff, and I'm trying to keep my language clean. You can find me at casudoproductions.com. So they have links to my shop on Ko-fi, if also you want to donate. Also to my Threadless shop, because I do have t-shirts with Chubby Bunny on it. I will get some Handsome Stanley shirts soon. And that's about it for now. Thank you.
Maxi, what about you said that you had some stickers and you had because you commented on my email. Do you have any other products for sale as well, just so people know?
I have art prints on sale as well. I do accept commissions at the moment. Let me see. I'm also currently getting into painting custom fabrics. So that's also a good thing. I'm currently redesigning some chubby nerd buttons for all my plus size nerds out there. Holla.
No, thank you so much. My daughter's going to be all over that. Kayden, any other more, things that we can buy? The doll, can we buy that doll?
Not yet. Not that doll. No, absolutely not. That's Elena de Avalor. And so no, they'd come and sue me. But I am in the works of making, they're like, I believe 1/12 figures. Like they're actually pretty decent figure sizes. I think Santa and then Jalisco, but right kind of like a month apart or so. I'm still looking at the quotes and then passing out after the quotes, but those will be in the future. In a couple months. Right now, it's just a lot of hoodies and t-shirts of all the superheroes are out, of La Brava, the team as well. And then I have like a coloring book, the Jalisco, and then just the books itself of Jalisco, Santa, and then Loquita. I have Loquita Comic as the Kickstarter for 9 more days is coming up. That's loquitacomic.com. Otherwise, everything else is at latinasuperheroes.com.
So Kayden, I'm glad that you mentioned, I want to make sure we get that. So you have a current Kickstarter going on. Can you say a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So Loquita's my third out of the 5 of the superheroes. She's my supernatural crime fighter. So she, as she comes into womanhood, she gets her period. She's like a sophomore in high school. She's my cute one from Miami. She's Boricua Cubana, and it kicks off her superpowers. And so like she'll see a demon as she screams and runs out, she'll see a ghost that starts talking to her, and she doesn't understand anything that's happening because she doesn't, it's all new to her, and she's a big scaredy cat. And so like she learns courage. Like eventually she does overcome like fighting the demons and talking to the ghost, and she becomes a detective, and she helps out Sissel, who's the ghost that first asked her for help, to solve the crime, pretty much to save Sissel, if you will. And so it's really, really fun. It is dark. All my stuff is a little bit dark. This is my supernatural fun one. She makes herself a little black mask, the mask that we all wear now. I wrote this pre-COVID, but she has to wear a mask, because she thinks it scares off the demons. Like she's that cute. Like that gives her courage. So that's thank you. So that's at Loquita Comic. There's 9 days left on that. We're pretty much we're 80% there. So it's really, really nice. And this is just for the printing cost, to help me cover the printing cost.
Great, Kayden, I want to invite you to, we're connected on Facebook. I want to invite you to comment on my post where I shared about this panel, and please go ahead and put the Kickstarter on there, and hopefully that'll give you a little bit of a boost. And I still need to support as well. I have the first 2, so I'm looking forward to this one.
Yay,
very much. And Barbara, I want to mention you, Quince is a finalist for an award.
Yes, it was just announced on Friday. We were named one of the finalists for Forward Review's Indie Book Awards this year in the graphic novel and comics category. So it's a very huge honor. We're honored to be nominated for this, and the awards will be announced in June. So we're definitely keeping our fingers crossed for that. And I want to give a shout out to Dr. Theresa Rojas, who in this hardcover book has an amazing study guide. So if you're an educator out there or a librarian and you want to really pick up a great book, this hardcover has, in both English and Spanish, Dr. Rojas's amazing study guide for how to really integrate this into your curriculum and use it in the classroom.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for being here. Great job moderating. Nelly, thank you, Amanda, Kayden, Maxi, and Barbara. What a great panel. I'm going to watch this one a couple of times for sure. So I'm going to go ahead and say thank you, and we'll offboard you, and then we'll bring on the next group. Have a great weekend. I hope to see you a bit later. And great job, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, Theresa.
Thank you. Thank you. For those of you watching on the live stream, this is the in-between time, and we will be bringing on our next panelists in just, oh, well, right now. Just like that, things are happening.
2 of us are already here. We're ready.
Yes, great. So we'll have a little sort of chit chat. I forgot that Maxi's doing double duty. She's on the next panel as well. So we'll get to hear more from her. And we will just kind of, like I said, chit chat a little bit, and we'll start right on time and give people.
Should I let Terry and Henry in right now?
Yes, go ahead and let Terry in. And hi, Terry, welcome. Welcome, Henry. Where's my phone? Here it is. Great. So we have about 4 minutes before we launch the panel, and everyone's here though, right? These are our panelists. Okay, great. So we're just going to chat for a few minutes. I'm really interested in where everyone is broadcasting from. So let's start with Maxi. I know you said for the other panel, but for those who are just joining us, where are you zooming in from?
So I'm currently in the small town of Norwalk, California.
Excellent. California, Luke?
I'm in Visalia, California, right in the very middle.
And Terry?
You're muted, Terry.
You're muted. One per panel.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm in Westland, Oregon, just outside of Portland.
Fantastic. I love it when we're out of state. I feel very national. And then later on, we have someone who's I think he's from Chile, but he's in Puerto Rico right now. So we're going international. Welcome, Terry. And Henry?
I'm in Los Angeles, just walking distance from Universal Studios.
Fabulous. And Henry, we have a couple minutes. Tell us about your background. I mean, the physical background behind you.
La Voz de Mayo, Tatarambo.
Yeah.
Graphic novel that I created with Jay Gonzo. Came out in 2019. It's about my great grandfather. He is a Chicano activist, a indigenous activist who helped one of the last Native American tribes gain federal recognition. And yeah, thanks to the help of a couple of people here, Luke and Theresa, the book was made possible to be all over the world. So thank you.
One of my college classes is about to start this next week too. I teach a history of the United States from the Civil War to now. And whenever we get to about the 70s, I always use La Voz de Mayo with my students, because not only is it a good way to approach it, but Henry did a great favor to all history professors by putting all the primary documents in the back. So, right. So not only can I teach them this story, but then I can actually sit there and talk about like, okay, here we have the actual documents from this time. We can also do like some cool historical analysis stuff too. So
yeah, this is one of those books that as a professor, as an academic, we get to geek out with our students. Hey, look at all this additional material. Let's talk about that and what that means.
Yeah.
So thank you for that, Henry. And I want to mention Terry's work. I don't know if you've had a chance, Terry, or anyone else yet, to go to the gallery. We have a virtual gallery going on. We did a little gallery walk yesterday. And two of the pieces that we pause on are Terry's Aztec Superman and Aztec Wonder Woman. Is that right? Mm-hmm. I'm saying that right? Okay, great. And they're fabulous. They're just beautiful, gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous pieces. And I have my own prints of those. And a few of our students will be getting surprise prints. They don't know.
Oh, how awesome.
And also, I think it's important that we know that Terry is like big time in it now. Not only is he doing stuff,
thank you, Terry, for
not only is he doing
slumming
stuff
it with us.
Yeah, not only is he doing it for Marvel.
Yeah, Terry.
This man did a comic book with Ariana Grande.
Wow.
Like this is Terry's now the most famous person we know.
The like cross section of fandoms and fans that readers that like.
So I'm just gonna announce the panel. Wherever you want to take it, you take it. Terry, I'll be in touch. This is great.
Okay.
Good to see you.
We are back. We never really left, but we'd like to do additional intros here. And for those of you just joining us, we are back with the Latinx Comic Arts Festival. This is day 2. The Latinx Comic. Why am I having trouble saying the name of my own festival? The Latinx Comic Arts Festival. We're halfway there. Is the California Central Valley's international celebration of Latinx comic arts creators and friends. We highlight Latinx cartoonists, writers, animators, artists, and comic arts educators. We want to welcome everyone to our 3rd panel of day 2. We have 6 panels total today. Again, this is the 2021 virtual festival. I'm Dr. Theresa Rojas. I'm the festival founder, and I'm also the director, so this is my baby. And I'm a professor of English and also a professor of ethnic studies at Modesto Junior College, where the physical festival is held. We have an amazing panel today, streaming live to YouTube. Those of you who are in our YouTube audience, you may comment at will in the chat, you may ask questions, and I will be taking over the monitoring of that as my colleague Luke Martinez, who is one of our Lcaf advisory members, will be moderating today's panel. So today's 1 o'clock panel is Muy Macho, Machismo, and Latinidad in Comics and Visual Media. Deeply embedded in the experience of Latinidad is the struggle with machismo. From outside of the culture comes judgments and stereotypes of all kinds. Think, for example, of the Latinx character tropes from Latin lovers to gangsters, cholos, or narcos. However, there's also a struggle within Latinx cultures because of how powerful this identity is, especially as it relates to those who do not adhere to it, to those who challenge it, and those who are seen as dangers to it. Scandalo, I feel like this is the telenovela panel. In this panel, panelists will discuss the ways that this struggle from both sides is seen, especially in comics and other creative visual mediums. So I want to welcome Luke Martinez, who will be moderating, Henry Barajas, Maxi Rodriguez, and Terry Blas. And Luke, I hand over the reins to you. Have a great panel.
Thanks. Welcome everyone. I'm Luke Martinez, aka Oso Blanco, aka Juarito Grande. That's me. I'm here to introduce you guys to what I think is a super awesome panel, and I want to preemptively thank everyone for making the time to be here with their busy schedules and whatnot. So this panel, we really want to we're going to be talking about machismo and specifically what it's like for people, Latinx people who are in creative spaces. And I want to start off by introducing everybody. So I'm going to start in the way my screen goes. So I'm going to let you guys go. So Maxi, you're on the top for me. So can you introduce yourself and tell everyone what you do?
Hi, so my name is Maxi Rodriguez. I also go by the name Pseudo Productions. I am a professional self-published comics creator with a bachelor's in graphic design from Cal State Dominguez Hills, and an MFA in comics from California College of the Arts. And I create plus size content, aka plus size comics and art. Some of you might actually be familiar with my work. You've heard of Chubby Bunny? That's me.
Hey,
thank you.
Nice to actually put a face to the comics.
Yeah, this is always neat to actually meet people, right? So Terry, will you please introduce yourself and tell everyone about you?
Hi, I'm Terry Blas. I am a comic book illustrator and writer. Most people, I think, know my stuff from the You Say Latino webcomic that went around the internet. that some people loved and some people hated. I have a few original graphic novels out that I've written. Dead Weight, which is a queer murder mystery set at a fat camp featuring a Latina, a Mexican, and Hotel Dare, which is a like a sci-fi fantasy action adventure family drama featuring Mexicans. Right now I'm writing Reptile for Marvel. It's people like, how do you say it? I'm like, well, am I speaking English? If I am, it's Reptile. And if I'm speaking Spanish, then it's Reptile. So like whichever one you want. And that will be out in May.
Great. And then the man, the myth, the legend, Henry Barajas.
Hi, it's so good to be here. My name is Henry Barajas. I am the author of La Voz de Mayo. Co-created that with Jay Gonzo. It is a graphic novel about my great-grandfather who's a political activist and helped one of the last Native American tribes gain federal recognition. And I'm currently writing Helm Greycastle, which is a Latinx Mesoamerican fantasy. It's the elevator pitch is, what if Mordor had a south side? Basically, these adventurers end up in a fictional Mexico where they defeated the Spanish, and the world is a bit different because they were nearly killed out of existence. So it's my this is me trying to normalize brown people in sword and sorcery stories. It's coming out April 28th. Art by Ramat Handoko, colored by and co-created by Brian Valenza. I have Claire Napier back from La Voz helping me edit and write, and it's being published by Image Comics and Top Cow Productions. And it's also a part RPG written by Tristan J. Tarwater and with art by Jen Vaughn. So I'm really excited for everyone to check it out.
Yeah, I'm excited for everyone on this panel because so much of this crosses over all of my different interests. I'm a high school teacher, but I also teach at a community college as a professor of history. I'm a comic creator too. I have a graphic novel called The Ascendant. I actually do a fantasy web comic called Storm Riders that stars a Latina bruja. So Henry definitely was getting the chocolate and the peanut butter for me with that Helm Greycastle thing, where it's like, ooh, it's a little bit of everything there, right? What I want to talk about here is, I think this is something that a lot of people don't always see, but from both inside and outside, various cultures that we would consider part of Latinidad, what is machismo? So I'm gonna start like this. So for you guys, in the context of your particular experience and culture, when you hear machismo, what do you think of that? And how have you experienced it? And I'll start with Maxi on this one.
Oh, well, I'm gonna speak from the perspective of a Latina woman. So, when I think of machismo, I think of this big, beefy, like, show no emotions, only little girls cry. Where do I start? And from my experiences from growing up, in the Latinx community, I often hear a lot of the adults, whenever one of the boys cries, like, oh, ya para de llorar, nomás las niñas lloran, or like, oh, only sissies cry, or like, even me, when being a little kid, I scraped my knee once and I'm getting ready to cry, and someone told me, why are you crying? Nomás las niñas lloran. And I'm like, I'm a girl. Are not allowed to
Where's my La Nina? Help me out here. I'm all right. I have to do this.
And it's not just the guys, but also us women. We're also raised. We're not allowed to cry. We're not allowed to show emotion. We're not allowed to show weakness. Especially during those times of the month when we're just like, and it's like, what's wrong with you? I'm in pain. What do you think? Work it off. I want that day. You're good.
Drink some 7-Up.
Exactly. I'm like,
put some Vicks on it, right? Yeah.
I mean, we could be like dying, cut in half, and we'll be told, I want that day. Walk it off.
Yeah.
How can I walk? I don't have the lowest half part.
Absolutely. So Terry, how about you? What do you think of, and how has it affected you?
I think that machismo, for me anyway, it's like a long-standing traditional idea of prescribed gender roles. in the Latinx community. And so for me, that means like, you know, like what was just said, like men are supposed to do this, women are supposed to do this. You know, we hear stories all the time within our community of like, the young women in the family, they need to like do the limpieza and they need to do the like cocinando and all that. And then the men like are watching TV. And so I feel kind of fortunate that my mom was always like, no, you're doing the dishes. She was never like that with me. And so I don't know, I feel like it's these like sort of strange, like, prescribed ideas of what people are supposed to be, which is strange because like everybody's different. Everybody has, you know, different things about them that like, you know, like I remember once like falling down and crying, and if somebody had been to me like, only little girls cry, I'd be like, but I'm a boy, I'm crying. So like, it's like obviously that's not true. You know,
your rule book doesn't work.
Yeah. And then also being someone who's gay, I think like there's this idea of what, you know, like a Latino or a Mexican man is supposed to be. And I've never, I don't know, like my friends who are also Latino and queer, like we just don't care about that kind of stuff. And I think that, I mean, to the point where like we want to subscribe to it, you know, we care in the way that it's like can be damaging if you, I think, prescribe to it and say, no, women are only supposed to do this, or, you know, men are only supposed to do that. But yeah, that's sort of how I see it. And I think that, like, I'm glad that we are having this panel because I think comics is a fun place to sort of explore those topics.
Yeah. How about you, Henry? How have you experienced this, or what do you think about it?
It's weird because my family, you know, was proud of being Mexican, but didn't want me to be Mexican at all. You know, they named me, I was supposed to be Enrique Jr., but my great grandmother said, no, he was born in America. So he gets he gets a German name, Henry. So, you know, growing up, you watch these movies with your parents and they're on Telemundo, and it's always about this like old, like salt and pepper guy who has like 5 different girlfriends and like who just does whatever he wants, and this is like misogynist idea, and they, you know, they try to instill that in you. Like my parents are always telling me I need to have a girlfriend, or I need to be this like guy that I just didn't subscribe to. And then you have like uncles that have been in prison and are littered with tattoos, and they're, you know, they have this idea of machismo that's, you know, that comes from a very violent place. So it's very toxic. And but there's also a way to do it where you're not toxic, and I think that's what we're doing in comics now. Is, you know, Helm is coming into this world that's trying to save his family and trying to be a good father, and I think that is, you know, but you know, there's a certain amount of machismo in that. But how it's affected me, it's interesting because I was a small kid. I'm not a tall guy by any stretch of the imagination. So it was always like, you have to be tough, you have to be this, you know, animal, or the world is going to eat you up. And I think that kind of bleeds in from a generational trauma of our people coming to this country and having to show no emotion and having to show no you know, any weakness, because you're trying to be 200%. You're trying to be 100% for the whites and 100% for, you know, your own people. And then it just gets muddied with, you know, a very violent and misogynist idea, in my opinion.
Yeah, when I think that this is, you know, all of you guys made so many great points. I think Maxi keeps making the proper gesture of like, why is it like that? You know, like we can't necessarily come up with it, but it's very insidious to all of us, right? Like, but there are positive aspects to it too. And I think that part of it is about trying to ferret out what parts are beneficial. You know, I think a lot, you know, like I don't remember ever seeing my dad cry, but for working for years, he's always told me like, you got to be the hardest work. You got to be the most motivated. You got to be in the front doing the work. And had it come from his dad. My grandpa worked in grape fields, you know, they were like that part of like devotion and diligence, perseverance, those kind of things are the good qualities, but it could also be damaging. I was even thinking when, you know, Terry's talking about too, like I was thinking about with language, like, I don't think I've ever heard as much homophobic language as casually as you do sometimes in Spanish with Spanish speaking families. So it's interesting almost how it works,
Normalized. Yeah.
And so at the same time, what I want to kind of get at here is, Terry, did you want to comment on that?
Oh, no.
Okay, you unmuted, so I thought you were ready. I thought you were like, I'll tell you. What I want to talk about here is how this works out into comics. So when we see comics or other forms of visual culture, anything that we kind of comes from our kind of broader climate of, maybe called nerd culture or whatever, if you like that term, where do we see this kind of, Latin machismo come out, and how does it apply to these characters? So I'll start the other way this time. So Henry, where do you feel like we see this?
I don't really see it. I think it's because it's really, I think people like us haven't been given the platform to explore this in our perspective of being like, a blood of the South and also being born here and having to share those experiences. Maybe I'm not reading enough Latinx material that does. I tried to talk about that with La Voz de Mayo.
Sorry, I think my sound went out.
No, so I think we're trying to I think we're writing the book.
Right.
I think we're sharing our stories, and hopefully kids get to pick these up, and this isn't a thing for them anymore.
How about you, Terry? Where do you see it in comics, at least, especially since now that you're writing comics in one of the big two?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't see it super blatantly displayed unless I think a Latino character is being made, say, as like a superhero, and maybe being written stereotypically. And I don't know what that says other than the stereotype of a Latino man is, machista or is misogynist. And so I would echo what was just said, because I feel like I'm trying to think of what I can and can't say. I think there's a conversation in the comic I'm writing about machismo. And I think about how that operates within like a family unit. And, families have young people, old people, women, they have queer people in them that, and so like what was just said about, the way that language operates within a family, people listen and they pick up and they pay attention, and then they react to things by what they've heard and what they've seen modeled. So if machismo is modeled within a household, someone who I was raised military, Mormon, and Mexican, so I don't know how machismo didn't like crush me. but I was like, maybe you don't want to react to certain things because of what you heard someone in your family say about, women or queer people. Or if in your family someone said, hey, we don't do that, we don't talk like that in this family about, anybody like that. We don't, men can find strength in doing just the same things that women do, then I think that's sort of an interesting thing to maybe include in a comic. In my Hotel Dare book, I remember hearing somewhere as I was like doing lots of writing tutorials and research and things, like, does this character need to be a man? Like, for your story, does it need to be a man? And if not, then why isn't it a woman? And does this character need to be white? Like, do they super need to be white for this story to work? If they don't, why can't it be something else? And so in Hotel Dare, there's a really big cast, but only 2 of them are boys. And those 2 characters are quiet and kind and gentle, because I wanted young Latino kids, boys and girls, to see that boys can find strength in those qualities too. They're not inherently feminine or negative or weak qualities.
Absolutely. Maxi, how about you? How have you seen this in comics? Or, we've talked a little bit in the last time you talked about manga and anime, and I don't know how much that happens there, but.
There's Mexicans in manga and anime. Oh wait,
That's why
there's
I'm
a
asking.
new one. Never mind.
I
I'm
don't
gonna
know.
shut up. Yeah.
Okay, so actually I have seen machismo. So when I was a little kid, I actually stumbled upon a family member's sensuales comics, the pornographic comics from Mexico, and oh my god, man,
Hang on, I'm Googling. Hang on.
So all these dudes, and then they're all written in Spanish. They're all from Mexico, and all these dudes are like either big or beefy, or they're small and thin. And it's always, they get the girl or they get various girls. Like we'll have a one of the revolutionary men with their big guns, their mustaches, and they're just like, yeah, guns, we love guns. Or like, yeah, we also love, women, and I'm not gonna repeat the P word. And like, it's always them conquering all these women, like either one woman or various women. And it's like, oh god. And then growing up, I'm like, is this how men are supposed to be? And then I got older and I'm just like, dude, are you came up with this stuff?
Well, and I think this is kind of an interesting thing with comics, because we have this kind of, as with many parts of Latinx identity, there's a duality to it, right? I was thinking with comics, especially that like the old Zorro comics, or comics and movies, Zorro, or I had to get my El Santo mask out because those kind of characters appearing in things did tend to be very masculine, and so I feel like a lot of characters who made it into comics would either have to kind of follow that. But then I was even looking like, well, I'm curious, because the other thing I noticed about characters in comics that are Latino is we always have Spanish names, right? It's almost never just a guy. It's always, El Condor or something, I mean, until relatively recently, like with Ghost Rider being Robbie Reyes, and a couple of Jessica Cruz's Green Lantern, there hasn't really been an effort to include those characters. But I still feel like the interesting thing is, and Henry kind of touched this earlier, most of these new characters that are Latino are not being written by Latinx creators. They're being written by white people or I don't want to get too bad that one, I'm gonna get kicked off a panel, non-Latin white people. And that's that's an important thing, is that you want to make sure that that voice comes through, because otherwise are they going to have this textured and nuanced understanding of Latinidad?
Can I
Yes,
chime in
please.
real quick? I think that there's something to be said for that. Like, I'm also not someone who believes that, like, you should never write a character that you don't represent as yourself. I don't want to write specifically gay Latino characters my whole life. Like,
Right.
Everything will be the same. But there's something really strong about having someone from that community write those characters. I noticed in my research for Reptile that his nickname that his parents and people call him is Berto. And I was like, the nickname for Umberto is Beto,
Right?
not Berto. So sorry, but now that's his nickname. His nickname is Beto. And I think little things like that, people from the community, like they pick up on that as they read the book. That was the first thing I picked up on in my research. Was I was like, wait, that's not right.
Right.
And I was like, okay, well, sorry, I'm fixing it now.
Yeah. But that's it, is that how these kind of things work inward, how these things get, manifested. And so, I mean, let me see here. There's some questions too. Like, so how do we then, so Christine Pasalo from the chat, she had asked, how did we discover the comics, and how do we rewrite machismo in our comics? And I think it kind of goes to another question I want to talk about, is how does this affect us as creators and readers? Like, when you find a comic, do you look for Latinx people? And if you find them, are you noticing things like machismo? So to make the question a little more narrow, how have you found comics? And then how does this whole situation present, issues for us? So Terry, why don't you start on this one?
What do you mean, how do I find comics?
How did you find your way into comics? How did you become a comic fan? And then once you became part of the world of comics,
Sure.
How has this created kind of a complication for you? Or has it?
Like many other 90s kids, the X-Men cartoon, and then I was like, wait, there's more stories with them. And so I started buying their comics. That translated into me reading lots of other comics, you know, Japanese stuff, Ranma, just, you know, picking up lots of stuff from there. But as I read comics, what I start to notice and what I hope kind of like to pick up on is if I'm reading a comic and it takes place somewhere like, say, Los Angeles, and there's no Latino people anywhere, it's not realistic to me. I mean, and I'm not going for realism when I'm reading a comic, but it needs to be believable. It needs to be like, you know, if you're in a fantasy or in a superhero setting, you know, everything else needs to sort of feel grounded. So like, I don't want to read any stories. I'm working on a book right now with a good friend of mine that takes place in New York City. And I was like, when I lived there, I didn't see any white people for 2 years. So sorry, friends. But like our book has Latinos and Asian people and Black people. And because I feel like that's what I notice when I read comics. And I want the comics that I make to reflect either, you know, the world that I know or the world that I think we should be living in. And that's why I'm excited for Helm, for Grey Castle, because like fantasy and comics should be the place where people of color like can be like anywhere.
Right.
Like people of color never get to see themselves in fantasy. Like all of our fantasy that's popular is like very European in its Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones look. And, you know, automatically by doing something that is a bit more, say, Aztec or Mayan or Taino or whatever, makes it different, doesn't it? And it makes it interesting and I think fun and new. And so, yeah, I think that's what I sort of look out for is like, is there good representation in a comic? And is there something here that feels accurate? Like this takes place in Texas. Why is everybody white?
Right.
Yeah.
Henry, why don't you speak on that then? What was your first introduction to comics? And then how has this kind of, you know, presentation of both machismo and Latinidad affected you as a creator?
Well, I mean, I grew up in a Catholic household, and pretty good way to like turn someone off in religion. And what I found in the morals that I wasn't getting at Sunday Mass was, you know, in a Batman comic, which has inherently man, machismo. So I found a male role model and all that, where I wanted to be Batman. I wanted to be Spider-Man. You know, these comics that were made that were at the gas station. And my parents are big thrifters, so they would go to yard sales and sell at the swap meet and flea market. And I would have to praise these comics because they loved the roadshow on PBS and saw some comics were going for $10,000 and maybe they would find one. So then the medium spoke to me in a way that nothing else did. So I was just obsessed and tried to draw my own comics. And it wasn't until I was an adult where I realized, oh, the media I've been consuming my entire life does not have anyone like me in it. And we're now going more into these, into a time where it's important to have that agency and authenticity of someone writing like Terry, like kind of correcting the history and giving us something more believable that we can enjoy. So yeah, and comics used to be the cheapest form of entertainment, you know, and I think it's you know, I mean, one of our biggest advocates at the moment are libraries, where you can get these things for free and you can get what you are looking for because they are trying to service their community.
Right. Maxi, how about you? How did you get into comics, and how have you noticed some of this stuff, both with machismo and Latinidad, in your experience?
So I actually got into comics because my mom was a Wonder Woman fan. Ever since she was a kid, she actually watched Linda Carter. And one day she told me, here's a Wonder Woman comic book. I'm like, oh, wait, Tough Women exist? Is this for reals? Can I be her? And then, you know, growing up, I started to see a lack of representation of, Latinx people and also plus size women. There is one plus size character. I hate her with a passion. I will not name her. Yeah. But anyway, then I grew up. I got my BA, and I saw that California College of the Arts had an MFA in comics program, and I thought, can I do grad school? Because it's expensive. I am a poor little Latina girl. How am I doing this? And my mother-in-law, because she recently started getting into comics because she saw I liked it. She asked me when I got let go of my design job, she's like, what are you going to do now? I'm like, I guess I can keep working at an amusement park until, I find something else in my field. And she's like, what about that master's program you were into? And I said, well, with what money am I going to pay? And I'm going to translate from Spanish. She said, God knows what he's doing. Put it in his hands. You are going to grad school, young lady. And I'm like, yes, ma'am. So I went to grad school and, I took a diversity in comics course and, it confirmed, the fact that there's not much representation of us. And if there is, it's very poorly depicted. I'm not going to name a few because I'm just like, why? But, going to grad school made me realize that, okay, there is a lack of us in comics, but it doesn't mean that we can't fix that. And that's why it's become my mission to represent not just, Latinx people in a more positive light. We're not just these big beefy dudes with no emotions. Or we're not just, us Latinas, we're not just these crazy loudmouths that'll slice you within a second without asking questions. And, plus size people, we're not a joke. We're not a punchline. And it's actually thanks to, going to grad school, going into the MFA program, it actually inspired me to just make a difference, make a voice, and actually show someone who, a younger version of ourselves that we needed as kids to see that, hey, there's someone like us out there and we're awesome.
Yeah. Well, and I think I noticed this when I did my graphic novel. One of the superheroes is, he's a Mexican guy, and I pointed out that I never saw superheroes that looked like my dad, and that was weird because in real life this is a person I looked up to, and I didn't get to see superheroes that looked like him. So it's kind of weird to me. I'm like, shouldn't there be some kind of crossover there? We have a few questions, but I want to kind of fold them all together here because let's see. Pedro Alcaraz Perea had asked, is it okay for a man to cry? And, different people. And then Caetano Valenzuela asked, how do you create characters that are multifaceted? And this is one of the questions I have kind of in what we were looking at is, so as a creator, if you want to go against this kind of idea of machismo, if you want to kind of redefine it, what do you guys do? Like when you're creating characters or writing stories, how do you redefine machismo and in maybe a more constructive way, or what the struggle is like? So Maxi, I'll start with you since you were talking about Handsome Stallion last panel too.
Okay, so I just saw the chat and just for the record, Pedro Alcaraz Perea is Handsome Stallion. He's actually watching live in the living room with my mother-in-law because,
very sneaky.
So I guess I can talk about Handsome Stallion. Handsome Stallion is this big, beefy, muscular guy based on my boyfriend, who used to play football and did wrestling in high school. He was also a wrestling champion, so I guess kudos and stuff. So he fits into this cookie cutter tough guy, and on the surface, when he's mad, he looks very scary like. But in reality, Handsome Stallion is very feminine. Like he likes pedicures, manicures. He loves getting facials. He likes to keep himself nice and clean and presentable. He even likes to cook, and he loves cute stuff. Like if you see his stationery, he has like cute little doggies and bears. His favorite color is pink, and he loves to garden, which is the opposite of what Latino man is supposed to be, I guess. And I do get a lot of love from him because a lot of people tell me like, oh my God, Handsome Stallion is like this big muscular guy, but he's a cuddly teddy bear. And he's like, yes, he's a cuddly teddy bear. And it's something I wanted to show to the world that, hey, it's okay to cry. It's okay to show emotions. Just because you're a guy, you can still things that are considered feminine. I mean, it doesn't hurt to high maintenance yourself. I mean, how else are you gonna look good while doing awesome stuff? And it's a quote from one of my webtoons comics where Handsome Stallion literally said with his flower crown, he said, a guy's gotta look good while being awesome. And that's the thing I'm trying to like break when it comes to machismo stereotypes, that dudes, it's perfectly fine. It's okay. Do it. We're not gonna judge you. If you were a big, beefy, scary dude, judge it, being a toxic dude to us, then yeah, we're gonna judge you. We're gonna look at you. But if you're like, you like all this stuff, it's fine.
Okay.
Seriously.
So Terry, how about you? When you've been creating and you're making characters, how do you deal with this kind of these definitions of machismo, and especially in how you portray them and try to make sure that they're kind of complex?
I think I would loop that into sort of the same response in terms of how you create multifaceted characters. I think, I guess I just use Hotel Dare as an example again. We as Latinos, as the Latinx community, are the largest, people are going to get so sick of me saying this, we're the largest ethnic minority group in the country with the least amount of representation across media in terms of books, movies, comics, everything. Yet we're one of the demographics that spend the most money on that stuff as well. So typically when you see someone like a Latina in a TV show, historically she's either been represented as like a maid or as like this sex pot or a sex object. And the Latinas I know are like not really lumped into those two categories. And so if it's not difficult, I think, to create multifaceted Latinas in your comics if you don't make them those two things. So can this girl, is she brave? Is she smart? Is she resourceful? Is she, witty? Like, you do all those things and like she's already sort of multifaceted, and you've created this character who may not or subscribe to the idea of machismo. Yeah, and I think going back on what was said in regards to like, can a grown man cry? Like, I have comics that I've written where men cry. It reminds me of like RuPaul when she was like, emotions don't scare me. And like, I think if you say to someone, so what? They don't know what to say to you. So like, if you're a man and you're crying and like, oh, you're crying, and you're like, so what? Like, oh, well, but you shouldn't cry. Like, why? Why? Because you said so? I think that sort of like, sort of takes them out of themselves, and they're like, oh, and they, may not have questioned why they really think those things. Yeah, if you cry, doesn't that mean you care? Is it bad to care? Like, to me, that's just so, I don't know. That's so ancient.
That's true. Henry, how about you? When you're creating characters and coming up with stories, how do you make sure that they're multifaceted and kind of grappling with these ideas of machismo?
I mean, well, growing up, my dad was a construction worker who, people would, which has historically been a male job when anyone can do it, but the toxic masculinity has probably made it impossible for a lot of, people that aren't cis straight men to work in that type of environment. But at night, on the weekends, he loved to dance. He loved to go to nightclubs, and he would dress up like this pretty cowboy. And I always found that interesting, where someone who wanted to be so tough and American would just dance until his little boots fell off. So I think when I'm creating a character, I try to think about someone that I know and mine from that. Like, they're not just one thing. They are, they love sports, but they watch Drag Race. They love, comics, but they love the British Bake Off. Like, there's like, there's all these things that are opposite, that we would probably perceive opposite of each other. But with Helm Greycastle, Helm's, he wants to protect his family. He wants to be a good father, which I think in a lot of media, Mexican men are, in prison or not around. With La Voz de Mayo, my great-grandfather was an advocate for families, yet he cheated on his wife and loved to sleep around. And so I feel like when you have these, like, I like to think of it as music. You have the rhythm and you have the lead. How do we build to get to the same bridge, and we're all on the on the same note?
Right. And I mean, I think that irony and identity that you talked about with your dad dancing is always one of the most interesting parts of, machismo within Latinx communities, because there is a lot of peacocking type thing, like I'm going to dress up, I'm going to look really awesome, but you still have to be very careful about how you do it. And there's a lot of policing of those boundaries too. You gotta do it right. Well, yeah, you're going to go out and do a lot of dancing, but you're dancing with women, right? You gotta, it's got to go the right way. So, and it's, I just think that's a really interesting part of that. I have a question here, and our good friend Cathy Camper asked, how do we see machismo as related to colonialism specifically? So I'll let you guys go if any of you have a thought on that. I have many thoughts on it, but I would, it's a panel of more important people, so you guys need to talk about it. Anybody can start that one.
I mean, for my research of Helm Greycastle, it was a religious pursuit, and with religion, men are only the priests. They're the only ones, historically are leading this the god, this male god has, sent this message through me, so I must conquer Mexico and kill and rape and, just pillage my way so that everyone is conforming to this male god. I mean, I always, while writing Helm, I was thinking, like, what if there wasn't God? Would there still be a Mexico that believed in many gods? And I think it grapples with our obsession with religion.
Okay. That's what I was going to say too, is I feel like it's very heavily tied to religion and religious practices. And when I hear someone say that you're less Latino or less Latinx than someone else because you don't speak Spanish, I'm like, your ancestors did not speak Spanish, and they certainly weren't Catholic either. And so, like, the only reason that they are is because the Spanish were like, hey, the cross or the sword, you pick.
Right.
And I think a lot of what came with that was the religious ideology of, like, men have specific roles and so do women.
Yeah. Maxi, do you have thoughts on that and colonialism and machismo?
I think it's also, repeating what Terry and Henry were saying. Yeah, it has a lot to do with, the conquistadors coming to, Latin America and just, hey, either practice our religion or, and I've also, I did some research where, in a lot of these native cultures, women often took up these, priest roles. They even took up some leadership roles. I don't know too much about, the Mexican region, because I don't really trust too much what the history books tell me what my ancestors were like, because the ones who wrote the history were the winners themselves. So half the time I usually take that knowledge with a grain of salt. But I have read in a lot of native cultures when these white religious settlers came in, they're like, oh yeah, they pushed their religion on them. And as soon as that religion was pushed on them, some of these men started to believe that, yeah, women are lesser than us. They need to, their only job is to be at home, cook, clean, take care of the children, while us men, we're the ones who are supposed to provide. We're the tough guys. We're supposed to bring order because God gave us that role. And I don't know, it's a little crap.
Well, and I mean, I think it's interesting for personally, as a religious person, or someone with interest in both history and religion, this is a huge part of the discussion of religion in the new world, right? I mean, this is there's a reason that some of these manifestations of masculinity don't always work the same in North and South America as they do in Europe. There's a reason that the Virgin Mary is a much bigger deal in North and South America than she is in other parts of the world, because part of that is there were powerful feminine figures in most Mesoamerican societies, and you couldn't just produce a religion that doesn't have that, right? So she becomes more emphasized in connection with that. But I think also a lot of this goes into this, mestizaje, about this mixture of cultures, and how do you figure out, what's colonial and what's just part of that hybridization, right? Which, by the way, cheap plug, our own Dr. Aldama wrote Decolonizing Latinx Masculinities, which is a book that really talks about how do we disentangle all this stuff, and I think, it's cool that, like Henry, you're finding ways to come in at colonialism and some of these ideas with comics, but I think sometimes people don't think they can do that because they have too narrow of an idea of what we can do.
Also just in my research, there was when the conquistadors showed up, they forced the indigenous people to stop. They couldn't practice sodomy anymore. So there was, the possibilities of what their idea of gender and sex was. It's interesting that what if and all that. And shout out to Cathy Camper, big advocate, librarian, and author. So thank you for watching.
Well, the native thing too, this has even been discussed in history books too, famously, there's a really famous book in history called When the, that I can't remember the title, when the Europeans came, the Corn Mothers went away, that talks about that there was these non-binary, non-standard in the European sense of genders amongst many native cultures, and that a lot of, we're very much, this is a westernized idea of gender that gets kind of put on top of this. But one way that's interesting is that is part of this struggle here in Latinidad and machismo, is that you have these overlapping systems of gender and ideology that are kind of feeding into each other. So let's see, I got a couple other questions here. So Brina Nunez asks, and even though this question was for Maxi, I think it's good for everybody. How is depicting different forms of masculinity healing for us and for our readers? So Maxi, why don't you start on that? How is presenting a different form of machismo or masculinity, how's that healing for you and for your readers?
Well, from my personal experience, I think it gives, a lot of our readers, these characters we can look up to and be like, this character can do this, why can't I? And I've had some experiences where I go like LA Zine Fest, Rose City, and several of these big Comic Cons and Zine Fests that I've gone to. I've had a lot of people who read my comics, and for some odd reason, Handsome Stallion's the more popular character. And no disrespect to Chubby Bunny, but I can understand why people relate more to Handsome Stallion than Chubby Bunny, because Handsome Stallion is this character who's not afraid to show his emotion. He doesn't follow, that tough guy attitude. He's, from what my fans have told me, he's someone that they want to be. They want to be okay with embracing what is considered feminine. They want to be okay with, enjoying things that are considered feminine. But most of all, they want to be okay. Sorry. They want to be okay with, crying, showing happiness, and all this, all this stuff that, as a tough guy, by society or culture, they're not allowed to show. And I think it's, very healing, because, everyone can look at this character and be like, it's okay for me to do it too, because I'm not alone.
Yeah. Terry, how about you? How is these different, showing different kinds of masculinities, has it been healing for you, or do you think it's healing for readers too?
Yeah, I think both. I think for me, it's been healing in the way that it gives me, or it helps give me that attitude of like, so what? And that can be pretty strong. I think that helps give me some confidence. But I think, knowing that depicting those different forms of masculinity is going to be maybe seen by a reader, and that someone will feel seen, or someone will feel acknowledged, or know that, they can model that same kind of behavior, I think is a really strong thing. And it's one of the reasons that I think a lot of us write comics. I think if you were to ask me what it means to be a man, or if you ask somebody who's machista, machista, they would say, you know, strong, or they provide for their family, or they, you know, whatever. And I'm like, but women can do that too. So like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think depicting those different forms, I think, has been good, and helped me certainly. But yeah.
Okay. Henry, how about you? How is different forms of masculinity? How's that helped you, or do you think it helps readers?
Well, I mean, yeah. So I'm gonna harp back to La Voz de Mayo. It's at your local comic shops and libraries, and classrooms. So when I wrote that book, I was, you know, I talked to my great grandfather Ramon, and he was a World War II veteran who struggled with substance abuse, and I wanted to talk about that without overtly saying it. So when you open his story, it starts with, you know, some PTSD with him crying in his wife's arms, and then you see that complicated relationship. So I think I wanted to show a fully fledged person, you know, warts and all, because I'm always disappointed when someone I respect in history, when I don't get their full story. I'm never, you know, I don't judge them because they had made wrong decisions, but it makes me, it doesn't give me that kind of trust with the history I'm getting. So it was important for me to show him as a World War II veteran who was struggling with substance abuse, which a lot of our veterans are. It was important to show this man who loved his family, but also tried to help everyone, but also kind of it working against him. So I hope that you know, when we're creating this Mount Rushmore of Latinx people in history, that he's up there, and we can kind of have a more full story.
Yeah, and something I think a lot of my students connect with Ramon is that he has this the way he's helping the Yaqui and the other people is very caring persona to him that maybe in some ways doesn't seem like a tough guy persona. It's a caring persona. It's a parenting persona, you know. And I think that's, we talked about having forms of masculinity that are healthy, and that's one of them, right? Before we end here, I want to add a few things. A Rose 1027 has said that this was a great conversation, that part of this is countering machismo, as being emotionally honest and vulnerable, and having healing. But I want to end on this question because I know it's something I've definitely seen Terry talk about. It's definitely something I've seen Henry talk about. I'm guessing Maxi's had thought about it. How does this fit in with the big two and self-publishing or smaller press things? How did this whole discussion about Latinx, our identity, and making this agency visible, how does this fit into the big two comics versus the non-big two? Henry, why don't you kind of kick off there?
I'm kind of sick and tired of this conversation. I think you know, it's great that we have these DC and Marvel characters, and that people love them and want to, you know, live with them. But just because you're not in that world does not mean that the story you're trying to tell, whether it be a zine, whether it be a webtoon, or whether it be you self-publishing and sending it to friends. I mean, I think that whatever stories you're trying to put out there in the world is important. And yes, it's important that we have DC and Marvel, the two largest publishers. And I'm glad we got someone like Terry in the room. But I think I'm looking forward to the day where, when we talk about Love and Rockets, which is at Fantagraphics, has won so many awards for all the books they publish, that we're including someone like that in that conversation, and that we can step away from making like that, those two companies giving us credibility, when I think the attempt and people telling their stories is probably what is most important.
Terry, how about you?
Yeah, I would hope that, you know, if someone comes across my work because I've done, you know, a Marvel book, that they would be more interested, or just as interested, in seeking out the work that I've done around or before that. You know, all of my books feature Latinx characters, they feature queer characters, and I would agree with what was just said. I think that, you know, if we commit to what we think is important in our stories, and in showing that in our stories, then I think that's the best we can do. I would think that if a company like Marvel would ask me to write something, that they wouldn't suddenly want me to be a different type of writer. You know, that representation is super important to me. So if I can't, you know, bring different types of representation to that story, then it doesn't feel authentically me anymore. So yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Maxi, how about you?
Well, like again, growing up, the two main ones were DC and Marvel, and there wasn't much representation when it comes to Latinx or even women, because you know the women were always drawn hypersexualized in these very horrible positions where it's like it's not atomically possible, dude. But you know, I digress. You know, but just because the big two didn't represent us doesn't mean that we can't. And I think they're starting to finally hear us, because you know we have characters like you know, Blue Beetle, we have like Jessica Cruz, the Green Lantern. We also have Yara Flor from Brazil. We're starting to see more of us in comics. And they're actually more accurately represented, more depicted than how they were in the past. And I think it's because of, you know, people like us who took up I'm gonna talk heroic here, the mantle of the mighty pencil, and decided we're gonna write our own stories, we're gonna draw our own stories, and we're gonna show these people what we're really like. We're not just, you know, these people that are just brown skin. We come in different colors, and we don't just have that Spanish accent. You know, not all of us have it. We're gonna show you guys, and we're gonna show the world who we really are. And the cool thing is they're actually listening. They're depicting us better. And I think that's, you know, it's awesome.
Yeah, so to end the panel here, first of all, I want to thank all of you for being here. I do want to say that something that hits on that everyone got at is, everyone watching this, listening to this, there's nothing stopping you from making comics. Just because it's not published by a big company doesn't mean there's anything stopping you. You can make your own comics, you can write because comics belongs to everybody. And in fact, if you're not seeing what you want, this is your opportunity to do that. You can make whatever you want. That's the beauty of the medium. It belongs to all of us, and we can all enjoy it. So don't feel restricted because of that. So Dr. Rojas, do you want to give everyone a chance to pitch one more time before they go?
No, I just want to say thank you to everyone. This has been such a good panel. I have so enjoyed it. Thank you, Maxi. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Henry. Thank you, Luke, for moderating. And I hope that I will see you all in Modesto next year, live and in person. I would very much love that. So thank you. And as you offboard, we're going to bring the folks for the next panel on. Have a great weekend. I hope to see you a bit later, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, for those of you who are watching from the live stream, we are doing the switch process for the next panel, and then we will get started right on time. So we're bringing on all of our panelists for the Comics in the Age of Disinformation panel. Welcome, welcome. I get to meet a bunch of new people. This is great. I love it. So for our panelists who are joining us right now, we are in the in-between phase. We have 3 minutes before we launch the panel, and we will start right on time. And Luke Martinez, my colleague, will be monitoring the YouTube space and bringing in any comments that we get there. Those will go right into the chat, so you can answer them at will. And Erica, if you wouldn't mind putting your last name on there, so when people are kind of looking at the screen, they'll see your full last name. And where's everyone broadcasting from?
Oh, real quick,
Desiree?
Dr. Rojas, before I turn off my camera, I'm here, I'm listening. If you guys have things you want to go in the chat, put it in the chat here. And if you have a website, a Twitter feed, Instagram, anything you want the people here to see, just put it in there and I'll make sure that they see it in the live stream. I'll be here even if you can't see or hear me.
Thank you, Luke.
I'm always with you.
You're doing a fantastic job, Luke. Yes.
So would you let us know where you're broadcasting from, Desiree?
Los Angeles.
LA. Great. Erica?
Los Angeles.
LA. Stephen?
Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Yes. Excellent.
A different
and Barbara?
Also Los Angeles.
LA. Okay, I think you're officially our first Louisiana panelist, so that's very exciting.
All right.
And we've got NorCal and SoCal well represented. We've also had New York, we've had Texas folks. So, and then we'll have some international action a little bit later. I should be careful how I phrase that, but you know what I mean. Welcome everyone. It's so great to meet you all, and I'm looking forward to listening to this panel. And again, helping out in the background, whatever you need. If you come up with something that you need, just put it in the chat and we will take care of that. And we have 1 minute, people, places. That's my favorite thing to say. Before we launch, I will introduce the panel and I will name the panelists, and then I will hand over the reins to your moderator and step back and get out of the way.
Theresa,
So
before you go, do all of the participants have share access right now?
Thank you for asking. Everyone, let me just double check that everyone, yes, multiple participants can share screen. So you should have no problem with that whatsoever. All right, and we are going to get started. All right, here we go. Welcome back, everyone, to the Latinx Comic Arts Festival. This is day 2 of our festival. The Latinx Comic Arts Festival is the California Central Valley's international celebration of Latinx comic arts creators and friends. We highlight Latinx cartoonists, writers, animators, artists, and comic arts educators. We want to welcome everyone. This is our 4th panel of the day. We are swimming right along. And I am Dr. Theresa Rojas. I am a professor of English and a professor of ethnic studies at Modesto Junior College, where the physical festival takes place. I'm also the festival founder and the director. So I like to say this is my growing baby. It's a very big baby at this point. We are streaming directly to YouTube. So folks are joining us as we speak into our YouTube audience. You may comment in the chat, you may ask questions. My colleague, Luke Martinez, who's on our advisory council, is monitoring the chat, and he will be sharing questions with us, and we'll also send links as they come up in the chat. And this panel is storytelling in the age of disinformation. For decades, comics have served as a storytelling medium that tackles hot button issues across genres and age groups. Now, comics are taking on the age of disinformation, using narratives to examine those that would use misleading information to control others. Led by Barbra Dillon, editor-in-chief of Fanbase Press, this panel will discuss the current and upcoming comics that are addressing the spread of false information by higher authorities head on. I want to welcome our panelists, Barbra Dillon, who will be moderating, Stephen Endes, Desiree Proctor, and Erica Harrell. Welcome, everyone, and I will hand over the reins to Barbra. Have a great panel.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Theresa. We really appreciate it. And hello, everyone out there on YouTube. Thank you so much for channeling in, I guess is a good way to say it, for the Latinx Comic Arts Festival. We appreciate your time with us today. As Theresa mentioned, we're going to be talking about the age of disinformation, especially as it relates to comics. And I have a wonderfully talented group of panelists with me today. So before we actually dive into the conversation, I just want to take a moment to introduce each of them. First, we have Dr. Stephen J.C. Andes, who is an author, professor, and pop culturist who teaches history at Louisiana State University. His written work includes Zorro's Shadow, How a Mexican Legend Became America's First Superhero, and The Mysterious Sophia, One Woman's Mission to Save Catholicism in 20th Century Mexico. Stephen, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. We also have Desiree Proctor and Erica Harrell, who are comic, video game, and TV writers, whose credits include the Disney Channel's Just Roll With It, Telltale Games' Walking Dead Michonne, Walking Dead: A New Frontier, and Game of Thrones, and the upcoming Disney Channel series Ultraviolet and Blue Demon. They were also participants in the DC Comics New Talent Showcase in 2017. Desiree and Erica are also co-writing the comic book series Nuclear Power, which we will be discussing today, alongside illustrator Lynn Yoshi, which will launch in April 2021 through Fanbase Press. Desiree and Erica, thank you both so much for joining us.
It's good to be
Thank you
here.
for having us.
Absolutely. So let's go ahead and dive in. As I always like to do on panels, I want the audience to get to know about you as individuals and how you came to work in your chosen field. So for each of you, what inspired you to become writers and or educators? And what attracts you to the art of storytelling? Stephen, why don't we start with you?
Great, thanks. Yeah, so I think, it started when the first time I went to Mexico when I was 13 years old. My father actually dragged me down on one of these kind of stereotypical kind of missions trips, right? Like I went down to help build a church in Chihuahua, Mexico. And this started a whole kind of series of my life where I visited some more when I was in my teens. And then I decided to move to Mexico when I was in my early 20s. And that was a life-changing experience. And I learned Spanish. I became awesome friends with some, lifelong friends in Mexico. And when I got back to the United States, I started studying, and I just had a professor who studied Mexican history that was like, hey, there is a whole sort of ocean of things and stories to explore here. And so this sort of started me on my journey of trying to figure out Mexican history, but also the relationship of the United States to Mexico, and pop culture and stuff like that. So that's a little bit of what got me going.
Excellent. Thank you so much for sharing that, Stephen. And Desiree, what about you?
Well, the reason I got into storytelling was because I was an Army brat. And so I moved around a lot as a kid and was the perpetual new kid, which is anybody's ever experienced that, complete nightmare. And so books and comics were my way of escaping. And when we were moving across the country, just sitting in the back of the car for hours, days, I would just spend all that time reading. And especially when I was like the new kid at school, sometimes I'd like bring a book and read during lunch because I didn't know anybody. So it just provided this like escapism and joy, and I wanted to share that feeling with other people, and that's why I decided to become a writer and go into storytelling.
That's excellent. Thank you, Desiree. And Erica, what about you?
So I grew up with kind of a larger than life father who told like wildly tall tales, and it was always kind of this, is he telling the truth? Like what's true, what's not true? He was like my dad, but he also like flew small planes. And, like I grew up partially in Central America in the 80s, and like why was a kid there? And I also was the first person on both sides of my family actually to be able to go to college. And I never actually thought I was going to become a writer or, a creative, but I went to film school and I was like, I love this business. I love the industry. Like, what can I do in it? So I took the most like practical route, which was working in production. And Desiree and I actually went to college together, and I had met some executives out in LA, and I was like, oh, I have an idea that would be really cool. And I knew Desiree had written a play, and I was like, let's, pitch this idea together. And it kind of came out that like, unless you're a writer coming in with IP, it's like, I might lose the rights to that if she were the sole writer on it. So she was like, you now have to be a writer. And I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. So that was several years ago. And we've then launched into like a successful writing partnership, and now have been writing features and comics and TV. And we both kind of like bonded over the love of genre.
So basically, Erica's saying she's a natural at it. She's just a natural.
Clearly, yes. She just can't help it. Well, as I mentioned in the introduction, comics have served as a storytelling medium that has really pushed boundaries and tackled hot button issues throughout its history. So for each of you, again, why do you feel that the sequential art medium serves as such an impactful form of pop culture? And how do you feel that it is best able to connect with readers? And this one, I'm just going to open it up to everybody. Whoever would like to go first, please feel free.
I'll jump in. I mean, I think, you know, to me, I think the reason sequential art is like so impactful is because it's so accessible. You know, you don't even really need to know the language that a comic book is written in to follow a story. Like the artwork explains it for you. And like even a good friend of ours, you know, who suffered from dyslexia, learned to read through comic books. And so I think that's why it's such an impactful medium, and it can like tackle these hot button issues because it's just easier for people to digest than like a novel or something.
Erica or Stephen?
Yeah, I you know, I agree with everything that Desiree was saying, and kind of like likening to, you know, like ancient cave paintings where it would be like, let's draw something on the wall and be like, danger, there's a bear, you know, or a lion or something like that. Like, so it almost has like this, that art has like a primal connection to people, and it is kind of a way to like grasp stories but have it in a more understandable way, and you know, to be able to like invest in these characters like long term. You know, Batman's been around for so many decades now that you're just kind of like, your grandparents like kind of knew who Batman was, and now your children will know who Batman is, and that's like a really way to connect generations as well.
Yeah, so that's exactly right. You know, like I was doing a little bit of reading about this, and it's interesting because humans process visual information about like 60,000 times faster than written information, right? So, and think about that in the landscape of technology, where there's so much information coming from us. I mean, we live today, you know, this time in the history of the world, we live in the time when the most information is available at any time in the history of human evolution, right? And so we're just like swimming in information, and visual sort of storytelling is a way to catch people's or attention and get a story across when people's attention span is so sort of frenetic. You know, you go on Twitter, right? And how often do you actually read or catch a tweet that is just text, right? Like there is a sense of the visual way that we tell stories, and sequential art is something that allows us to tell stories that don't just argue from one mode, right? Like if you go back to like Aristotle and the rhetorical triangle of you know, pathos, ethos, and logos. Like logos is the sort of logic, pathos is the emotion, and ethos is this kind of credibility. Like sequential art is able to sort of communicate on all those different planes in a way that I think is unique to that medium.
Absolutely. So as we've said a few times, the topic of this panel is storytelling in the age of disinformation. So I feel, especially for the benefit of our viewers, that it's helpful to define or discuss what we mean when we say the age of disinformation. So what is disinformation, and how do you feel that it has impacted both those who dispense it and those who receive it? And likewise, how do you feel that we now find ourselves in a time of disinformation? And again, I'll just open it up to everyone.
I went first last time, so somebody else should go first.
Stephen, what about you? Why don't we start with you?
I can tackle this a little bit.
Wonderful.
I mean, like disinformation is interesting because it's like not just the idea of, oh, I was mistaken in that information, right? Disinformation is like on purpose. It's telling lies on purpose. It's putting with oftentimes with a specific political agenda or point of view behind it. It's this notion of like, there is so much information going on right now, so I'm just gonna like take over this conversation by just putting out patently false things that oftentimes could seem true, right, on first glance. And it's sort of taking on the idea that Thucydides was this Greek historian in the 400s, that Athenian historian, and he said, it turns out that most people don't take the time to find out the truth of something. They're just more apt to believe the first thing that they hear, right? And so disinformation rests on that foundation of like, I'm going to put this information out there and people aren't really going to probably take the time to really find out. And so it's a certain sort of bad information with an agenda to it.
And Stephen, we'll stick with you for a moment because as an educator, I'm curious how that impacts your educational process in terms of relaying information to students. And obviously they are utilizing things like the internet and other resources that may have disinformation out there. How do you try to combat that in the classroom?
Yes. So I'm a historian by my, trade training and stuff like that. And so like sources are super important. And I think that's part of the thing that we try as historians, but also within the academy to get students to look at is like, not only what is the source, but like what is the credibility of this source? One of the things about like democratization is that we sort of have been led to believe that the democratization of information is universally a good thing, and it is, right? We can see this with underrepresented voices getting the ability through social media to let their voice be heard, whereas before there were certain gatekeepers in the publishing industry, and there still are. But that democratization of that medium allows voices to be heard. But it also allows people to come together and storm the Capitol building, right? It also allows sort of conspiracy theories to go on that say that there is human trafficking at pizza joints, right? There is like, it cuts both ways, right? And so how do we then, in this wash of information that we are sort of swimming in, how do we tell what's true and what's not true? The reality is that I'm not built to crunch numbers put out by the CDC. I am a historian. I'm not a sort of a doctor. So at some level, I'm still have to trust experts. And I think we need, or what my desire is for my students, is for us to say, okay, who is an expert and why, and who do you trust and why, right? So it's not just about the information that's out there, but it's like, who's telling us that information? And that's a place to start with. Absolutely. That's a great point, Stephen. Thank you. Erica, why don't we jump over to you? Anything that you'd like to add in terms of what disinformation is and how it impacts both those who dispense it as well as those who receive it?
Well, I feel like it's just been amplified over my lifetime. The past 4 years felt like just an onslaught of disinformation, purposefully, like Stephen was saying, kind of, targeted lies that were just placed out there. And, I think that it's really a shame because it's a worldwide phenomenon. It's not just like the United States, it's happening everywhere. And, with Desiree and I kind of being storytellers, it's like, how do we tell stories, which sometimes stories are lies, but also have like kernels of truth? And that does become a bit challenging. And especially with, you know, our upcoming comic book series, it's like we did real research and, you know, looked at historical facts of, you know, what happened during the Cuban Missile Crisis, but then we used that as a foundation to then expand a story, which is kind of like telling a version of the truth, of a different kind of truth, like what if this had happened. So it's, you know, we're trying to just like strike a balance, but, you know, also in some ways maybe like interest people in a historical event that did happen.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and then hopefully they'll go and do their own research on it. I mean, I think that's the hope when anybody does anything, creates any sort of art based in fact, is that viewers will enjoy the product for what it is and enjoy that story, but then on their own will go and research and look up like what really happened, what really inspired this story. But these days it's like everybody has their own, you know, version of truth and their own version of facts. And so much of it is based on their emotions and personal experience and like subconscious bias. And it's terrible. It's straining relationships. And, you know, the last 4 years, as Erica was saying, and as Stephen was saying, we've seen people in power using disinformation to gain more power by dividing people.
And Desiree, we're going to stick with you for a few minutes. You and Erica together co-created the upcoming series Nuclear Power, as Erica mentioned, and it really tackles the idea of disinformation and its ramifications on society head on. So for our viewers, what can you tell us about the premise of the series, and what do you hope that readers take away from it?
Yeah, I mean, so Nuclear Power, it's this like alt history take on the Cuban Missile Crisis. And for people that don't know what the Cuban Missile Crisis was, it was these 13 days in 1962 where the Soviet Union and the United States were on the verge of nuclear war. And we came very, very close to not just destroying each other, but destroying most of the world. And so our comic book is this like alt history take on like what would have happened if on Black Saturday in 1962, if both countries had nuked each other and World War III had happened, and what our country, being the United States, would like look like today. And so our take on it is kind of like the US has reformed into what is now more of like a military dictatorship that's stuck technologically in the 1960s. And our main character learns the government she works for is keeping a dark secret from its people, and it's systematically exterminating humans just for being different. And like the story was really inspired by both of our mothers' experience. They're both Cuban, and you know, after the Cuban Missile Crisis, there were a lot of attacks on Cubans in America just for being Cuban, for being other. And for us, it's like both of our parents had to Americanize as much as possible to try to be like everybody else, so they wouldn't be hurt just for being themselves. And so for us, like, we hope that when people read this story, they take away the idea that we shouldn't fear others for being different, and that like we shouldn't just try to destroy what we don't understand. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Erica.
Yeah, I mean, as kind of what Stephen was saying earlier, it's sort of like he, as a historian, has to rely on the data that experts are giving. And I think that, you know, Americans and people around the world, like, we want to trust those experts. We want to trust our leaders. And, you know, like even just going to a doctor, and like, it's very common with doctors where you're just being like, I don't believe you, I need to go get a second opinion. Some people don't do that. And with our government, like the past 4 years especially, but even decades before that, it's like we sometimes need to verify that our leaders are actually having our best interests at heart. And I think that, you know, the government and the people sometimes forget the government is supposed to work for us. Our tax dollars pay their jobs. and create their jobs. And if we are not happy with like how the government is going, we should have the ability to, you know, extinguish their power, because the power should lie with the people. And, you know, that was kind of when Desiree and I were kind of developing and creating nuclear power. It was sort of like at a time where governments are trying to regulate women's bodies, and the government is saying, oh, you're trans, you can't serve in the military, or you're gay, you can't get married. Like there was just a lot of those things of like imposition from government that felt like, well, why are you work for me, buddy? Like, you know, why, how come you can tell me to do this? And that was kind of like, you know, as we were discussing and coming up with the idea, something that we're just kind of like, well, what if we found out that like everything we believed was not true about the government? And that was kind of our inspiration.
Wonderful. And Erica, to stay with you for another moment, you mentioned earlier about the amount of research that went into this project, and especially with Stephen's point earlier about, you know, researching and knowing what you're looking for, deciphering the information as to its credibility. Can you, and Desiree as well, tell us about what that research process looked like for you?
Yeah, there were actually like a bunch of documents that were released from JFK and from like just like the Information Act, basically, that wasn't released until like decades later, to show exactly how Desiree was saying, like how close we actually did come. So like the common people in October 1962 knew that something was going on because of the news, but they didn't know exactly how close and exactly like the events that led up to us not firing the bombs. And you know, that came out like so much later, and we benefited from that as like writers, being able to, you know, decades later, like look and know what actually happened then, to then kind of use that as like a jumping point.
Yeah. Just to add to that, I mean, some of the things that we read were, I mean, of course, there's Robert Kennedy's famous book, 13 Days, but that was very much like, he obviously knew more, but a lot of that information was confidential when he published the book at the time. And the information Erica's talking about came out during the 1980s, when the Soviet Union and the government of Cuba and the United States all met. And the XCOM tapes were released. So JFK had like actually secretly recorded all his meetings during the Cuban Missile Crisis during this 13-day time period. And his staff didn't know. I don't even think his own brother knew. So it was going back and like actually reading those transcripts of what happened, and then like reading the documents that came out of the Soviet Union, discussing when this one officer in a submarine, which is like the opening of our comic book, he makes a decision that like stops a nuke from being fired at the USS Randolph. And if that man hadn't been there, or if he had made a different decision, that really would have started World War III, because we would have retaliated. And we like looked up maps of where like the different nuclear sites were and where they would have hit, like the different targets. And it was just like both coasts of the United States would be gone.
Yeah, we also had backup plans, like if, you know, even though our main conflict was with the USSR, like we were like, well, you know, if they fire on us, we're also going to fire on China, we can't have China be a power if we're also not a power. So there's a lot of that, which was very interesting research that we did early on.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to pivot to Stephen in a moment. Stephen, we'll talk more about your work. But one more question for the both of you, and that is that the series Nuclear Power, given that as your publisher, I know what's happening in the story, it has become rather prescient in light of its themes and plot points. So while the story is obviously an alternate history and steeped in science fiction, do you find that there were any challenges in bringing the story to life in light of how analogous it was to recent events in our history?
Was almost too scary at times, especially when we were, you know, seeming as though we were dangerously close to nuclear war with North Korea for a period of time. And of course with Iran, like, which was last January before the pandemic and everything. So we were just like, are we writing something that's coming true? Like, this is awful. But I think that on the more practical side of things, like, you know, being female
comic creators had its challenges in and of itself, not, you know, disinformation like withstanding and just all of the other things. It was challenging to make sure that we could find an artist and to, like, you know, write scripts that, you know, everyone was happy with and like that we thought was actually saying something, and, you know, finding publishers, obviously, like fan base, who supported us and wanted to see this story come to life. So getting your own story told is hard no matter what medium it is. And, you know, this was our first comic that we had, you know, written outside of like the DC program. So it was definitely like had practical challenges as well as, you know.
Yeah, it was definitely scary because we had conceived this idea years ago before all this like age of disinformation became so all consuming, and it was scary watching all of this stuff starting to come true. And so I think we just had to learn, because we were just like, what if people think that we're just commenting on the current times, but that wasn't our intent. And I think we just had to learn to kind of like let that fear go. And it's like, it's art, it's open for interpretation. People are going to read into whatever they want to read into.
Excellent. Well, we will definitely share with our viewers where they can pre-order or purchase Nuclear Power when it launches next month. But we're, as I said, going to pivot over to Stephen. Stephen, as a professor of history, and especially one who utilizes pop culture to tell us who we are and where we've been, how do you find that comic books and other mediums of entertainment have portrayed disinformation? And what can we learn from these various stories and characters?
First, you know, like I want to say, like, everything Desiree and Erica just said just made my historian's heart go all aflutter. That was amazing. That was awesome. I loved it. You know, reading those documents, looking at that's awesome. I'm, you know, pre-ordering the comic, definitely. And you know, like, I think so about a year, maybe 2 years ago, I taught a class that basically was learning Latin American history through fiction. And one of the things that was a major theme in the class was this notion in the author Tim O'Brien, who wrote a book called The Things They Carried about Vietnam. Kind of a very different context, but he writes about this difference between historical truth and story truth, and how sometimes story truth is oftentimes more true than historical truth, right? And what do we mean by that? And I think there's a part in which story truth gets at the underlying mentalities, feelings, that sometimes just a kind of objective historical narrative misses, right? And so that's like why we need fiction, because fiction does, and pop culture also does, tap into a vein of human experience that sometimes we're not able to when we just tell the facts, right? When we just tell the facts about the Cuban Missile Crisis or something like that. You know, whereas this story that Desiree and Erica are telling, and then you know, sort of through sequential art by you know, your illustrator, like, there's a way in which that this can tap into not only the story truth of that moment, but also the story truth of relationships between Latin America and the United States, but also issues of information, like you were saying, also issues of gender issues, sexuality issues, you know, all these things that we can tap into those. And so one of the things that I wanted to share was an example of 2015, right? Then he wasn't president yet, but Trump goes down to the border and he basically says that we need to build a wall. We need to build a wall because you know, there might be some good people coming in from Mexico, but then he lists off all these awful things, right? That's one of the key parts of disinformation, right? Is the way that you say, I wouldn't want to call this person a weakling because that wouldn't be appropriate. But, right, I wouldn't want to call people from Mexico this because that would not be good. But, right, so that's a way that this is an aside, how disinformation can work, right? But so here's a version of this, situation told by one conservative commentator. He's this guy, Eric Metaxas. I don't know if you've heard of him, but he has a radio show. He's actually, sort of a historian that's written many books. He's not just, he might be crazy, I don't know, but he's not really crazy in the sense of like he actually is, is a normal human being that writes and stuff like that. He wrote, and I'm going to share this, see if I can share this. He wrote a book called Donald Builds the Wall, right? Where you can see Donald Trump, right? And after Donald, the caveman drained the swamp and the greedy swamp creatures fled, the cave people were free. So all kinds of great things began to happen, right? And then soon folks from other kingdoms began arriving to join the winning experiment in liberty. Most were freedom loving, but some were basically causing trouble, right? And he talks about, these people coming in that are trying to get across the wall are, sort of depicts them as it's awful. It's like this sort of very kind of racist, ethnocentric view. Donald Trump is the hero. So that's one way in which disinformation I've seen, towards this situation of building the wall. And then the thing that I love that is the most amazing is in 2015, not too long after Trump's whole sort of build the wall thing happened, a guy that's a really awesome comic creator, Hector Rodriguez, who does El Paso Hero. It's about a border hero that becomes a superhero, right? They released a cover that, and I'll show you the cover. Can you see that?
Not yet. We're still seeing Donald Builds the Wall.
Okay. Let me see. Stop share. I will share again. Okay. Can you see this? So on the left is the famous Captain America, Jack Kirby, 1941, punching Hitler. And then you see El Paso Hero punching Trump after this situation, right? And so here is, and it says the Latino Latinx community comes together as one El Paso hero against racism, right? And I just love the way in which this, through the medium of comics, through one image, can sort of portray so much, right? This notion, not only the history of Captain America punching Hitler, but also the way in which this parallels not only that history, but then also this moment in which, Trump is saying something about Mexico and Mexican Americans, and here is this sort of Mexican hero that sort of punches Trump. It's called El Trumpazo, right? The big sort of Trump punch. And so I think this is a great example of the way in which comics and sequential art can say so much with so little and be so impactful, and also do a lot to begin to sort of cut through the disinformation out there. Because I think, El Paso Hero, this comic cover, says so much about the way that many Latinx people were feeling at the moment, right? And this gave voice to that in a way that all of the op-eds or something in the New York Times maybe was not able to. And so I guess that's what I wanted to share about that.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Stephen. And it's so great to be able to see it visually because, as you said, it's so much more seamless in being able to take away a message visually than sometimes to read an entire op-ed piece or article in the New York Times. And Stephen, to stay with you just a bit longer, how, as an educator, do you find that you're able to best incorporate pop culture into your curriculum to call upon, storytelling as a way to educate, to inform, or even to inspire?
Yeah. So what, last September 2020, I came out with this book on Zorro. And the lead up to that was that I ended up teaching a class called The History of Zorro. And it was essentially a great way for me to say, here's this pop culture figure, which I found out that a lot of 20-year-olds were like, Zorro who? And so that was also an interesting kind of education for myself, learning about how, the ebbs and flow of pop culture goes. But it was a way to dig into the way in which images are often the way that images infect and stamp, literally stereotypes are like a sort of an image that leaves a mark, right? And the stereotypes of Latinx history and culture and experience, all the tropes that we see in Hollywood over the last, 100 years of whether the Latin lover, the sort of the bandit, the fiery sex bot, all of these things that are inscribed and actually color the way that students see Latinx history, but also Latin American history, right? And so it was the way for me to use images as a way to kind of deconstruct our image of our vision, especially white American kids in college, how they see Latin American history in a way to begin to question those images that they're sold, right, and that they're told. Now, thankfully, we have people like Desiree and Erica that are writing an awesome, Latina superhero for the screen, and I'm excited, for that series as it comes out, and for them to tell us more about that.
Excellent. Well, Desiree, you had actually alluded to this earlier, so I wanted to expound upon it a little bit in that disinformation has uniquely divided many people in our country and outside of the United States as well. Do you find that storytelling or pop culture in general is able to break down that divide, and why or why not?
I mean, in a perfect world, I would hope so, but I feel like with streamers and social media, their algorithms are only exposing us to content that already informs our bias. So while art and storytelling can attempt to break down disinformation, I don't think people are accessing as much as they used to, even though strangely the internet was supposed to be able to connect all of us. I think it's actually bringing us further apart. So I think people are only really being exposed to stories that inform what they already believe.
Erica, what about you?
Yeah, I agree with what Desiree was saying, and I think that it also harkens to why some documentaries like Tiger King were so popular last year, because people were like, oh, this is something that is real, even though it felt like it was so fantastical in a way. But yeah, I do believe, as you were saying, Barbara, that we can stories can unite people in the Tiger King-esque way, if you use that as an example, where it was he's a very divisive figure, but people really, he became almost like a cult figure. People were rooting for this guy. That was everybody from flyover states to the coastal elite people were just kind of oh, this is just an interesting thing. So as storytellers, it's kind of we do have a responsibility to kind of try to tell all different kinds of characters and stories. So as like Stephen was saying, it's kind of like we just don't have like the Latina, you know, housekeeper, like as like the tired old trope. And like, how can we show Latinas and Latinx people and other people of color in like different ways? One of the things I know Desiree and I loved reading last year was the Superman Smashes the Klan book, which was, you know, really excellent. If anyone hasn't read it, I don't want to spoil it, but that was something that I felt like was a perfect way of like, you know, having a piece of medium that like could help unite people and start conversations.
And Stephen, what about you?
Yep. So you know, like I think that's super interesting about, you know, the Superman Smashes the Klan, right? Because like also, you know, these stories that we've been telling, you know, since the late 1930s need to change over time. And they need to change over time to reflect like our values and our like sense of, you know, there's a time in which we could say that, you know, perhaps Superman had a more sort of, you know, truth, justice in the American way, right? Protecting that, and that oftentimes was, you know, the white way or whatever. But even though Superman perhaps has some interesting origins himself, but I digress. What I was going to say was that I think pop culture has a unique way to bring us together, but yes, it's also a litmus test sometimes for what our political values might be, right? You'd think, like, take the recent stuff that came out, the op-ed by Charles Blow of the New York Times about Pepe Le Pew, you know, as, you know, Pepe Le Pew, the rapist, you know, kind of thing. And then how like both sides were sort of fighting back. And what I try to do is I try to nuance things. And this is what I think I did with Zorro, right? Is, you know, here's Zorro. People love Zorro. Some people are kind of like Zorro, right? But what I found was actually there's a lot of icky stuff in Zorro's origins. Like, for one, Johnston McCulley, the guy that came up with Zorro in 1919, himself was, you know, convicted of statutory rape in 1909. And there's a whole sort of gendered layer under there. But on the same hand, like, I also found that he very much was influenced by Joaquin Murrieta, the sort of gold rush bandit of, you know, the 1840s and 50s. And that sort of strain of Latinx history and experience was very much in the DNA, right? And the amazing thing about it is that even though there are these stereotypical whitewashed aspects of Zorro, the robust nature of especially Latinx audiences over time to metabolize that and then use that image for an icon, for something that is different than what was intended originally, right? So I think Zorro can be reclaimed by Latinx people for as a hero, right? You can see this in 2005 in the 2005 novel by Isabel Allende, where she self-consciously makes Zorro for the first time a mestizo, right? With a indigenous mother and a Spanish father. And then all of a sudden that injects this new life that he looks like and feels like a lot more like what Southern California would have looked like at the time than just this sort of blue-blooded Spaniard, right? And so I think that sense of audiences reclaiming, taking what they need out of a cultural icon or image, even if it's problematic in some ways, and then using it, you know, like munching it up and then using it for their own sort of purposes, is what especially Latinx people have been doing for the last 100 years. When they had Zorro and Speedy Gonzalez, right, on TV, and those are problematic characters, but yet used for their own purposes, and eventually to be sort of cultural icons.
We've mentioned a few instances of examples of great works that we look to. Superman smashes the Klan, Zorro as well. Are there other, whether it be creators or characters or storylines, books, and it just doesn't have to be comic books, movies, TV, etc., all different modes of entertainment. Are there any examples that you look to right now who are really tackling the dangers of disinformation, especially what we're going through right now? And I'll just open that up to everyone.
I guess I'll jump in. I've recently hopped on the Octavia Butler train. She's definitely had a resurgence in popular culture, I think thanks to the Black Lives Matter movement. But a lot of her books, even though they were written 20, 30 years ago, like deal with the topic of disinformation really well, and they still apply today. Like I just read Parable of the Sour, and if anybody has read that, it's this alt history take on 2025, and it's like the United States has kind of like collapsed as a country due to climate change and other political factors, and there's a lot of like the government, trying to trick people into what is considered like the modern day slavery. And then her book Dawn is also a great example. It's not government, it's like aliens controlling information of what they give to like survivors of a dead earth. And the survivors of this earth have to choose whether they believe the version of truth that these aliens are giving them, and then they turn against each other, like the people that believe and the people that don't believe. And there's just a lot of like themes that are very relevant to today.
Yeah, and to add to that, it is interesting how Desiree was saying, it's kind of like a piece of medium that was written like years ago then still like becomes relevant, and that definitely happened with like The Handmaid's Tale. That was a book written a really long time ago, and now people can like tune into Hulu and be like, "Ooh, look at this new story." It's like, well, it's new to you, like, which I love that once you write something, it can have a resurgence or a life of its own. And on a personal like level, I love, because she's like a colleague of ours, Vita Ayala, who is queer and Afro Latinx writer who's based in New York, and she's been able to like work for DC. She's done some Supergirl issues. I just really like that we have just the more availability of like women and queer people in comics who are producing work. So not necessarily specifically to disinformation, but I think it's just great that we have like a lot of options to look at now.
Absolutely. And Stephen?
Yeah, well, like I think those are great. Like, Octavia Butler, definitely, it's amazing. And then the survivors have to decide whether or not they're going to mate with the aliens. So then that's a whole nother issue, which is interesting. So like I love there's some great comics coming out from some Latinx people that I'm really a fan of. Javier Hernandez is working on his El Muerto, his next sort of vision of that, which I think is just amazing in the way it sort of brings in a lot of sort of Mexican American experience, and also kind of interestingly, I think there's a way in which disinformation, right? Like there's people tackling, the sort of sort of Aztec past. I think there was a panel on this. Henry Barajas is doing his sort of Helm Gray Castle. Kevin Garcia, the Teoatl comic, and sort of telling epic stories within the Mesoamerican past, right? As though like Tolkien could do that with the sort of England, right? Why can't we also tell stories like that about Mesoamerica? There's Rebecca Roanhorse and her sort of Black Sun series. But Giannina Brodsky is doing, she just, Puerto Rican writer, did a novel called The United States of Banana, and now the graphic novel version of that is coming out, which is super interesting. So, you know, like, I think we're sort of like in a beginnings of hopefully a golden age of sort of people telling great stories, especially Latinx people. And so I'm excited, and yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, Stephen. Dr. Rojas, do you want me to turn it over to you? Or do you mind if we
Yeah,
just
I crashed the party.
do it? Do it.
Yeah, I just want to say, I'm sorry, I didn't let you wrap up, Barbara. If you'd like to, if you have a wrap up, please.
Sure, absolutely. I was simply going to ask each of our panelists if they wanted to share not only where they can find each of you on social media or website, and likewise where they can find your work. Stephen, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so I have a website, www.zorosghost.com, and then you can find me at Twitter at Steve Andes. And actually, the next book I'm writing right now is The Secret History of Speedy Gonzalez. So I'm following after one of my mentors, Bill Noricchio, and his work on Speedy Gonzalez in the 1990s, early 2000s, and there's a lot of interesting stuff there. So
excellent. Thank you, Stephen. And Desiree and Erica?
As Desiree, or as Barbara, as you mentioned, we have started in the writer's room on a new Disney series called Ultraviolet and Blue Demon. And Blue Demon Jr. is like an icon in Mexico as a luchador. And Ultraviolet will be, we believe, one of the first live action Latinx superheroes. And she's a teen girl, and it's a really
on television.
Great, on television, yes.
Yes.
And you know, we literally started it last Monday, so it's been a lot of world building and character deepening, and a lot of fun things going into that series. And also nuclearpowercomic.com, and I'm at Erica Harrell on Twitter.
I'm not really on social media, so.
But folks should definitely check out nuclearpowercomic.com. And just to let folks know, and Theresa, then I'll turn it over to you. Nuclear Power is a 6-issue series. It is launching digitally next month on both Comixology and Hoopla. So if you've got your library card, please be sure to check out Nuclear Power issue 1, which will launch next month. And you can follow the entire series that way. And if you are someone who likes print comics, we are collecting all 6 issues into a collected softcover trade paperback that will be coming out in October, timed with the anniversary of the Cuban Missile Crisis. So you can pre-order that. You'll also get lots of great bonus features along with that, including art from illustrator Lynn Yoshi. So nuclearpowercomic.com. But Theresa, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. And of course, fanbasepress.com, right?
Yes.
That is Barbara's. We want to make sure that we include that. I can't thank you enough for being here. It's absolutely fantastic meeting you all. Thank you so much for another wonderful panel. And I hope that I will see you in Modesto soon, next year, maybe. And I will see you a little bit later. So thank you so much, everyone. We're going to go ahead and onboard the next panel. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks so much.
Bye-bye.
Have a great weekend.
Okay, bye.
So for those of you in the live stream, we are going to go ahead and we admit the folks for our next panel and get everyone situated, and then we will get started in about 4 minutes. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome.
Hi, all.
Oh, hi, Catalina, Javier, Jose.
Hello.
Great to see you. And hopefully Fernando will be here any second.
I just admitted him.
Oh, there he is. As usual.
I'm trying to change my name.
You're sideways, Fernando.
And he's mute.
Soy de lado. I'm horizontal.
Yes,
No-
yes, that's
okay.
allowed. Yep. Yep.
There you
Voy
go.
a hacerlo bien.
Yay! Opa.
However, maybe this works. Ah, that's it.
That works
There you go.
beautifully.
That's a bigger one.
Beautifully.
Hi, Crystal.
Hey,
Good to see you. A little bit of
Yeah.
a reunion. Yeah, I wish we were in person, but at least we have this. So I'm very, very happy about that. So what's happening, as I've explained for the other panels, is I will introduce the panel and the folks who are participating, the names, and then I will hand over the reins to Jose, and the panel is all yours. Meanwhile, we will be in the background, myself and Luke will be in the back, Luke Martinez, who's on the advisory, will be monitoring the chat so that folks who are watching on YouTube can share their questions and their comments, and then we will put that in the chat for you. So you don't have to keep an eye on YouTube at the same time. We'll bring that to you and try to make it as easy as possible. Let me admit Stephen here. And then let's see, we have 2 minutes. Where is everybody geographically, starting with Catalina?
I'm in Boston and it's starting to get dark out.
Oh, nice. I miss Boston a little bit, except when I hear about the snow, then I'm like, I'm cool, California.
Oh, yeah.
Yay.
I had a quick question, if I may.
Yes, Jose.
So those of you on the panel, do you guys have PowerPoints that you're going to share to describe your work?
No.
So I had a bunch of materials. I was just gonna like show it in the camera, just to be like, here's my comic book.
Okay.
Cool toys. There's all
Because as Theresa was suggesting, I'll ask a question maybe to one of you, and then maybe that can be your opportunity to maybe just talk a little bit about your own work if you want, and then answer the question, and then other people can chime in. I mean, is that going to work okay, Theresa?
Yeah, however you want to do that. And if any of you decides that you would like to share screen, you all have permission to do that. So you are entirely allowed.
I think it is nice if people can have a sense of the work that the people are doing on the panel.
Yeah. So whatever you want to share, please feel free to share that. So we're going to get started. It's 3 o'clock. So welcome to the Latinx Comic Arts Festival. The festival is the California Central Valley's international celebration of Latinx comic arts creators and friends. We highlight Latinx cartoonists, writers, animators, artists, and of course, comic arts educators. So this is our 5th panel of day 2. It has been going beautifully, and I'm very happy with the virtual festival. I'm Dr. Theresa Rojas. I'm the festival founder and director. And I'm also a professor of English and a professor of ethnic studies at Modesto Junior College. And that is where we hold the physical festival, which hopefully will happen again in 2022. We are streaming directly to YouTube. So we have for our YouTube audience, you may comment in the chat. We're monitoring it. My colleague, Luke Martinez, who is one of our Lcaf advisory members, will be monitoring that and sharing questions and comments with our panelists. So this 3 o'clock panel is Storytelling Across Mediums Part 2 with Jose Alanis. And in this second of 2 features focusing on how comics creation translates into working across mediums, panelists discuss engaging audiences well beyond comic books. These creators share their innovative and transcendent work in video, television, animation, toy making, web comics, film, education, marketing, all things to all people, much more. So I want to welcome our panelists, Jose Alanis, who is moderating, Javier Solorzano, Crystal Gonzalez, Stephen Prince, Catalina Rufin, and Fernando de Peña. So Jose, I give the reins over to you, and I look forward to your panel.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Theresa. So yes, my name is Jose Alanis, and I am a professor of Slavic languages and literatures and comparative literature at the University of Washington in Seattle. I am also a comics artist, and I both write about, teach, and produce comics, and comics are kind of a big part of my life. I'm very happy to be participating with this excellent panel at Lcaf. And yes, as Theresa explained, we are looking at storytelling across mediums. Most of these folks, actually, I not only had never met, but I actually was discovering your work here. So I'm happy to be able to be engaging with you guys over this format. Maybe someday we can do it live. I thought maybe one way to go about this is for me to ask a question to one person, and then maybe that person can talk a little bit about their work if they have anything they want to show us. I think it'd be nice for viewers to have a sense of the kind of work that you guys are doing, and then get into the answer of the question, and then other people can chime in. And then once we've exhausted that topic, we can go on to the next one. We'll see how many of these we can do. So unless anybody has any objections to that, just let me know. If you don't like the question, I guess you can just say pass. I don't know, nobody's being forced. Also, just please clarify for me, please make sure that I'm not messing up your pronouns. So I will try to remember if people have particular pronouns that they want to use. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. One thing that I wanted to do to start us off with is to share my screen with you guys here. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
It should say convergent culture. Yeah, I thought I'd get us started with one of the most important thinkers on the notion of transmediality and transmedial storytelling, and that is Henry Jenkins of USC, who writes in this very important book from 2006, Convergence Culture. In transmedial storytelling, each medium does what it does best, so that a story might be introduced in a film and then expanded through television, novels, and comics. Its world might be explored through gameplay or experienced as an amusement park attraction. So I think what Jenkins was really crucial at pointing out here are the ways in which various forms of storytelling across mediums, including something like transmedial storytelling, your Harry Potter or your Star Wars or any of several other examples we could think of, are really a kind of grand network that's taking advantage of each medium that it operates in, using each particular medium's gifts and advantages to advance a particular kind of storytelling. Now, this is not the only kind, obviously, of storytelling across mediums, but I think it's an important way of thinking about what it is we're engaged with when we're switching between these different forms of expression. So with that in mind, I wanted to open up the questions to first. How about I'm going just totally by what is presented to me on my gallery screen here. So it's random. Catalina, I was curious, how does working in different mediums affect your work in comics and vice versa?
So in terms of medium, my primary way of telling stories is comics. But in the other sense of the term, I do use like traditional mediums when I create my comics. So I'm doing like ink on paper, and then I usually do watercolor washes. And for me, like my choice in doing that is because I want something that feels tactile. And I just kind of like evoking a style that reminds me of like the illustrations that I liked as a kid, like children's books in a way, or like kind of older styles of illustration from like the 70s and 80s. But yeah, comics is definitely like the main way that I tell stories, but I've also been really interested in music as a way to like I'll make like a playlist of songs that kind of like evokes the mood of a comic. So I've been interested in finding ways to have an experience where the reader can both read the comic and listen to a song that emotionally is like connected to the story.
Yeah, I think a lot of us probably do something like that, right? Trying to find the right music to fit the mood as we're working. I'm curious, you're a graduate of the Center for Cartoon Studies, right? Started by James Sturm and others in White River Junction. I was curious how that was influential in this approach to your work.
Yeah, going there was a really great experience. It was basically for me like an artist retreat where I had 2 years to really fully develop my craft. Like I had already been making my own comics for a while, but in that environment, I had a lot of help from different really comics experts. And the biggest help that I really got there was with the story structure, because like with the art, you know, it's really like about practice and practicing your own craft. With the storytelling, I think it's really important to have collaboration, whether it's like from an editor or from your peers. So being in that environment definitely pushed the storytelling to the next level.
Okay. Okay, I should also, before we opening it up to others, I should also maybe point out that Catalina, in addition to graduating from the MFA program for the Center for Cartoon Studies, the world-renowned center in Vermont, is also the author of the Fairy Warrior series, A Passion for Scotland, published through a Mice mini grant, and Gendercraft, among other stories. So
thank you.
Yeah, you definitely want to check those out. What about for the rest of the panel? What is it like for you guys to kind of go back and forth from different mediums in comics, and how does that affect the work in both directions?
I'll chime in.
Crystal.
Yeah, and I do a comic book series, a graphic novel, and again, yeah, just like Catalina, I traditionally draw it, so I use ink, pencil, basically this is like my favorite stuff. Not that I'm product placement or anything, but like FW acrylic ink is like the darkest, blackest ink. And the comic is primarily black and white. So whenever I'm doing a comic book, I like to really loathe it so that you take a long time reading these. I want the person to be engaged slowly, and the story itself is kind of opening up as you continue to watch. It's definitely far more engaging in that sense. But when it goes to animation, because I do animations as well of these characters, I have to basically tell a short story really fast. So it's not like as leisurely as being able to let someone really get involved. It has to be a different sort of format where you have to be able to, like right now, I have a TikTok where I am making 30-second cartoons. 30 seconds is very short. That's not like you can sit down for a good hour or two and really bubble in this comic book. You got to watch it for 30 seconds and then, they flip, they keep watching something else. So you have to engage and tell a story in a short period of time. So I find that to be kind of interesting, because then in that case, you kind of really have to get to the basics of what you wanted to say in a short period of time versus the comic book.
Okay. Others?
Others
who are working. Yeah, please.
I was going to say, I think Crystal kind of hit it on the head there, because when you're working with say a character that is going to exist outside of the comic book, right? So for me, that was like my Lucha Cats. When I knew that I was going to promote them via motion graphics, it was, well, what should they look like that translates on print and on screen, right? Because there's ways of doing something so that it connects primarily through one medium and looks a certain way, but then when you transfer it over, it doesn't really work the same. And so it forces you to think about how you're designing your characters, like even shape language, so that when you watch it across different mediums, you still recognize it as the same product, the same story, the same characters.
That's really true.
Yeah. I remember if anybody ever read 1970s Marvel Comics, the character of Jack of Hearts, which is basically a kind of it's this costume that's like the face of a card, like the Jack card, but it was such an elaborate, multicolored costume. I can only imagine that would be really hard to transfer into an animation, because you'd have to keep kind of keep all that stuff straight. It would have to be streamlined. And yes, I think you need to keep character designs very much in mind, and that's a good way that each medium can influence the other, isn't it? Yeah. others. Anybody else want to chime in on this?
Hi, how are you? Hi, everyone.
Fernando, you're in Chile, aren't you?
No, I'm in Puerto Rico, actually. The COVID
nice.
changed a lot of my life, and I'm facing a lot of, how you can say it, loss. But but yeah, I'm having a really good time here with some friends, and got married with a great friend and loved from long ago.
Congratulations.
So thank you. It's just I didn't expect it would be so fast, but the lockdown locked us down. So no, but I'm really good. And no, nothing. It's that I'm a writer, and I come from filmmaking, from screenwriting schools and media, and I got into comic because I was a screenwriter. So the cool thing I wanted to add it's like, for me, changing mediums as a writer, comics has this way of cutting short the words. You can use more than 20 per panel, something like that, and no more than, I don't know, 100 per page or something. So it's really tricky, because when you write for film, your only enemy is time. It's like but in comic books, you are fighting, or you are working with or against even space. It's the space in the page and how you're using it. So I think that for filmmaking, for example, it helped me to polish my way of thinking as a writer, like really thinking more in essential ways, like which is the less things I need to describe the whole situation in a panel, for example, so I don't confuse the artist. So comic book has this I don't know, more pragmatic way of thinking that sometimes film, where there are actors involved and a whole crew between that will develop this idea. So in terms of writing, you always change, and when you find the differences of both languages, you can get better at both. It's like when you know the difference between writing for film and writing for comics and writing for animation, even if it's film, but it's a different way of work. So you get better at comic books and at film writing and at acted film writing or whatever you can call it, and animation. So it's like crossing borders in the way in what things you develop actually makes you better at what you're doing.
Yeah, I definitely relate that myself. Also coming more from the writing side of things. With comics, you really have to think about either really streamlining what you want to say with words, or trying to find visual ways to kind of get at the same thing, and that really kind of forces you, I guess, in a way, to kind of really think more visually, whether you want to or not. I think that's a really important point.
You've also got those pages where it's like, you can't have a word bubble this big, guys. You can't put all that dialogue you want to put in there. You gotta, either chop it up or, cut it out. You can't really have all of that. You gotta let the visuals.
We go through cycles, right? Because I think if you look at even superhero comics of the 70s or 60s, they tended to be a lot more wordy than they are now. There was a wonderful page I saw once. It was an old X-Men comic from the 70s, and somebody had done the math, and there were more words in this one page of X-Men from the 70s than there were in an entire contemporary superhero comic book. So yeah, I think we're going more towards a fully visual kind of way of telling stories. But I think words also can come back in interesting ways.
And you get that flip side where sometimes you're like, there's a whole page and it's just art, and there's oh no, and that's it. And you're like, you wasted 2 pages on a spread for oh no, for me, I'm a little more words in there, please. I want to read.
And it depends on the tempo and what you want to use. If I do have a little bit of my work that I did want to share, just to kind of show a little bit of what I'm talking about, if that's all right. And let me show you just quickly. a little bit of what I've done. So this is my book that came out in 2020. It's a collection of comics and prose called Phantom Zone and Other Stories from a Model Comics. But here's kind of just a little bit of an example of how working across different mediums has affected kind of me. So what I did in this piece for this collection is I did something called Planet of the Zooters, where I take a zine kind of style and mix it with fotonovela and photographs and other things like that to create a kind of synthesis. I also use sheet music from a song by Lalo Guerrera about zooters from the 1940s. And so that's what I was just kind of trying to throw in all these different ingredients and see what I could get in there. And that's me and my wife in Halloween costume. So there's those kinds of things that made me kind of think about how to combine media that maybe don't usually go together. Something like this. This is a story also from the collection called Jodido, which is about an undocumented alien crossing the border, but I do it in the style of 1950s EC horror comics with a lot of Spanglish. And that's going to be another one of my questions is how do we determine like what kind of language even to sort of use as Latinx creators. My current project is Fronteras de Fierro, which is a work of comics journalism and memoir that's looking at the border issue in my home region of the Rio Grande Valley of South Texas. And so I'm using things like photographs and recordings and interviews and other things to kind of generate this material. Things like this, there was a trans protest against the wall. There were drag queens who put on a benefit in 2019. So that's a little bit about things like that, like people that are resisting the wall in the Rio Grande Valley, as well as something like this, which is another kind of fusion of comics with another form. So I'm taking the Mexican retablo, which is a kind of folk art you guys probably know about, that has very, very strict kind of compositional requirements. So I'm kind of fusing that together with comics to talk about an incident from when I was a child growing up in the Valley. So things like that are things that I've tried to think about in terms of kind of combining my own comics practice with other forms like journalism and reportage of various sorts and memoir, as well as things like the retablo. And so it's all kind of a big mix. Anybody else want to chime in on this question of how does working in different mediums affect your work in comics and vice versa?
I have something to say about language, like something really interesting, and the reasons where I'm constantly trying to get together in these US Latino-based events. It's because the whole Latin American culture, it's multi-language and multinational and multicolored, and it's a total diversity. It's like diversity is the biggest aspect of Latin American culture as a whole, you know? So it's really interesting how Latin American comics and Latino comics, or however you want to call them, express and portray this criollo, this mestizo feel, this idea that you can talk even any language or even imitate any language. Just to give an example, there's this Cuban animator that's called Juan Padron, where he made these filminutos in one moment where he didn't even use the word. The idea was that the characters felt talking in English or felt talking Chinese, but they didn't even use the words of Chinese. It's just the language. I think that we overcome the barriers of language as Latinos in everywhere in the world, not only the US. I know that obviously there's a struggle between English and Spanish, and a lots of problem about US colonialism, etc., etc., etc. But I mean, that's something that's also continental and worldwide as Latino culture, you know? It's like just Mexico has 65 languages. Just thinking in the main languages is Creole, Portuguese, and Spanish. So if we just try to see the colonizers part of being a Latino, it has at least 3 or 4 languages. And if we go deeper and deeper and deeper, we found more and more. So I think that part of this mixture is part of one of the main elements of our culture. And when we express it, and in comics, as it works with words and images and words as images, it's logical to go into Spanglish or even like use whatever, invent words or whatever we want to do.
Yeah,
because
that's kind of true. Because I was thinking about it right now. I'm like, how does language change in the comic books versus the animations, right? And I was thinking to myself, the way I write something is not exactly how. So, I have two voice actors who do the characters for my cartoons, right? And the way I write the word may not translate the way I wanted it said. Like if it says, hey, look out. It could be, hey, look out, or it could be like, hey, look out, or oh, look out. You can have so many different like variations of even your own language being read, even though you read it, or the way you written it. So that way, like in that case, like, if I had something that said, oh, like for instance, I recently did a cartoon where I wanted the character to say, oh man, this line is so long, right? And when he said it the first time, Mike Joseph, I should say, voice actor for Fibble, one of my main characters, he said, he said it so like, active, like, man, this line is so long. And I was like, no, say it under your breath, make it grunty, be like, through your teeth, man, this line is so long, like there's such a different, and it's like in a comic book, I wrote, man, this line is so long, and he looks like this. That's all he needed in order to translate that. But as you're going through a different medium, you realize, oh yeah, that has to be defined, because now you're listening to it. There's audio coming into the equation of the story.
And then there's the very fraught question of whether like the voice of the character or of the actor sort of matches maybe like how you might want your character to sound.
Yeah, no, I would say that that's another big thing is like it took several auditions of voice actors just to get the right voice. Richard Gardner, who does the demon named Sin, he's like one of the other main characters in my comic. He has the ability to manipulate his voice to sound like it is gritty. It has got smoke coming out of it. He's like, but you have to work. It's collaboration, in order to find that talent and find people who are able to basically translate what's going on in your head. Like what did I imagine these characters sounding like versus what's on.
Well, even though we've kind of already started talking about it, I did want to pose the question, and I'll pose it to Stephen actually. But before I pose the question to Stephen, I should point out Stephen is the creator and writer of the comic series Monster Matador. He previously worked in the toy industry on marketing. There it is. There you go. Pick it up. He's worked in product development, developing properties for animation, and he's published several indie comics. Okay. So for you, Stephen, yes. Can you pick up this thread of this question? How do you decide what language to use in your work? For example, whether how much Spanish or Spanglish or other linguistic forms to include?
So for me, Monster Matador, he's a Mexican matador, and the story that I'm doing now takes place in Guatemala. So technically, in the story, everyone is speaking Spanish the whole time, but because I'm writing it, in the States and whatever, it's in English. But I always have them use Spanish phrases and words throughout. And a lot of the times it's not, what I'll do is I'll use phrases or words that are kind of intuitive for the reader, so that it's not something that you wouldn't necessarily understand if you were just reading casually. But sometimes there are also expressions or sayings that just come off better in the original language and don't necessarily translate exactly well, Like you might have a saying, there was one, and I don't remember it, but it was something like in the Spanish translated to "go get me a cookie," but the slang of it meant come on and hit me. You know what I mean? So it's like, so if you're a Spanish reader and you get it, like it's funny. If you don't quite understand it, you can always look it up. But that to me, it's not. I think it adds like another layer to the stories and another flavor to the stories, and especially if you're writing characters that it's their native language, like you should sprinkle that in there, because that's, it's part of who they are, So
it reminds me of Palomar, right, by Gilbert Hernandez with Love in
right, yeah,
Pockets,
the
where
Love in
that whole
Pockets.
thing is set in some kind of Central American or South American country, and you assume they're all speaking Spanish, but of course that it only ever comes up. But then of course he starts playing with that, because then you start having people who do speak English coming there and interacting,
Right.
and then what's going on? But yeah, it's a very meta series in that way. Okay, anybody else want to chime in about the question of language?
Yeah, I had
And
something
it
to
has
chime
to do a
in
lot with
fast.
audience too, of course, right?
No, sorry, I just wanted to add that when we like adding up from Steven is the name, no, yeah, but like when we translated Elisa y los Mutantes and Lucha Libre were two comics, and we went even to Modesto and San Francisco to the Latino Comic Expo. We translated them, and one comic was based in Chile and the other was based in Mexico, these two stories. And we took really like the same idea, like the most of it was in English, but we chose the words that felt Chilean or felt Mexicans, because Chilean Spanish is totally different, well, not totally, but really different than Mexican Spanish. And even the ways of expressing it, and here I'm going to punctualize with Chilean Spanish, we Chileans have a really contextual language. It's more important what we are trying to say than how we are really saying it. You know, it's like the same word can mean different things.
Mm-hmm.
So the context of what we are saying is really important. And that was a tool for us when we were translating, saying, okay, this will come out anyway, because the context is saying what the word means, not necessarily the word. So I can say, okay, this is a Chilean lingo detail here and there to sprinkle this feel that when a Chilean diaspora Latinx from the US or a Chilean person reads in English, or anyway, any person that knows Chilean Spanish would understand it. And so I think it's really important, the research, and understand how the language and the place you are portraying, how they talk, because it gives you these elements that will definitely make these things shine better.
Definitely.
Yeah, no, that's very, very true. I remember, I've never gone to Cuba, but I remember when I first read the Cuban word guagua and realized what it was pertaining to.
Oh
and, you know, it's just an everyday kind of object, a bus, right? So it's very, it's Spanish it means many, many different things in many, many different places. Who else wants to talk about language? There's also the possibility of, in a way, of creating your own language, right? I mean, that's kind of what I did in my jodido that I showed you guys. I was basically just kind of trying to reproduce a Pachuco type of Caló way of speaking.
Catalina raise her hand.
Yeah,
but go ahead. Sorry,
I would actually
Catalina,
like to share some of my work that has examples of mixing English and Spanish.
Cool.
So I have here, let me make this big and scroll down a little bit. So my character here is Mexican American, and I wanted to show a scene of her and her mom at the pharmacy. She wants to dye her hair. And like for me growing up, like I would always just speak Spanish with my family. And we would also speak Spanish if we didn't want like other people around us to know what we were saying, kind of based on context. So I wanted to just like really show the scene. And I think that even if like readers, like I'm assuming most readers know like basic Spanish, but even if they don't know any, it's kind of like a moment to really see this like classic interaction between teen and their mom, and like just based on like the body language and the gesture alone. And then so the hair dyeing goes wrong, and then I just wanted to show the mom is like, oh well, your punishment is that hair, as kind of just like a really funny little like domestic moment. And yeah, so you know, like Spanish is like, it's a part of this character's identity. It also kind of like one of the main themes in this comic is like how Lita feels both alienated from their sports team, but also like is trying to find their place within it. So like their Mexican American identity is just kind of like part of that feeling of like not quite fitting in with the others, but also like maybe it can be an invitation to find more things that they have all in common.
Yeah, I think this question of language can take us in all sorts of different directions, right? Because I'll never forget seeing, for example, Luis Valdez's film Zoot Suit back in the 80s. And it's a fascinating film precisely because it resorts to a lot of border Spanish, you know, kind of Spanglish, and it doesn't use subtitles. So, and I've shown that film in my classes, and I've talked to a lot of people, and if you don't know that particular kind of Spanish, or if you don't know Spanish in general, you're really kind of lost, and the film alienates you. And I think part of the lesson there is that, of course, this is the way that people who have trouble speaking English feel alienated, because of course life doesn't have subtitles. And so, and the film sort of turns the tables on the viewer in that way. And I can't help wondering, Catalina, like if in those untranslated portions of Spanish, if you were to try, if a publisher, say, like asked you, like, hey, you know, we'll publish your book and everything, but you gotta translate that. I think then you'd need to kind of make a decision, because, right, it depends on the audience and whether you would either just translate it into English or whether you would maybe give a subtitle or something. These are all decisions that are signaling, you know, in a sense, like what really a kind of identity issue, I suppose.
Yeah, I would definitely kind of hold my ground and, like, you know, I'll put a glossary in the back. I'll put like a translation on like the last page, because like I know that some cartoonists put like these like kind of brackets like when characters are speaking a different language, but to me, like, it just doesn't feel natural. Like if a character and his mom are speaking in Chinese, like I want to see like the characters and then like have just like a translation like in the back. Like I want it to feel like I'm actually like overhearing just like a random conversation. Like it feels more real that way.
Yeah, that's kind of what Jessica Abel does in La Perdida, her graphic novel, where she we're set in Mexico, and where she uses a lot of Spanish, but then she kind of puts a little translation underneath the panel or something. Yeah. Again, it's a question sometimes about what publishers also will allow, because some publishers will just say, well, that's just getting too much. That there's, if you've got two languages, right? We're already talking about with Fernando how comics don't often tolerate too many words, but if you're going to be like using even more to translate things from another language, it can you know, get problematic. Other questions or other points about using different kinds of language?
Feel like we hit
If
it.
not, maybe we can move on to the next. We can move on. Well, Javier, this one is for you. So I'll ask the next question of Javier. Let me introduce Javier Solórzano. He's created 2 Lucha Libre comics, Luchísimo, and this the most recent project, Super Lucha Cats, has a background in graphic design and animation, and you've been on the con art circuit for about 5 years. So great. That's what your bio says.
I feel old now. That was written 2 years ago.
Wow. Well, maybe it feels like 5 years. But let me ask you this question. And again, we give Javier the first stab, and then we can all chime in. What appeal does working across mediums have for BIPOC and minority groups in particular, for people of color? Is there something about the ability to work across these different mediums that allows you to reach different audiences in different ways, particularly minority groups?
I think when you talk about this, it sort of relates to our sort of new ability to find our audience, right? Because if you go back like 30 years, creators were sort of pressured into creating certain stories for a certain demographic. If you wanted any shot of getting like an audience. And I think now with the internet, primarily, you're able to sort of tell the story you meant to tell and be able to reach the people that are going to relate to that story, instead of you trying to relate your story to this like ambiguous white suburban like demographic that may not really care for your story, and in the process of like curating it so that you compromise the integrity of what you were trying to say. So I think having that sort of like, and I don't even know what the word would be, maybe like the democratization of it, but like being able to like find your niche, I think has been tremendous for BIPOC creators, because now we know that there's other people out there who are interested in reading about lucha libre cats, and at least in my case, right? I would not have been able to figure that out in like 1997. But I think that has also worked its way into how we use comics for like social justice, for amplification of social causes, right? The almighty hashtag lets us reach people that we had no idea existed. And now we know that they're looking for content that matches with what we're making. And that wasn't around for, and I can remember when that wasn't around. And to me, that still sort of blows my mind.
Yeah. It makes it pretty incumbent on the creator to also be a really good promoter of their work, or a fundraiser, or someone who uses, Twitter and hashtags really, really well. And I think, well, like Crystal was saying, TikTok, right, can be a whole new format to explore.
I mean, in a general sense, like exposure and getting to the eyes and ears of so many other individuals worldwide is through social media. Like, I mean, I have a YouTube channel where I play, cartoons of a character I do called Schizo, the 1920s killer bear. He's a 1920s silent cartoon character. He's meant to be like a throwback to like Felix the Cat and Popeye cartoons, right? But what's kind of interesting about that is that the way that it was presented, out there, it was very universal to the point where like I was getting comments in Russian, I was getting comments in Spanish, I was getting comments in Chinese, that was, I'm not Chinese, but like Vietnamese. I was getting some others, and I was like, wow. And they're understanding it because it's silent. It's a cartoon with pantomime it didn't have anything to, barrier them from understanding what was happening in the cartoons. And then, even in like TikTok, I find it like pretty interesting that there are something like 2 billion users on there. That's a lot of people. It's like second place to Facebook now. And so like, I was always really hesitant about it because I was like, this is like for, kids and teens or whatnot. But I saw all these animators, all these content creators who are artists doing streams and things of their work, and they were reaching thousands of people. They were getting thousands of followers within months. Like I know an artist who does little, cat cartoons, and he had like 2 million followers in 6 months. It was nuts. I couldn't believe it, And so I was like, wow, that's amazing. There's a gateway here to allow so many more people to see your content. And it's not in the US, it's all over the world. So I'm getting, comments in German, comments in French, comments in Swedish, I'm getting all these cool like people who are suddenly realizing that this content exists, and they're able to get it online because they do have a website, with a web store, so they can actually, I just think the internet is actually a very viable source for especially indie creators like us who are may not have, the big publisher who can then print it in limited editions in UK, maybe they'll find it, so.
Yeah, and that means you can reach even like Javier was saying, maybe groups that are maybe like the perfect audience for your work that you just didn't even know existed somewhere. Who knows where? I spent a lot of time reading a lot of Russian comics in the 90s, and just obviously, really, there were not that many people even within Russia reading them. But then the internet happened, and then I've got friends here in Seattle who, because they're looking at their Behance sites or their Deviant Art sites or various, and now they actually know some of those artists. that really didn't have that penetration before. So it really goes both ways. I mean, I think we're all discovering things even as we're putting stuff out there. That opens up another complication though, and that is that, well, maybe there's always the possibility that maybe some of your work will be read in ways that you completely cannot anticipate, and that there might be maybe even cultural misunderstandings sometimes. Again, it's maybe a bit of a risk in some cases, or some countries may not have the same kind of standards, right, about how to depict certain things, like, oh, I don't know, homosexuality or something. So it's sometimes, yes, when you have that larger global reach, it might also come with other complications.
Yeah, I got something.
I'm getting a 10-minute warning. Fernando.
Oh, I tried to say it very short, but was an anecdote. Recently, I was working with the Dule Nation. That's a Panama indigenous nation. That different artists from the Dule Nation wanted to create a comic book about the 1925 Dule Rebellion, where they gained this autonomous space, etc., etc. So these kids and grandsons of the rebellion were trying to like pay homage and tell the story from their own mouths and their own way of telling it. That was really important because Panama has their own way of telling this story and they wanted to get that back. So I showed them the work of Daniel Parada. And Daniel is from San Francisco and he makes these Mesoamerican comics. And the Dule artists were really impressed with Daniel's work, and they were his public, su público. They were the people that needed his comics, you know. And I think, and for all this relationship I've been having with you, and like meeting these Latinx creators and stuff, that great part of the audience for these comics, for Lucha Cats, for all Latinx creators in the US, it's actually the Latin American audience, because there's something in common that's really important. It's like the Dule people needed Daniel's work, and they felt together in this path. So now they are both getting together on Instagram or whatever. So I think that in some way this BIPOC situation, or talking about from and about minorized people, it's the solution to accessing your audience. I think it's thinking more globally and trying to cross this kind of borders. We don't need to be on Netflix if we are being read in Panama, you know?
Yeah.
That's all I have to say.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Yeah. And again, different mediums, and you just cast that white net everywhere else. Since we are down to under 10 minutes, let me just pose the last question. And this one gets down to, I think, the nitty gritty and the economics. And I'll ask it let me see, Crystal, I guess I haven't posed it to you. Crystal Gonzalez is a Mexican-American Chicana, grew up in Nevada, resided in the San Francisco Bay Area for the past 11 years, graduated with a BA at the University of Nevada, and earned her master's at the California College of Arts. And she is best known for her indie published graphic novel, In the Dark, which was mentioned earlier. Crystal, this is for you. This is a very wide-ranging question. How does market demand affect your creative decisions going from medium to medium?
How does market demand direct my creative decisions? I don't know if it really does.
Yeah, like okay.
What I like and what I want to create. I don't know if it's necessarily like somebody coming out and saying like, hey, the work you make, could you make it more child friendly? And it's like, no, I'm not going to make it more child friendly if the market demands it. Like, I mean, I'm creating something that I want to display and show because it's my passion. But at the same time, I guess maybe the question is more like, how do you market yourself? Is that kind of maybe it? Like, how do you get yourself out there? Or because
I think that it's all a part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, because I would say that, like, in general, like, as long as you're, continually showing your work, I feel that that's kind of the big part, like, just trying to create and and make sure that people get an audience. And I feel like things like this, like the Latinx Comics Arts Festival, is a great way to do it, because people who are interested in seeing the work that we're creating are going to, tune in and be able to see something fresh, something new, something that's perhaps not in the, pop culture world of, like Star Wars and stuff like that. They want to see other stuff, they want other stories, and they want to see stories coming from diverse, individuals. So I feel like that's kind of where I would say the marketing part of it is involved. But yeah, I would say that, in a way, I kind of don't follow any, people saying we want blank. It's more like, here's my blank. Do you like it? Check it out.
Totally agree.
And in general, I have to say that I always feel that no matter what kind of work you create, there's an audience for it. It may be niche, maybe big, we don't know, but there's always going to be someone out there who's going to enjoy what you make. You just have to get a way to kind of put it out there and find those people, because maybe they're not as prevalent or in the spotlight as you would hope, but there are people that are going to enjoy the stories you create. So I say, just create the stories you enjoy.
Yeah, we open it up to other folks. I mean, I think sites like Patreon or other kind of crowdfunding is maybe one model, especially if your work does not, if you're not pitching your work to a wide audience. Do people take advantage of those those forms?
Yeah, I do Kickstarter. I've done Kickstarters. We're going to do one in April for Monster Matador. So, I mean, yeah, those are great ways to reach out to audiences, and just, Instagram, things like that, posting. You just have to put it out.
How much did you raise, Stephen, if it's not a secret?
Oh, no, the first one, I think we did 3,800. And then the second one, I think, was around that too. It's been tricky with COVID building an audience now, because usually you would go out to conventions, and that's where you kind of, build relationships and really get the book out to people. Right now, things like I said, like things like Instagram, things like that, just putting stuff up, you really have to do it like every day, almost every day, which is hard sometimes, but doing things like this, panels, a lot of creative people get kind of shy, I think, about doing this stuff, but you really need to do it. You really need to just kind of close your eyes, hit the send button or whatever, and come what may. There are always going to be people that are going to criticize you, but you kind of have to look past that. And if you believe in your work, then you should be proud to have it out there.
What about things like getting your work in front of critics, people who write about comics, the Comics Journal or other sites, Comics Grinder, or even like trying to go for some of these awards, like getting yourself nominated for an Ignatz or something like that? Is that a strategy people are trying out, or is it just maybe not your thing? Catalina?
Yeah, I have not. I've gotten a few awards through like the Massachusetts Independent Comics Expo local to me. And I think that like if there's comics journalists who like are open to submission, like if you want to like approach them, I think that's definitely worth it. And I did have someone who approached me for I think it's I'm blanking out on the name, but it was like one of these comics journalists. And it's really great to have a review. Like it's definitely like an ego booster, and it's something that you can put on your website as well, just like to kind of attract the audience. And I definitely agree with what others here have said about like making a comic like not really for like a specific marketing audience, but just make what you want to make. And I've always found that when I make something that I'm like totally into and like totally obsessed with, that the readers will see that and they will respond to it, even if it's something they're not necessarily interested in. Like I did a comic about heavy metal, which is very niche, but like I had people just coming up and being like, wow, this looks really cool, and I just like how it looks and I want to read it.
Yeah, no, that's great. I think that we're just about out of time, but I like going out on this note of just doing whatever you feel passionate about, and you've got a whole panoply of tools out there and to promote your work. So thank you, everybody, for this fascinating panel discussion on storytelling across mediums, storytelling, and I think reaching audiences across mediums. So thanks a lot, folks.
Thank you.
Theresa, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Un abrazo.
Wonderful. Muchos abrazos, muchos abrazos. Seeing everyone. Fenya, we got to get you here in Modesto next year. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'm figuring out a lot of stuff, but that will happen.
Yeah, I definitely want to invite everyone to, we'll figure out how to get you to Modesto next year. And I want to say to our audience to make sure to check out the virtual art gallery. We put the link in the YouTube. Lots of the folks on this panel have pieces in that, and it is super popular. So I think it's going to be something that we continue. We've got almost 60 pieces in that gallery, and it's a really cool experience. There's a little virtual gallery walk. I did my best I was kind of figuring out how to navigate, but it's a lot of fun. Like if you don't hit the right thing, it starts going askew, which was kind of fun. But so I want to encourage people to go and visit that. And again, Catalina, Steven, Javier, Jose, Crystal, Fernando, thank you so much for a wonderful panel. And I'll see you again soon. Besos.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, everyone. For our
Bueno.
YouTube audience, we are going to be onboarding our final panel right now, as we are saying goodbye to our current panel. And then we will start in about 6 minutes. So we are just navigating a little bit here, and I'm welcoming the comadres. I am so excited. I'm going to disappear for a quick second. So Luke, would you chat with the comadres for a sec for me?
It would be my distinct pleasure to do so. You guys are muted right now, Kristen.
Oh, hello.
There we go.
How is that sound?
That's good.
Good.
Kristen, how
good,
about you?
good.
There we go.
I was trying to be cute and wear my AirPods so I can show off my hair, but they're not connecting. So, so I'm going to connect my headphones right now. I should have done that before I did anything else, but I didn't.
It's the best of intentions kind of thing, no matter what you try.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Okay.
There you are.
Hi.
Yay. Oh, Kristen, I can't hear you now.
All right.
I thought I heard you a minute ago, but.
Priorities. I had to go grab my cerveza.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got mine too. I'm just like, I'm ready.
It's like, this is the panel. You got to have it.
And then, Sarah, could you
Get the
write
beer
out
review.
your name on your...
There we go.
There she is.
Okay.
There's Kristen.
Okay,
My folks will know who you are.
My husband's like, you have to turn it on.
We've heard that before, but I mean, I don't know.
Well, this is the Scandalo panel, so we can go wherever we need to.
All right. I just lowered my microphone, but can you still hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Mine is. In the chat, they'd like to know what beer that they should be drinking. If you guys have a recommendation.
So, we'll start that in a few minutes.
Okay, I'll let them know.
Get ahead, man.
We choose to drink different beers each, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because I was like, I grabbed something that was in my little vault.
Something
I grabbed
special.
a random one from Rayleigh's yesterday that I haven't tried. So I was like, sounds good. I'll try that one. And it's huge.
Well,
so I don't know how much of it's going to be gone by the end of the hour.
I'm staying on theme, and I am drinking a George Lopez Brewing Company beer.
Talk about marketing, right?
Yes.
They just got free marketing here.
Way to go.
Ta-da.
Now maybe he'll finally make it, right?
I know, if only he was successful at something.
Yeah.
For our YouTube audience, we're just in our transition period here. We're going to start our official final panel, the finale, in 3 minutes, and it will be amazing, if only to me, and that's all that matters.
Pretty much. At this point, you ran a successful virtual convention, and if this goes wrong, it's the only thing that'll go wrong.
If it goes wrong, it'll go wrong so well that it won't matter. That was amazing. That was the best car crash ever.
Yeah,
it was the coolest car crash ever.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
With the best lipstick.
Yes.
Agreed.
I'll say when Chris didn't have her mic on, I was like, I can still hear your lipstick though. It's bright.
Nice. It also matches my beard.
Nice.
Thank you.
Wow, look at that.
See, I don't know if any of the other panelists put as much thought into how well they were branding everything as you guys have.
I didn't brand, but I did put a lot of thought into my lipstick. Just for the record, I need it to be out there that.
Yeah.
Oh, agreed.
Yeah, I was like, how can I look less pale? And I'm like, can't.
Come on, also Blanco.
Yeah, this is it. I'm done.
That's your brand.
That's my brand.
Right. So we are broadcasting in 2 minutes. I like saying broadcasting rather than just
sounds very official.
Broadcasting in 2 minutes.
We'll be on the air in 2 minutes.
We'll be on the air, even though officially we are on the air and people are just watching us mess around for a couple of minutes. But I find that entertaining, to be honest. When I'm watching, I'm still tuned in. It's like watching reality television.
Yes.
I'm like,
My favorite.
Behind
the
the
best
scenes.
part. Yes.
What are they doing? Yeah. Is this 90 Day Fiance? Because I'm all about it, man.
I love 90 Day Fiance.
We're gonna have to go there. We're gonna have to go there in a minute.
Oh, happily ever after. Oh, so toxic.
Yeah.
I loved it.
I like the reaction. Those reaction ones are the best ones where they have the couples that worked out talking.
Yes.
Yes.
What is
they're
it,
like,
the end of season?
All right, places, everyone. Places.
Places.
Ladies, I'm gonna disappear, but if you guys, I'll be putting questions in from the chat. So if you have things, you want the links or anything you want them to have, put it here and I'll make sure they get it.
All right, thanks so much, Luke. We'll see you in a bit. And we are going to, I was about to hit live stream, but we're already live streaming, so never mind. Let me get to my intro here. All right, and it is 4 o'clock. Welcome to the Latinx Comic Arts Festival. The festival is the California Central Valley's international celebration of Latinx comic arts creators and friends. We highlight Latinx cartoonists, writers, animators, artists, and comic arts educators. And I should say also just folks who are involved in comics, Latinx folks involved in comics in general, because that's really what we're doing. This is our 6th and final panel, the big finale of the 2021 Latinx Comic Arts Virtual Festival. I'm Dr. Theresa Rojas, and I'm a professor of English and a professor of ethnic studies at Modesto Junior College, where the physical festival is normally held and where we're hoping to be back next year. From the sands of Modesto, the Latinx Comic Arts Festival. I'm going to put the link to that SNL skit. Have any of you seen it?
No.
No, I haven't.
It's like a little telenovela skit that they did on SNL, and they say from the sands of Modesto, and I'm like, wait, what?
That's hilarious.
Just right around pre-COVID, right at that time. So we are streaming directly to YouTube. For our YouTube audience, you may comment in the chat. My colleague, Luke Martinez, who is on the Lcaf advisory, he's one of our members, will be monitoring the chat and sharing questions and comments with the panelists. So welcome to the finale, Comics and Beer Forever.
Yay!
Yep, that's what we do.
Tiro. That's me, Doc Tiro. Comadres y Comics is a podcast hosted by 3 Latinas, highlighting the role that Latinxes have in the comic book industry, not only as creators, but also as consumers and fans. Episodes include book reviews, Chisme de la Semana, which you know I love, discussions about the latest in popular culture, and the much coveted by me, Hora de la Cervecita, where the comadres rate the week's beer selection. Latinx Comic Arts Festival director, Dr. Theresa Rojas, that's me, goes behind the scenes. So we're going behind the scenes with Las Comadres for an exclusive interview. I'm going to be saying that. Keep saying that. Exclusive interview and conversation about their show, about working together, what keeps them going, and of course, what everyone is drinking during this pandemic. It's all about the chisme. We're going to go where we're going to go, okay? So all the chisme you can handle in a single hour, maybe a little bit over because it's the last one and I'm in charge, so we can go.
Nice.
I like that.
Content warning for our young viewers, this may not be suitable for you, so if you are unsupervised, I'm not responsible. Beer is in the title, people. It's in the title. So I want to welcome our panelists, Kristen Paras. You know, I just said how to pronounce them.
I know.
Yeah. Wrong. Kristen Paras, Jennifer Lopez, and Sarah Bazan. And I'm going to read each of the bios, and then we'll get started. So Kristen Paras owns and manages Heidi Ho Comics, the longest still running comic book shop in Los Angeles County, located in Santa Monica. And I have been there, and it is fantastic. Before managing Heidi Ho Comics, Kristen worked with gang-involved girls within the juvenile justice system. She has 20 plus years of experience working in the nonprofit sector with a variety of diverse communities, her passion being gender-specific work. Presently, she works to integrate the experience and passion she's built over the years into comic retailing by making diversity a priority at Heidi Ho and working to provide access to the comic book industry to marginalized groups and communities. Kristen has a love for horror comics, with some of her favorites being Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, Walking Dead, and Harrow County. Welcome, Kristen.
Thank you.
Jennifer Lopez is a comparative literature major, heart, from South Central Los Angeles with a lifelong love for comic books and manga. She has worked in comic book retail for 4 years, both at Heidi Ho Comics and Jeffrey's Comics, and prides herself in being the salty side of Comadres Comics podcast. Jennifer is a queer Latina whose love for comics originated from a high school teacher who provided them for students. You see, educators, we make a difference. Provided them for students. Her journey has led her to strive to provide access to comics for others in similar ways. She's currently obsessed with Overwatch, Dungeons and Dragons, space in general. I love that. It's just
space, just like space.
Oh, space. Sci-fi fantasy comics and dragons. She can be found confronting anyone who says girls don't read comics with "Fight me." Welcome, Jennifer. I had to add my saltiness to that.
That was very good.
Glad to be here.
Thank you. Sarah Bazan resides in Compton and was enamored with Neil Gaiman's Sandman and the Sandman universe from its inception. So she's a fan from way back. She's not a poser, right? Representing. She loves indie comics and attending small local conventions that highlight lesser known creators from marginalized communities. She also has a place in her heart for superhero comics featuring Batman and the X-Men. Before Comadres y Comics, Sarah co-hosted 3 comic-related podcasts, but never quite got them off the ground. She is blessed to be part of Comadres y Comics podcast that fits so perfectly with her personal experience with comics and that is comprised of what she declares to be her dream team of co-hosts. Hard. So welcome, Sarah. I'm very happy to have you here.
Thank you.
We are just going to get started. We'll talk about the podcast, but I also want to help our Lcaf audience get to know you better as individuals and beer drinkers, right?
Yes.
It's very important. And I wanted to start by saying that I love that you have the Hora de Cervecita segment on the show, because I don't know about your home experience growing up, but in my household, drinking for women was like, no, even though I grew up with my parents having parties and stuff. And so adult women were drinking, but like the kids, my generation, it's just not a thing that's ever really been allowed. So when I get together with my sisters in the Bay Area, in the East Bay, you know, for whatever holidays, and just because like, hey, we want to have dinner and bring beer. So it's a whole operation, you know, like coming in the house and like, did you bring the beer? Or did you bring the, you know, whatever? Maybe we're having champagne, maybe we're having other stuff. Okay, put it in the fridge downstairs. Go. He's like, who's on the lookout? Because my stepdad, he's, you know, he doesn't see very well, but somehow he knows if it's alcohol. He's like, ¿qué llevan allí? It's from Olive Garden. Never mind. So I think that, you know, this idea of three grown ass women, as I say, still having to sneak around my stepdad is a real issue. And so I love that you have this segment, because it always feels like we're sort of doing, listen to me now, I'm part of it. We're doing something, you know, on the down low, something that is subversive. So I have to ask the question to get us started. What's everyone drinking? Let's start with Kristen.
Well, today specifically, I had it all planned out. I have been waiting to try this beer since I saw it. We actually tried a George Lopez Brewing Company beer on our podcast a couple of weeks ago, and it was, I think, Paloma. And the beer was an IPA, but it was created after the drink Paloma, which is tequila and grapefruit and agave, and it was so good. And I, from drinking that beer, I looked into what some other beers that George Lopez Brewing Company had, and Agria y Fresca is the one that came up. It is a hibiscus infused sour ale. Now, I am not a fan of sours, but I am a fan of Jamaica. All things hibiscus. That's my favorite agua. I love it so much. I love hibiscus tea. So I started early. You can see I have it. So I'm really liking this a lot. So, and I have another one for us to actually do on the podcast. So just because I'm drinking this one doesn't mean we're not going to do it still again. So,
so can I tell you that I was at a conference one year and someone introduced me to sour beer. He's like, have you ever tried, you know, whatever? And I knew I could trust him because we played foosball. So if you play foosball with me, then I can trust you. I will let you recommend a beer. Okay. And I tried my first sour beer. I think it was in South Carolina. That was my first sour beer. And I was just like, this seems like a weird concept, but okay. And it was great. It was kind of lemony. And not all sour beers are good. Right. But when you find a nice one, yeah. That's all right. So George Lopez, I had no idea that he had a beer. Did you guys know that?
He has a brewing company. He has quite a few beers, and the list of brews are called the Ta Loco beers.
Ta Loco?
Ta Loco.
I can feel my parents, my dad and my stepdad just sort of infusing themselves with Ta Loco. Right? I hear it. So, all right, so Sarah, what are you drinking?
Well, it is Monkish Brewing Company's 9th year anniversary, and I am drinking Space Cookie. This was in the archives. I have two, so hopefully when everything opens and we can do a beer share, I have another can that I've been holding on to. This is a cookie double IPA brewed with cookies, vanilla, milk, sugar, cinnamon, cloves, and nutmeg.
Oh my gosh. And it's an IPA?
Yales.
Oh.
And that's an 8.3%. And it's delicious, guys.
Oh my gosh.
It's so cool. And it's their 9th year anniversary. And these cans are really exclusive. So like you have to well, right now they're doing online sales, but they go really fast. So I have 2 cans of this. So whenever we get back together, girls in the studio, we're going to review this together. It's hard to get.
Sounds amazing.
Yeah, it's really hard to get like 4 cans. So I have one on reserve for us. And this is the one I'm trying today because today is a special occasion. It is the Latinx Comics Arts Festival. Yes.
Yay, I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Jennifer, what are you drinking?
So I don't have one because I'm not home right now, and I forgot to bring a beer with me. And
Whose house are you at? Just go check the.
That's what I said. I said, you're friends with people who don't have beer in their homes? Like, get out.
Run.
They don't because they have Tecate. So and I'll be dead before I drink that. So
I hear you.
Yeah.
You.
So
I like how she kind of whispered that.
I know.
You know. All right. Well, in spirit, if you could have a beer with you right now, a beer of choice, what would you choose?
God, I dream about that sticky monkey beer that we review all the time. If I could have that at any point in time, I don't care if it's hot AF or cold AF, I would want a sticky monkey with me. And it's
that is now my new favorite phrase. I would love a sticky monkey with me. I mean, who doesn't?
Yes. Yeah. For those of you who have not tried it, it is a special reserve brew that Firestone does on a yearly basis, actually. And I don't know what year we tried, but it was so good. So good. It's a porter or stout? I get it.
I believe it's stout.
Stout.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Stout. I'm pretty sure it was a stout.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, that's going on my list.
And you can find it at specialty places, and it comes in a pretty nice little box. Like it's a nice, cool present that you're taking home and opening, and it's so good.
Mm-hmm. That's amazing. Okay, so now there's actually now 3. See, just in the first 15 minutes, I have 3 new beers on my list. So I'll tell you what I am drinking. I got to do the. Oh shoot! Wait a minute. Did I get the wrong? I might have gotten the wrong opener. Well, yeah. Here we go. No, here it is. Somehow I will get this open. There we go. Did you hear that? Yeah. This is an Anderson Valley from Boonville, California. I felt like I just introduced someone. Anderson Valley is with us here today from Boonville, California. This is Barney Flat's Oatmeal Stout.
Ooh.
And this is, I will hold it up. Ooh. And it's 5.8% alcohol. And it says the deep ebony color and voluptuous mahogany head and bold flavors. See, this is why it's not safe for children. In our Barney Flats Oatmeal Stout are what serious beer drinkers expect from this style. Aromas of freshly baked bread, espresso, and dried cherries meld seamlessly with rich toffee flavors and a creamy mouthfeel to create an unparalleled drinking experience. Well, we'll see about that,
creamy mouthfeel. What else would you expect from a mahogany head?
How is it that the description of this beer sounds so incredibly dirty? I'm just saying. I didn't pour that right. Like, that's terrible. That was a terrible pour.
Oh my gosh.
First pour ever. And you know what else? I'm not ashamed. I'm going to talk about this glass. This is a glass and it says Bud Light on it. Don't judge me. Here's why. This set of glasses. Wow, I'm so ashamed of this. Let's put that down. Came from a student of mine. My first year here at Modesto Junior College, had a student who worked super hard, but he was late sometimes, and he was kind of back and forth, but he would always check in with me. Well, it turns out that he worked for Budweiser, and he was delivering beer, and he was always doing his work, but just a little bit late. He was very busy working full time. So he showed up at my office one day and he said, I have a present for you for being so patient with me with my work. And he gave me a set of these mugs.
Aww.
I love this mug, even though it says Bud Light. So cheers, everyone.
Cheers. Here's my imaginary cup.
Yeah, I gotta wait for that head to go down. That's all I'm saying. Isn't always the way. So anyway, I want to ask you, and especially for our audience who might not be as familiar, to tell us a little bit about what is the origin story of the comadres. How did you find each other? How did you get together? And then the most important part, how did you get to the beer segment, the hora de la cervecita?
I'll start because
Yeah, sure.
like I said before, I had other podcasts that were directed at comics that didn't work out. They were not all women. It was just basically me and a bunch of guys talking about comics. And so I didn't even really think about having women actually. And I met Eddie, which is Kristen's husband, and I was thinking of asking him to do it with me, but then he said, well, Kristen wants to do it. And I was like, oh crap, well, let's do that. That'd be super cool. And so, but I didn't really pursue it. And then Kristen started talking to me about it. And I was just like, you know what? This is amazing. So basically, I just wanted to talk about comics, but it was her brainchild to have an all-woman podcast about comic books. Take it away, Kristen.
Yes, so I am probably the baby of this group when it comes to comic book reading. Both Sarah and Jen have been reading comics for many, many years. And while I am an avid reader, didn't get into reading comics until fairly later on in life. And then through crazy serendipitous happenings, ended up being a co-owner of a comic book store, Heidi Ho Comics in Santa Monica. And it was through my experience of being in the retailer position that I started to see that there was definitely a gap. There was an empty hole where I wanted there to be more information, more books, more characters, more creators of people of color and just members of marginalized groups. And I would have people coming into the store asking me, do you know of Latino superheroes? Do you know of Black superheroes? Do you know of women superheroes? Do you know of a mixture of all three? And there I was Googling and like trying to figure, because I was new to the industry, and to find out that there were lists, but they were so small and they were so tiny, and they were primarily the big two. They didn't really touch upon any indie or anything like that. And I was like, I want to be able to offer people information about the creators, about the characters, about the books that they're asking me about, so that they can have this information readily available. And so Jen actually was a coworker at Heidi Ho. She was an employee there. And I said, what do you think about being part of a podcast? And she's like, sure. And so I said, okay. And I went to Sarah. And in fact, Sarah was attending a small little panel that Eddie was doing on how to be an independent creator. And I saw you there, and Eddie is the one who told me Sarah does podcasts. And so she has the experience, and she knows how to, because all I had was an idea. So now I needed some personality, which was Jen, and some technology, which was Sarah. And I said, I don't know what it's going to look like. All I know is I have this very vague idea. I think it's awesome that we are women who read comics. And again, I am a woman in a comic book store. I'm a woman in not only a retail position, but in an ownership position in an industry that is primarily male dominated. And those first couple of years, I definitely felt that as men would come into the store and ask me a question, and I would answer the question, and then they would turn right around and ask a male employee there the exact same question. And it was always funny because the male employees that were generally on shift with me were primarily gamers, and they didn't know anything about comics. So they would tell them, I don't know, ask her. And at the time, I was reading everything. My reading stack was so tall because I wanted to be very knowledgeable. I was tired of saying I don't know. I was tired of bringing out the Google. I wanted to be able to tell people and what was coming out, what this storyline was, where they could find whatever it was they were looking for. So I was reading on a weekly basis so many books. But and beer came in very, very early into this conversation because I live within a 1 mile radius of 7 breweries here in where I live in Torrance, California. And there happened
a road trip.
And there happened to be one literally across the street from my house. Like I can walk there from my home. And I told Sarah and Jen, let's meet there and let's just brainstorm. Let's workshop. Let's see what comes out. And it was there at the Strand Brewery that the concept of Comadres y Comics, because we wanted to offer a lot of information in our title. We wanted people to know we were women. We wanted people to know that we were Latinas, and we want people to know that we were all about comics. Although some people contact us because they want to do stand-up comedy. In fact, we had somebody comment and rate our podcast recently, saying, "I came here because I thought it was about stand-up comedy, but I stayed for the beer review and for the awesome conversation." So, and both Sarah and I were beer drinkers already, and we were like trying to think like, how can we bring beer into this? It doesn't have anything to do with comics, but we love beer. And also beer is another gendered beverage. Everybody is going to offer the woman the wine or assume they want the wine as opposed to the beer. And I've always preferred beer over wine. So I really loved the idea of another male-dominated industry being kind of highlighted in a way that shows, hey, we love this stuff too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it was there at the Strand Brewing Company with 2 pitchers of beer that we decided to just go ahead and just record and just, see what comes of it. But, beer was always something I wanted to do because my brother had a podcast as well where he reviewed beers. And I was like, I want to do that too. So, Kristen was all into it. Jen said, I'll give it a try, And now it's like one of the best parts of our podcast is reviewing the beer, and that's why it comes in as a second segment.
Yeah,
we need to get right into it.
I agree.
Yeah.
I love it so much, and it's not something that you hear just anywhere. And I love this idea of, so I think maybe there are people who get their coffee and then they do their reading, but I'm like, is there a beer? Especially if it's in the evening, it's nice to kind of unwind that way. And I'm a craft beer girl. So I'm not a, just generic whatever beer, which is why I'm apologizing for the Bud Light. But I really like one of my first beers that I absolutely love was Guinness. And I had the opportunity to actually travel, and I've been to the Guinness brewery.
And did you learn how to pour the Guinness the right way?
Which is why I'm so ashamed that I did. I was not paying attention to my
Someone said clearly not.
And then someone in the chat was like, that pour though. I apologize. Okay, I promise I know how to do it, but I was more interested in the sound of the opening and then reading, because you've all done your research. I was like, let me look this up really quickly. What do they say about this beer? It's quite good, by the way. This is I love an oatmeal stout too in general. I think that they're difficult to mess up. So, but a nice stout beer, like my beer, like I like my men. Yeah, I said it.
And even within the beer type of genres, or what are they called? Styles. There you go, not genres. It is assumed that if I'm going to order a beer that I want wheat or lager or pilsner, and everyone always looks at me twice when I say, no, I want the IPA. Yeah. Or for Sarah, who loves stouts and porters, to order the dark beer. And so there's still a lot of biases and preconceptions of women and who are beer drinkers.
I agree. I like a good amber beer as well. And so I don't understand when I ask for an amber, they're sort of like, how do you know that word? I'm like, what? It's on the menu. I just read it.
It's like you put it there for me or something.
Yeah, exactly. So I always think that's funny. And every time I hear the beer, I'm always like, what beer are they drinking today? Let me write this down. Because I don't know where you find some of these beers. Someone asked, how many do you think that you have tried or, tasted so far? And I'm just like, where do they go that they find so many of them? I need to get out more.
That's a good question, though, because what episode are we on?
106.
Then
106.
at least for me, I have now tried about 106 beers because I wasn't actually a very a heavy beer drinker. I didn't like beer, but that's because I grew up with Tecate, Bud Light, basic Corona, and I was like, to me that's what beer was, and I was like, ew, nasty. Just give me straight whiskey. I'll be fine. So I preferred hard liquors. Also because I like clubbing and stuff like that, and so mixed drinks, hard liquors, your very standard Jack and Coke. And
I think she froze.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate beer.
Yeah.
So so that's why I tend to like porters and stouts, especially barrel-aged porters and stouts more, because they taste the most like whiskey to me, which is my favorite type of hard liquor. So
interesting. I'm a tequila girl, for the record, in case anyone was wondering.
You should try that Paloma beer. It's so good.
Yeah.
Reposado, that's my thing. So within tequila, reposado is that's all I drink. And do any of you remember Olympia beer?
Yes.
Way back in the day.
That was way back.
I think Kristen and I are similar in age.
Yeah.
And there are pictures of me as a baby at my baptism. And there's an Olympia beer in front of me. And I'm like,
I think
that was an indication of
I think in the 70s, every parent took pictures of their child holding a beer, a can of beer, because I have those pictures too.
Me too. I have one with Budweiser.
I don't even think it's a 70s things, because there is a picture around my house of my dad holding out a beer towards me and my little brother. So it's
what is wrong with parents? Parents, don't do that. Don't photograph it, okay? But don't leave photographic evidence. And just don't put it on Instagram.
Right.
Oh my goodness. Well, I want to shift us a little bit, because I want to connect with you on what sealed the Comadres y Comics in my heart forever and ever and ever and ever. And that was after your trip to Modesto, you did a podcast and you had picked up my chapbook. And someone told me, hey, the Comadres are reviewing your chapbook. So I was like, oh, cool. And they sent me the link, and it might have been Javier, actually, Javier Hernandez, Days of the Dead, Javier. And so I was like, oh, because I think you may have reviewed one of his for that.
Oh yeah, Cochito.
Cochito, that was it. Shout out to Javi. And I was so excited, and I was so nervous, because I had heard back from a few people. I got some feedback as I was working on it. I had my sisters read some of the mom poems, and I got their approval. My sister made a correction on one thing. She was like, there's a line in the first version where I say my sister came out and told me about my mom. And she's like, I was in the bedroom. That was our stepdad. And I'm like, No, I remember who was there, and she's like, think about it. She was just sort of doing the diagram for me, and I went, oh, I will take the notes. Okay. And I made the change. But so I hadn't had any sort of formal review or auditory review. So listening to your work get reviewed is really it's scary, right?
Yeah.
And I had listened to a few of your podcasts before that, so I was like, oh man, I got to get some conchas. I hope I get some conchas. I was really concerned about my concha rating. So I want to just kind of show right here. I should have planned this a little bit, but this is the chapbook, and actually this is the expanded edition. The edition that you had now has a few extra bits in it. But I was listening to the review, and I listened to it again last night, and I was just like, oh my god, because you got it. Like everybody, not only was the conversation just so interesting to hear when someone's reading your work, it's really interesting to hear what they're getting out of it, right? But the thoughtfulness of the approach and the way that you all connected and the way that you talked about the work. And then of course, whenever someone reads your stuff and they get choked up, you're just like, you get me.
I definitely remember recording that episode, and we all were just sitting around the table crying, and and it was just so impactful on us, and it was just so amazing, and that has happened a couple of times, but it's very rare that that not Sarah cries at everything, but
that's me.
But it's very rare that something that we're reading touches us that deeply. So yes, I mean, thank you so much for putting that out there in the world, because what you did was you just bared your soul, and for everybody to read, and that's the scariest part, for sure.
Yeah, it was super scary, and it took my mom's passing for me to write all of this. And not a lot of people know, but so that summer that I was processing her death, I was trying to paint, because I'm a painter first, and I have, if you could see my place, you could see all these paintings around here, but I cannot paint. I can't paint sad. I can't paint out my emotion. I can apparently only paint when I'm doing pretty well, and so all of my pieces are very vibrant and kind of happy, and they carry a particular high emotion with them. High emotion, like happy, and the colors are very bright. So I was thinking, my sisters kept saying, paint a butterfly, paint. And I was like, my mom was not a butterfly, so this is not going to work out. And I just started writing, and that's where it all came out. And it came out really ugly and very raw. And then I would like cry as I was writing. I would go, this is my process. I'm like, oh, that's good. Right. And so I was saying all these things that I had never gotten to say. And part of the catalyst for that is that when my mom passed, we had all these cousins and folks who, of course, knew her. They grew up with her, but they were saying things like, "Ay, tu mami, she was such an angel," and I was like, "Who?" And my sisters too. We were struggling with this. People saying, what a wonderful person my mom was, which is great, but that was her mask. With people outside of the family, she was very like, what can I do for you? And very sweet and very loving. And then to us, she was like, I mean, she said some pretty awful things to us. Yeah, exactly. But like almost to toughen us up, but also because I think that she was kind of jealous of our independence as young people and growing up, and she didn't like that, especially with me. I didn't know at the time how proud she was of me, but she was very hard on me, very harsh with me, very like, okay, well, great, you have this job now at the college, but why do you dress like that? And I'm like what, in clothes? Like, what? She was like, well, you need to wear pantsuits and you need to wear, and I was like, no, I don't. That's not what they're going to think. I'm trying to be the president of the college. What are you talking about? No. So I wrote this and the initial poems, and then I shared a draft with my sisters because I wanted to get it right. And I thought, if other people get mad, that's okay. If they're like, oh, how can you say these things about your mother? I wanted to be able to say, well, this is my truth. And I wanted to share that with my sisters, my two sisters who I grew up with in the same household, to see if they resonated with it. And if they said yes, then I got it right. So I read it to them like this. I was like, and I'm going to read it to you because I wanted to kind of perform it a little bit, but I couldn't look at them. So I'm reading it and I could hear them crying. I was like, this is it. And I could hear. So the sort of the writer in me was like, yes, I got it. But then the sister in me was like, shut up, I gotta finish. And after they gave me a couple notes and they said, yeah, you got it. We get it. And they also said to me, yeah, put it out there, and if people don't like it, that's their problem. But this is a truth. And it's exactly what you were saying, Kristen. It's that very but it's funny because now that she's gone, I'm okay with it. I'm like, she was my harshest critic and she can't really say anything, but there's this element of if she could, she would be pissed, first of all, but then she would start like, have you read my book?
Yeah.
I'm the star. Telling people, my daughter wrote it, but I'm the star. I'm the reason she wrote, and that's my mom in a nutshell.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, the very thing that resonated with me, my favorite part, there's several. I remember we stopped for tacos, and that just tears me apart.
No.
And that's all I'll say about that. But the poem, BITCH, the poem one, actually.
You can say it. You can say it.
Okay. So, the part where you describe your mom as a bitch, but in several, you have to read it. It's not just that, that's not all it encompasses. But I read that and I reread it, and then my brother came home and I said, you gotta sit down and I gotta read this to you. It reminds me of mom, and don't make me cry. I'm crying right now. Oh my God.
Skip me. She cries easily.
Skip me, guys. Skip me.
Leave her.
Yeah. This is the terrible person in me is like, cry. I love it. But that says a lot to me. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, it just resonated a lot. My mom obviously is not your mom, but there's a lot of similarities, like a lot of the critiques growing up, a lot of scolding, and the really being so strict on me being the firstborn, the oldest. And so it just struck so many chords with me, and you just bared your soul, and I could feel it just reading it. I could just feel it. And so I've read it several times, and rereading it each time, I always just cry. So
that is such a high compliment in that not only did you enjoy the first time, that it touched you, but that when someone tells you they read it again and again, and then they shared it, right? That is amazing to me. And so I'm working on expanding it. I want to have an actual full book. I was hoping to do that last year, but COVID summer, I was just trying to, live,
exist.
So hopefully by the fall, and then we're working on, I might be doing a faculty spotlight at the college in the fall. And if that happens, I'll have the expanded version, and then we'll have some art stuff and make it kind of a multimedia thing. And hopefully lots of people will be crying in the end. I did a reading at the college, and I was worried because I read that one. I think it's called Poem for My Mother, and I call my mom a bitch over and over, but there's sort of this escalation of the superficial bitch to the chingona, which is the kind of bitch that you want to be, right? You want to claim that power. And she was this incredibly powerful person. And I learned how to be a powerful person from her, from all those sort of hard knocks. So I want to end this part by saying, that review and the way that you got it, but the way that you talked about it so thoughtfully. And so I think you even talked about the paper, I think, of the, the quality of this paper. That was great. So I thought one day I'm going to have a conversation with you all, and I'm going to say thank you. Thank you so much for that. And I will also, I'm going to send you all the expanded edition of this. So you'll have the.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
You get one and you get one.
And Theresa, where can the watchers, the people who are viewing right now, get their copy?
Oh, okay. So, well, now let's do a little commercial. You can email me at, you can just use my normal email address. It's rojast, ROJAST, at yosemite.edu. And I'll give you the info. And it's $10 if folks want to buy that. But my comadres will get a complimentary copy here.
Yay.
Oh, and I have to tell everyone, as the highest endorsement, so I started this with, I was so nervous about my concha rating. I was like, please. They gave me the whole panaderia. The whole panaderia. Can I just say, if I could get that on a certificate and get it framed, I might have to do that. They gave it the whole panaderia. You know, like you go into a restaurant and it's got the restaurant reviews.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
We give it the whole panaderia. So let's talk chisme. What chisme is in the air this week? What are people talking about? What are you noticing out in the world of popular culture?
Well, I just saw, I mean, I've yet to see anything actual personally besides a couple of episodes of The Watchmen, because I just never went back to finish it. But HBO Max is just freaking hitting it out of the park with announcements. That's as far as I've gotten so far. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. But they announced this week that, and this is in particular of interest to us, because they announced that there are going to be 2 women-led projects, live action, coming to HBO Max, a Batgirl movie and a Zatanna project. Now, the Zatanna doesn't say if it's going to be a movie, TV show, whatever, but they are both, they've both been confirmed, and that they're going to go to HBO Max. So I'm actually, I like Zatanna. I really like Justice League Dark. I love the whole mystical arts part of Justice League, and I like her in the most recent iteration of Justice League Dark, and I would really be interested to see where they're going with that in a live action show or movie. I don't know which it's going to be.
Very good.
So that's my chisme.
Yeah.
Nice.
How about others? What do you think?
Well, I do have some. Well, it's like chisme, but it's more like confirmed, because I knew there was this comic book that I read called Mystery Girl, and I had someone, and this was like a while ago, back when I was working at Heidi Ho Comics.
I remember that comic. It was good. I liked it.
It was good. Well, I remember someone came in and was like, at Heidi Ho, we get a lot of people who asks like about, hey, like what comics would you recommend, because like I'm from like a TV studio and we're looking like for ideas and stuff like that, and like they tell specific nothing Marvel or DC because they've already been licensed and stuff like that. So they went for a lot of like either Dark Horse or Image or even more indie books and stuff like that. Well, Mystery Girl was picked up by Netflix, and they have cast Tiffany Haddish as the Mystery Girl. Yeah.
I
So
love
that's
her.
like, I was like, oh my God, I love that comic. It was a great premise, and it was just about this girl who has like this voice that tells her like about people's history and like what they've done and stuff like that. And she teams up with an LAPD officer to like help solve a crime that they've both been framed for. So that's the general premise of the comic. And I believe it was like, oh God, I think it was like maybe 6 issues. But yeah, I'm super excited that it's getting picked up and that they've gotten a cast.
Yeah, I love Tiffany
that's
Haddish.
my little
I was going to say some chisme about that. She has come out publicly to say that she's a huge comic book nerd.
Oh, absolutely.
yeah.
She actually was in the movie The Kitchen, which is based on a comic book that I think was a DC Vertigo title.
Yes.
What was it? Yeah. So I mean, I love her. She's great, and she loves comic books. Yes.
We'll have to get her on the show.
Oh, oh my God! Yes, let's do a petition. We got to get her on the
She's going
show.
to be a guest when she's there. I'm just saying. So I want to address our little nugget of pop culture stuff that we were talking about right before we started, and that is reality television pop culture. And I will admit yet again that I will watch anything that is labeled 90 Day Fiance, whether it's the other way, this way, talk back, I don't care where they are. I love that so much, and it's one of my I have no idea why, but interestingly, I do not own a television, so I watch all of this on my iPad. If I owned a television, I would do nothing. I would just do my job, and you would never hear from me. I wouldn't be here today.
That's pretty accurate.
It's the remake of Rock of Love Bus. Absolutely, I'm there for it.
Oh my God, yes. I was all about those VH1 dating shows. They were the best. I mean, Flava Flav.
I know.
Tell me why you
That's how I
saying
watched
that
it,
like
but I was
VHS dating just unlocked like a primal memory of me watching MTV as a 5-year-old, and there was like dating shows, like old school dating shows that they used to do, and I would watch because, and I would be like, what's going on? Like, why? Like,
why are you doing that? What? I shouldn't be watching this, but yeah. So do other folks have their reality? You got to back me up here on the reality TV shows.
Dude, 90 Day Fiance Happily Ever After. Oh my God. I was binging that so badly. And then I finally got my husband to watch it with me. And then we would put pause and have discussions. Because discussions, like we would put it on pause and turn on the light and talk, because my husband is from Nicaragua and I actually married him there, and then he came to the US. But there was a time, a gap in time where a lot of his family dynamic was affecting us here in the United States, and a lot of that was a lot of repressed memories came back when I watched 90 Day Fiance, and I was like, there came a point with Chantal that I could not anymore. Like I had to stop watching it because every time I watched it, I would get so angry.
Oh, I get angry, and I didn't even marry a Nicaraguan. I get angry at Chantal's parents. I want to punch them through the TV. Like people laugh at me because Eddie and so I'm new to this. I don't have cable, and we just discovered it on Hulu, I think, during COVID. So I was trying to find new shows to watch, and I just randomly started watching 90 Day Fiance. And it was an episode where Danielle, I think her name's Danielle, is driving down her little backwoods Midwestern town looking for her husband who is missing. She doesn't know where he's at.
Mohammed.
And her friend is like, well, what do you think she's like, I don't know where he's at. He said he's at work, but he's not. And she's like scouring the streets, and I'm like glued to the TV. I said, Eddie, oh my God, you gotta check this. And then he got hooked, and we binged everything on Hulu over the last couple of months. And we finally ran out. They finally had lockdown or something where it's just them recording themselves and giving you a little update. Now that wasn't as exciting, but I watched the entire thing. For Christmas, Eddie bought me a t-shirt that says, "Who is against the queen will die." And I wear that everywhere.
Oh my God.
I love that so much.
I don't watch 90 Day Fiance or any of that. Like I do have cable, but I personally like a more like science fiction fantasy stuff, because I was just like, why do I want to watch reality? Fuck that. But there is one show that I do watch, and it is Say Yes to the Dress. I love Say Yes to the Dress and For Weddings, because it's just like for weddings I can tell like who does not like a wedding, and they're just they're trying to be nice for the camera and stuff like that. And I genuinely love the cattiness because it's so good. And in Say Yes to the Dress, I've never seen myself getting married or anything like that, but I love like wedding dress fashion, and I love like seeing like some of the like interpersonal family drama that happens in between. Like the dad wants her to get this dress, and the mom wants her to get this kind of dress, or like the mom and dad are divorced and they're meeting together to like help her decide on a dress, and then there's like family drama that happens. But those are like when I watch those, I can be like, okay, I can see why people watch reality TV.
Exactly. The formula is the exact same. The packaging is a little different, but the formula is the same. The producers cast for drama, and it pulls us all in.
I love it when the bride has on a dress and she's like, oh my God, this is the one. And then they walk out, and then the mom's like, no.
Yeah.
And it's just like, why?
I can't take wedding drama. I can't watch any wedding stuff or what's that one, Bridezilla? Because I feel very violent when I do that. I'm just like, no. I'll tell you a good reality one though, like one that I have no shame in admitting. On the History Channel, I really like Forged in Fire. That's my favorite History Channel show. It's probably it's up there with 90 Day Fiance in that I would watch all the episodes. But what I like about it is that it's interesting, the competition. They're making something, but nobody yells at each other. They're all very reasonable, probably because they're just like hot and sweaty from the forge and they have no energy left. And they're also dealing with knives, so it's a dangerous situation.
Yeah.
But it's just such a beautifully crafted. I mean, they're crafting things. And I'm so interested in that, like the art of the knife making. And I do appreciate that they're so civil. And even the people who get eliminated are, they're like, well, thank you for the opportunity. They're not like, you suck. I know. So I do like some Forged in Fire. I wanted to ask you, let's see where we are. Well, technically we have 6 minutes, but we're going to keep going. That's okay with you. Awesome, because I wanted to ask you some stuff about your bio stuff, since we sucked a little bit of time. By we I mean me, sucked a little bit of time talking about the chapbook. But I really wanted to ask each of you a little tidbit from your bio, starting with let's start with Sarah. This idea of, you mentioned that attending small local conventions, that you find that really appealing. So what is it about small local conventions that you love?
Well, my mother would call her an andulenga. She's all over the dang place.
Oh, well, initially the idea of tabling was Kristen's, and I was like, what are we gonna do? We don't have anything to sell. We're just giving away pins. But we did it, and then I was like hooked. I got to meet so many wonderful artists and creators and writers, and just the energy, like getting to know like the real family of the indie Latino comics community. And that's just amazing. And we have interviewed a lot of people on our podcast, but there's so many more out there that we're still, I even went to Pennsylvania to meet some independent writers and artists and comic book creators, and we haven't even touched the tip of the iceberg. There are all over the place, and it's awesome when I see like a post of somebody like in Pennsylvania that knows somebody else from like LA, and they're marketing and they're getting together. And I'm like, I think what I love about conventions is the fact that it feels like family. It feels like going home to family. And that's how I felt in Modesto. That's how I felt in East LA Comic Con. That's how I felt at Long Beach Comics Expo. It's just amazing. It's just really it's like a big, huge family. And I love it. I love it. I love going to their tables and doing little interviews like on my phone or whatever. I love it.
I love that, and hearing that about Modesto, because that's what I want for the Modesto, for the Latinx Comic Arts Festival, to be that like that family atmosphere. We were asked to consider going to the Modesto Center Plaza, which is a much larger space. And first of all, I don't want to manage a space that large, but I'm really invested in keeping it at the college as long as we fit, as long as we can in that space, because it has that feel to it. And because there's a nice little sort of green room space that we can use. And I like to, you know, put food there and stuff. And I'm all, feed the people. Feed the people. I think that's important. That's how we bond, right?
Oh, absolutely. It's all about food.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
And we had the best. What did we have when we went to eat out that one time afterwards?
Oh, at the restaurant that you went to?
Yeah, it was
that was
birria?
so good.
Birria.
Yes.
Oh, it was
The
so
birria
good.
or barbacoa?
Barbacoa, I think it was.
Oh,
but
okay. I don't know
it
what
was
it was. I
delicious.
just remember it was so good.
And all of us sitting in a huge table, just talking and eating and sharing food and having a michelada was just the best. The best.
Nice, nice. Yeah,
there was a
I
real
love
sense of
that.
community, and I loved
Yeah.
that. That
Yeah.
was probably one of my favorite parts about the
And
con.
that's the thing about Modesto is somebody brought this up at another panel about, you know, people saying, you know, what are you doing in Modesto? That's it. That's exactly it. There's that very sort of unassuming thing about Modesto that when we do an event like this, everyone is like, oh man. And there's lots of art, there's lots of really cool stuff going on here. It's just not in a presumptuous way. And I really like that. I feel very connected to that. But I want to ask Kristen, you know, as the challenges come up in running a comics shop and this idea of making diversity a priority in your shop. So what does that mean to you exactly? And how do you work that?
For me, really what it meant primarily was, and I shared it a little bit in my bio, was melding my past work experiences in my career of working with primarily women in marginalized groups, melding my passion for doing that somehow, some way in comics. And I didn't know what that was going to look like. I didn't know how, if it was even possible. But as I continued to talk to people and see just what the books were that were offered and what was being highlighted, and then just my own personal experiences, negative experiences of being a woman and walking into comic book shops. I've had multiple experiences prior to owning a shop where I would go into a store because my husband is a collector. So I would go looking for single issues on his list. And I would go in and ask for certain things. And to be quite frank, I didn't know what I was talking about. But you, as a retailer, as somebody who is a business owner, it's your job to make me feel comfortable and to not demean me or make me feel like I'm unwanted, or that I don't belong, or that you don't want me there. And multiple times I had that happen to me. And when Eddie asked me, do you want to come help at the store? Because I had taken some time off from my last job, which was working with gang involved girls. And not until I had taken that time off did it become so apparent that I was burnt out and I needed that time off. And so when I was kind of just sitting on the couch mourning, even though I walked away, it was still a loss to me. And I was on the couch watching TV, reality TV for days. And Eddie says, are you interested? Do you want to come? And I'm like, well, that kind of actually sounds fun. And it's nothing I'd ever done before, but yeah, sure. Why not? I'll help out. Never thinking that it was going to be a long-term thing, just, I was going to try to help set things up. But the more I was involved, the more I realized that all of the marginalization, all of the gender stereotyping, all of those things that I had experienced and that the communities that I'd worked with had experienced in all of my other career experiences, also were part of the comic book industry. Women were marginalized. People of color were marginalized. White men dominated the industry. And so I wanted to make a difference. And I wanted to somehow take my experiences from my past jobs and make that somehow work at Heidi Ho Comics. And so I one of the first things I did was such a small thing of just talking to the employees and saying, when everybody comes into this store, I want you to say hi to them. I want you to greet them. I want you to make it feel comfortable. But when it's a woman, I want you to come out from behind the counter. I want you to approach them. I want you to make sure that they know that you know that they're there and that you're there for them, and that you have if they have any questions, that you will answer them. Because I knew what that felt like to not feel welcomed. And it was around the time where I was doing research when I was seeing that women were the fastest growing group of comic book readers. And for that to be true, and for me to see maybe 2 or 3 women walking into that front door that were not attached as a partner or a mom or whatever to somebody else that's coming in with them. And that's when you learn that women were reading online and that they were consuming differently because of the fact that it just wasn't welcoming to them.
Yeah, that experience makes a huge, huge difference. And I've had that where, so as a professor, right, as a woman with a PhD, walking into a comic shop, knowing what I'm looking for or having very specific questions. When I started teaching here, I knew that I wanted to start teaching with comics as much as possible. I wasn't teaching all comics yet. And I went to, I was in Michigan back and forth as I was traveling. And I went to a few shops here and there. And I had that kind of common experience where I walk in, I knew I wanted comics that were feminist, that were preferably had at least one woman, either as the writer or as the illustrator. And that told a story that was dense, not just a superficial story. So those were my 3 criteria. And the looks that I got, or the things that were recommended, like kids comics. And I'm just like, wait, what? No, this is not what I'm looking for. Until someone recommended, it was at a shop in Michigan that I really liked. They recommended, I can't think of the name of it right now. It's a Saga. And I was just blown away by it. And this guy did exactly what you said, where he came out behind the counter, he walked me over to Saga, and then he talked to me about Fiona Staples and about some of the storyline and where they were in the story. And he was very enthusiastic. And so I was like, thank you for that. And then when I got situated in Modesto, I thought, okay, first of all, is there a comic shop here? Is there civilization here? Okay. There was a comic shop, Invincible Comics. I walked in there, and Sean is the owner of Invincible Comics. Shout out to Sean. And I explained what I wanted, and he also did that. And he took me here, he made a bunch of recommendations. He said, you let me know what you're going to use in the class, and if I can get it from Diamond, that was who he used at the time, then I will stock extra copies. So not only did he make recommendations, but he made a connection for me to make it easier for me to get books for my class. So I told Sean, I'm loyal to you now. Nowhere else. You're my comic shop. I will send my students to you, because it makes a huge difference. And we have every right not only to be in the shops and to be treated well in the shop, but to help develop our sense of what's out there. Like the comic shop folks, the people who work there are the ones who know what's coming in, what's new, what's out there, right? So we need those connective resources. So I really appreciate that you do that work. I'm getting all worked up about it now. Right. Dang it.
I know we want to move on to Sarah and Jen, but I just actually took over the ordering for the shop entirely. And I can 100% say that what I order and what I see that I want to be able to offer to my customers is so different than what I know Eddie would order. And not to say that he wasn't ordering good stuff, but some of the stuff just would like bypass him. And he wouldn't see it in the eye that I see it as a woman and as a Latina.
Yeah, very good.
I want to add on to that. We had a Wonder Woman event at Heidi Ho Comics that was hosted by Comadres y Comics, and there was a lot of welcoming invitation for girls and women to come be part of this event, this free event that had like a lot of goodies that were going to be free and whatever. But there was one customer, a woman that was like, I have a teenage daughter and I was wondering what I could get her, and all of a sudden everybody was like, you should get this, you should get that. And I mean, it was just like a communal, like, wow, like I can't believe you want to get your daughter a comic book because I know exactly what you should get. And all of a sudden there was like 5 or 6 women or girls around her and saying, get this book, this book is about this, and this book has some sex, but it's about this. It was just
and you're like, what?
It was just beautiful to see so many women and girls and young women recommending a comic book to a mom for their kid. It was great.
I love that. And that's like when my students are scandalized by what we're reading. Bitch Planet. Can I say bitch in class? It's the title of the book.
That
Sure,
book
you can
is
say it. That's my favorite lecture. I call it the big bitch lecture. I can't even say it. The big bitch lecture, because we talk about Bitch Planet and we talk about how it's situated in the exploitation genre, etc. So I had to record it now. I'm like, now it's in the air because it's online. So, oh well. But I get to say that word so many times and they're just like, oh. And then they wind up recommending it to other people and they come and tell me because they're so sort of titillated by it. Like, I had my friend read Bitch Planet. And awesome.
I have had a few women come in, and when they ask me what I recommend, and I recommend Bitch Planet, they will be like, no, I don't, it says bitch on it. I don't like it when other women call people. I'm like, no, listen.
Just read it.
I give them the big long explanation of Callie Sue DeConnick and her feminist backlash that she had with the fanboys with Captain Marvel, and just go on and on and on. And 10 times out of 10, I sell that copy of Bitch Planet. And that's what the comic industry needs, is for people to be out there championing these books.
They need the hard bitch sell.
But in that same note, that's exactly what our podcast does for indie creators, because they, there's Twitter, there's TikTok now, there's, Facebook and Instagram, but, like people see you sell your stuff and you're like, but when somebody else says, hey, you guys got to take a look at this book. You got to read this book. Like, have you heard about the Yaqui Indians? Let me tell you about La Voz de Mayo. Like, come on. Like, it's
right.
It's that's what this means to me. I didn't know that this is where I wanted to be until Kristen kind of like said, let's do this. And I was like, okay, I'm in it. And now it's like, wow.
Right.
All these stories are just so amazing. And they come from like real people, like people that I could like reach out and touch, like friends, like, like, I don't know. It's because, you think about the big two and you think, oh, these big people we're never going to get to, talk to or see or speak to. But unless we stand in line for 2 hours, at a but
so there's so many more important creators. I mean, this is a part of the philosophy of the festival is I have a limited budget, and moving forward, I can't blow that entire budget on one person. That's really not fair, because then I can't do so many things because I've handed a bundle of money. I mean, they may be worth it, they might be worth twice that, and they would be doing us a favor, but there's so many more opportunities that I can give an entire room full of people, that why not do that? And to me, that feels good. That feels much better. And it really honors my purpose. I want to jump to Jen really quickly because I want to hear a little bit about, and then we'll finish up, your obsession with D&D. Tell me about your obsession with D&D.
So here's the thing is that I like hearing about D&D and I like watching people play D&D. I personally have never played a game of D&D. So it's like because of like podcasts and stuff like that, but also just the fantasy element, because like fantasy is my favorite genre in all things, in reading, in writing, in TV shows, in anime, in cartoons. Fantasy sci-fi is my shit. And so it's really funny because a lot of people have told me, so like, why don't you play D&D? And I'm like, why don't you get into D&D and stuff like that? But like D&D is just like, to me, in my head, it's like this border. Like being into comics is like nerdy and like geeky and stuff like that. But once you like really get into like D&D and play it, you cross the border into another level of nerdiness that I don't think I'm ready for yet. And so for right now, like I will enjoy like hearing podcasts and like watching other people play, or like, because right now in a Discord server that I'm in, they have a D&D thing going on because they can't meet in person, so they're doing it online via like and via video chat and stuff like that. And so I just pop in and I'll be like, hey, I'm here to watch you guys and see you tell your story, but I'm not going to participate in it.
Yeah.
So
well, that's so interesting because there's that narrative element of it. So you're part of the story. You're watching the story. You're watching the story unfold.
Yeah, that's what I really like. I like that kind of like suspenseful narration, and like the one person who kind of really knows but also is subject to the game, to the people who are playing the game as well, is the DM. So I think that's an interesting role. And I think it's like pretty cool. And I know like in D&D it's kind of hard to find a good DM.
Yeah, that's very true.
Or even like people's expectations of what a DM should be. Like sometimes it's not that serious at all. Like D&D isn't like this huge epic story that's like, sometimes it's just you and your friends fucking around, and that's also fun to watch because I'm just like, okay, what would this character do that I am trying to play out and stuff like that. So I like that endless possibilities, and I think it makes for like a really good story. And even though I'm not participating in it like as a player or even as like the DM, I really like watching a story unfold in that manner. So that's why I'm obsessed with D&D in that I have the player's handbook and I have like the DM's handbook, so I know what rolling means, what like stat like and stats and stuff like that, but I made an effort to understand, but I still I'm just all like, I'll cross that bridge when I get to it, when I really want to like be like a full-blown nerd. As is right now, I'll just be an observer. It's like I'm conducting an experiment or something, like a natural observation. Yeah, a social.
You're not ready to take it to the next level just yet.
Yeah, pretty
well,
much.
it was Jen's recommendation for reading The Adventure Zone that I also don't play D&D, but I once when I was in 6th grade, my DM was a 5th grader, and it was the most boringest thing ever, and it was not the devil worshipping that everyone had warned me about, and I was very disappointed. And so
I book title my DM was a 5th grader.
So I've never looked back. But Jen recommended The Adventure Zone as a trade paperback when it came out, which is based on the Adventure Zone podcast, where it's basically a family of a father and sons who put together a campaign and take you on a journey. And the book was so good. I don't play Dungeons and Dragons. I've never played Dungeons and Dragons except for that one time. And I was enthralled. So much so that I went and started listening to the podcast, and it was just so, and they have such a following. And again, I think there is a very legit place for people who just like to watch and listen.
Yeah. Yeah,
Pretty much. It's like Twitch streaming and stuff like that. But like, but personally, I do play video games. But
I will say that I have played. I'm confessing. I've made references. Last semester, I said, sometimes it's a difficult to manage class. You have to be like a dungeon master. You want to go here, but then you guys
and the class goes that way.
And I'm just like, but we're going over here. So then I had one of the students in my class came to my office and he goes, "Do you play? Do you want to play? Do you want to be part of our group?" And I was like, no. I need that time in my life. I cannot give it up because you lose time.
Yeah.
You very much lose time. So I don't do it anymore, but I know the references and I'm all proud of myself when I can make the D&D reference. we do need to wrap up, but I want to give you each like 10, 15 seconds to say some final thought on what you see as the future of Comadres e-comics. Where would you like this to go? Let's start with Kristen.
Well, we have been teasing the fact that there is a website coming soon. And it is coming soon. Like, we actually have seen it with our very own eyes and it looks very awesome. I can't wait for it to be live. But I honestly want to continue to see us grow. We are part of a podcast network called Period Podcast Network. And it is a network that is specifically for women run podcasts. And so it's podcasts by women for everyone. And their mission and goal is strictly just to raise up the voices of women within their industry. There's our podcast. There is a podcast that is two Black women who are in the entertainment industry, helping to other women of color to maneuver the entertainment industry. There is a sex worker one where she's a stripper and she talks about being in the industry. There's a fiction podcast. I mean, there's just something for everyone, and I highly recommend. And we just started a Patreon that is a co-op Patreon. So you can go to patreon.com and look up Period Podcast Network. And with that monies, we're going to take over the freaking world.
Awesome.
Well, what I would like to see in the future, after post-COVID is for us to do a lot of traveling. I mean, we were scheduled to go to Modesto, Brownsville, Texas. I was getting ready to maybe all of us go to Pennsylvania for Nerdtino. And so what I would really like us to do in the future is just do a lot of traveling to conventions, introduce our podcast and other indie creators and have them woven amongst each other and just like bounce off each other, like creatively. So that's what I would like to do. I love traveling, so that's one thing that I would totally love to do.
Same. If you need a travel buddy, you need a port, let me know.
Yeah.
And how about you?
For the podcast, honestly, what I, because when we first started the podcast, we were always afraid that we're going to run out of content. But that's because we were kind of thinking very small. We were thinking Marvel, DC, and stuff like that. And so what I want to see, like, for the future of the podcast is that we're still discovering new things and discovering and highlighting people who we wouldn't really know about, or others wouldn't really know about. Like this book and this story is worth the effort to read, and it's just as worthy of a review that's like freaking like a Superman comic or something. It's just I want us to keep highlighting indie creators because they deserve, like, their work deserves to be reviewed. It should be. And I mean, and if it's good, like that's always a plus. And if it's bad, well, you'll be hearing from me, but it's not going to be nice.
Evil laughter. I know there were some questions on the, I know Brianna Nunez was asking us what was her favorite genre to read. So real fast, guys, what's the favorite genre?
Horror.
Horror.
Sci-fi fantasy.
But I do like
semi-autobiographical. It's my favorite because you can't tell what's true and what's not true.
Oh,
I like that.
interesting.
I like
also,
being messed with.
we just read the Black Panther Party graphic novel, so I'm loving the history comic books.
Oh yeah, yeah, those are great. Well, I want to say thank you to Kristen, Jen, and Sarah from Comadres y Comics. I wish you many, many more years of podcasting. The festival and Comadres y Comics definitely have, we're woven together in our purpose to, you know, highlight the same kind of work. So I very much appreciate that. Thank you for being here. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. This is the end of the 2021 Latinx Comic Arts Festival. The entire broadcast, including all of the pre-records, will be available on the YouTubes, as my mom used to say. My mom. And I also posted the virtual art gallery. That is running until April 11th. So we have almost 60 pieces of work in that, and it's a lot of fun to go through that. It's really cool. We've never done anything like that before. I haven't seen anything like this at any convention, at any virtual convention, so we may very well be the first. I'm just going to claim it.
Right.
Thank you to our audiences. Thank you to the Associated Students of Modesto Junior College, the Central California Art Association at the Mississippi Gallery, the Modesto Junior College Foundation, Literature and Language Arts at MJC, Chelsea Gilmore, the director of the MJC Art Gallery, San Jose State University, our poster artist, Larry Garcia II, and of course, all of our panelists and all of our art exhibitors. I hope to see many of you, if not all of you, in Modesto next year, because Chisme, the last bit of Chisme, March 25th and 26th. We have a date.
Oh, nice.
Save the date. Save the date. And remember, as always, tell the stories that you want to see in the world. Goodbye, everyone, and stay safe.